Good afternoon and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor and I'm chairing the Planning Committee this afternoon. I would welcome those members of the public and the press in attendance and those who are watching the live stream of this meeting via YouTube. Whilst this meeting is being held publicly, it is also being streamed via YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way and recording the meeting will be available to view on YouTube at such time that the minutes are produced. Please be aware that only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and as close to you as possible. To enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can I ask all present to keep their microphones off, except when invited to speak. Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you have finished speaking. I'd also ask everyone ensures their mobile phones are on silent or turned off for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware that the cameras will be on us at all times during the meeting. With regard to the meeting, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public are allowed to speak are those who have been registered to do so. Anyone who speaks must do in a respectful and a polite manner. It is right there is meaningful discussion about the merits of an applications, but we will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs or members of the public or on officers' professional advice. So thank you for that. Now we'll go to agenda item number 1, and I'd like to ask member services have got any apologies for absence.
There's no apologies, everybody's present.
Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the previous meeting. That's the 11th of January 2023. Have I got a proposer for that? Councillor Scolding, Councillor French seconded. All those, sorry, Councillor Sutton.
There is an omission on. I do apologise, Chairman, because I had all written down and I come out without that.
No problem, Councillor Sutton.
But there's a comment on, and I did have. I think it was on page 9. And I'm going from memory now. I can't say it now, but it said Councillor Sutton does think, and it should have said does not. Are you happy, Chairman, for me to discuss it with Elaine later? Because to go through this is just going to. Is that?
I am. Yeah, I'm happy with. I'm happy with that, Councillor Sutton. I'm sure Elaine.
I will in the meantime just quickly check. I do apologise.
We're going to move on, Councillor Sutton, but please feel free to do so. Anyway,
other than that, happy to.
Okay. So we've got a proposal, Councillor Scolding, second by Councillor French. The minutes are agreed. Can we have a show of hands before that? Thank you. So that's unanimous. So we'll go to item number application agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There again, there are none. Agenda item number 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items on today's agenda. Thank you. Over to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Councillor Benny.
I have been lobbied on items 7, 8, 11 and 12. And for transparency, I am a member of Cabinet of Fenland District Council, but that does not predetermine me on any of the applications today.
Councillor Connor.
Yes, thank you, Elaine. Quite a long one, really. I'm a member of Marchtown Council and I take no part in any planning matters coming before that council. However, I'm perceived to be predetermined on agenda items number 5 and 6, as I proposed a motion in an extraordinary meeting at Marchtown Council last year to move the fountain from its present position to the new position as per plan. But that was on the improviso that the car park behind Collingwood's in Dartford Road was retained for the benefit of Marchtown residents, obviously. The toilet block application number 6, I feel that I am happy either way for the toilet block to be demolished or refurbished. Each of these options would be a vast improvement of what we've got now. I've also been lobbying on planning agenda items 7, 8, 11 and 12, having received emails regarding these applications. But as always, I will listen to the officers' reports and other members' view and vote accordingly. I would just like to reiterate that I will come into this planning meeting with an open mind. Thank you.
Councillor Cornwall, sorry.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. I've got nothing to declare apart from the fact that I've received messages on 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13 and 14. Now, some of those have also been incorporated within the reports and so on. Anyway, I've got a completely open mind on all of those. In fact, some, I didn't really open in any depth anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm completely free of any predetermination of any kind.
Councillor Mrs Davis.
Yes, I'm chairman of Wimbledon Parish Council, but I take no part in the planning or the discussion of applications. I've also been lobbied on 5, 7, 8, 11 and 12, and I will not be taking part in the discussions for item number 8. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a member of March Town Council. I take no part in the planning applications at the Town Council. Agenda item number 5 and 6. I sit on the MATS group and the High Street group, so I will not be taking part in any of the discussions or voting on 5 and 6. I have been lobbied on 7, 8, 11, 12 and 14, not within my area, and I have an open mind.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. All to say I've been lobbied on 7, 8, 11 and 12, but remain open-minded.
Councillor Mrs Mayor.
I'm a member of Whittlesey Town Council. I do not sit on their planning committee. I have nothing to do with their plans. There are no Whittlesey plans on the agenda today. But I have been lobbied on 7, 8, 11 and 12, and I'll keep an open mind. Thank you.
Councillor Meekins.
I'm a member of Wisbech Town Council, but I take no part in their planning committee. I've been lobbied on 7, 8, 11 and 12 and retain an open mind on all 4 of those. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Yeah, I attend Town Council but take no part in any of the planning applications. I've been lobbied on agenda items 7, 8, 11 and 12. Agenda item 6, as part of my environment portfolio, I'm responsible for the public toilets in FDC, and for the transparency, I will not take part in this item. Agenda item 5, I have no involvement with the fountain through my FDC portfolio, but I'm a member of FDC's cabinet, and for transparency, and as I am no way biased or predetermined, and I will judge this decision in my normal manner with an open mind after hearing the details.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of March Town Council, but I take no part whatsoever in any planning applications. I have been lobbied again on items 7, 8, 11 and 12, but I have a completely open mind on that. On items number 5 and 6, I'm a member of the MATS group, and I've taken legal advice on this and decided not to take part in any debates or votes on those items. Thank you.
Councillor Scolding.
Good afternoon. Yes, number 5 and start with, I'm a member of March Town Council, but I don't take any part in the planning. Number 5 and 6, I'm predetermined. Everyone knows I'm against it, so I can't vote on that one. And number 14, I own the land beside number 14, so I won't be taking part on that one either.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Elaine. Good job, I want the other one. Yeah, thank you, Elaine, Chairman. I've been lobbying on all the applications mentioned by other councillors, and nothing else to declare. But I have found the note that I mentioned earlier, Chairman, that is on page 9, bullet point 1, line from that 5 and 6. And this referred to the agent suggesting that we should be taking the notice of the emerging plan, and some members was a little bit critical of him for that, and I said, well, it says, he added that he does want to criticise the agent for assuming that he could take the emerging local plan into consideration when submitting the proposal. Well, sure, it should read, he does not want to criticise the agent.
Thank you, Elaine. We'll make a note of that, councillor.
Thank you.
Sutton's comments, thank you. So we're all finished with declarations. Yep. Okay, so we're now going to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. To remind members, a proposal to grant or refuse an application should only be made when invited to do so, and if going against officer recommendation, the proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, as I'm predetermined or supposedly predetermined for the first two applications, I'll now hand over to the Vice Chairman, Councillor Davis, to chair these items. So thank you, Maureen, over to you. Let's leave the
Thank you, David. Right, I will immediately hand over to Nikki Carter, Senior Development Officer, to present linked applications FYR 22-1318 LB and FYR 22-1332 FDC, agenda item number 5. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 5 are associated full and listed building applications for the relocation of Coronation Fountain canopy, steps and flagstones. Please be advised that the wider redevelopment of the town centre does not form part of these applications. May I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated. Since this was published, a further local resident objection has been received in relation to the proposed location of the structure. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located at the crossroads of Broad Street, Dartford Road, Robin Goodfellows Lane and Station Road, and as such is in a prominent, highly visible location in the town centre. It is located in March Conservation Area and adjacent to the Grade 2 listed building of 34 to 36 Broad Street. The existing location of the structure can be seen on the left-hand plan and the proposed location on the right. It is proposed to relocate the structure to a widened pedestrianised area on the western side of Broad Street, approximately 5.2 metres in front of number 32. Existing and proposed street scenes can be seen here, with the proposed location of the Coronation Fountain in the context of the existing buildings on the western side of Broad Street. Photos 1 and 2 show the structure in its existing location, and photo 3 indicates the vicinity of the proposed location with 32 Broad Street, which the structure is proposed to sit in front of, highlighted. Photographs on this side show a closer view of the canopy and its detailing. The March Future High Street project, together with the March Area Transport Study project, seek to regenerate the town centre in response to identified challenges, address existing congestion and air quality issues, and future-proof the road network for the town's future housing and employment growth. The relocation of the Coronation Fountain forms part of these wider schemes, though it should be noted that only this element of the scheme can be considered as part of these applications. The local highway authority have, have no objections to the scheme, advising that the relocation is acceptable in highway safety terms, and there are no issues to address regarding ecology or flood risk. It is considered that the benefits of the wider regeneration project outweigh the less than substantial harm identified to heritage assets, and the relocation of the Grade 2 listed Coronation Fountain is acceptable in heritage terms against the backdrop of the wider scheme. The proposed relocation is not considered to have significant detrimental impact on the character of the area its users or businesses, and the police designing out crime team have no objections or recommendations in relation to community safety. As such, the recommendation is to grant planning permission and listed building consent as set out on page 35 of the agenda.
Thank you, Nikki. We have various speakers on this application. Firstly, we have several district councillors speaking. So I will call on, and I can't make this out, Councillor John Clark, please.
I have no pecuniary interest in this application, although I do own properties at the junction of St Peter's Road and High Street. I've lived in March all my life, brought up a family in the town and have run businesses here. March has always been a bustling market town, and I believe the people of March want it to stay that way. All the towns within Fenland have a similar short stay parking facility in their town centres, as do many other busy towns in the area. Fenland Council secured the funding from the government, and they are responsible to FDC to control and spend. The County Council is their appointed partner to deliver the improvements. As such, Fenland Council and Cambridgeshire County Council set up a members' steering group, which consists of Councillor French, Purser, Gowing, Count and Scolding. Daniel Timms was engaged to prepare the proposed development, who works for the consultants of Metro Dynamics of Manchester. Couldn't we have found someone closer who would have been more understanding of their needs? Shown in the Cambridgeshire County Council minutes, the study examined a wide range of options, developments from officer-led workshops, which were subsequently reviewed by the members' steering group. So clearly FDC would have had the power to influence and shape the town centre development. The comments by Councillor French that the County Council do not have to take notice of FDC's opinion on highways issues, I believe that this is untrue in relation to this major project. At the March Town Council meeting on the 5th of September 2022, the Council Minute 86 states, "It is also believed that the total Broad Street project was open to legal challenge and possible judicial review because of the lack of meaningful consultation in the early stages of the scheme." March Town Council members unanimously agreed that they would publicly oppose the project in its entirety with a view to getting the scheme aborted. A few weeks later, an extraordinary meeting was held on the 17th of October, minute 103, a special motion proposed by David Connor, chairman of Fenland District Planning, would be prepared and signed by councillors to amend the resolution of the March Town Council meeting on the 5th of September to oppose the project. A draft motion by Councillor Connor was signed by 11 councillors. This is all March Council members except one, which does include Councillor French, Connor, Purser, Scolding, who sit on FDC planning. To amend minute 86, point C, the fountain to be positioned as site highlighted on the Fenland District Council Commission's artist's impression adjacent to Mallett's. Councillors unanimously agreed to move the motion, which made the decision to oppose the development taken on the 5th of September obsolete. The public consultation meeting at the library has been reported by various residents as disappointing. One March resident been told by an officer that it's this plan or nothing. At the March marketplace consultation, I stood at the market stall for some 35 minutes, observing. Whatever suggestions were made were talked down, and I certainly came away with the impression that it is this plan or nothing. In the 35 minutes I stood at the stall, no one's comments were recorded, So it leaves me to believe that the consultation was meaningless. This development wants to sterilise and rip the heart out of March town centre. March residents are not against the refurbishment of Broad Street development, but very concerned that their voices and ideas have just not been heard in preparing this proposed scheme. I therefore ask that this application is refused because of the lack of meaningful consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do anyone have any questions for Councillor Clark? No, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Councillor Spalding. You've got 5 minutes, Councillor Spalding.
Thank you. It wouldn't take that long. And I start by saying thank you very much for letting me speak today on the fountain canopy. The fountain was paid for by the people of March 112 years ago. At present, the road, it wraps around it, a majority of it, and the rest of it is protected by railings so it don't get damaged. Moving the fountain to the footpath, and I can foresee problems. It will get damaged, vandalised, and people will use it as a climbing frame. As a March man, born and bred, I really do not want to see the fountain moved at all. But if we cannot have a say what happens in our own town, then I'm asking you, will you please move it somewhere safe? I repeat, it was paid for by the people of March, and let the people of March have their say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Spalding? No, thank you. We now move to district councillors who wish to support the application. You also have 10 minutes between you. I'd like to invite Councillor Count to make his presentation to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Fully understand the comments made by people living in March who are concerned about and object to what is proposed for the town centre. They have the best interests of March and its future in their hearts when they put forward their objections. I know this proposal is about the fountain, the actual planning proposal, but when I have listened to and read the objections, much of this is connected to the wider scheme on which I have different views. It's impossible to say whether that makes one of us right or wrong. And I understand with such fixed positions, it is unlikely I will sway anyone to my way of thinking. However, as a group, they are not alone in their views. And I can assure you, I am also not alone in supporting these proposals. Many people have approached me quietly and expressed support, as well as many who have expressed their frustration or alternative ideas, all of which I have taken into account and listened to. March town centre is typical in many ways of many market towns and high streets up and down the country. It is slowly dying. That is not the fault of the council. That is because people have changed the way in which they shop and where they shop. An additional burden is that this town centre is congested. In coming up with these proposals, I have been to many meetings where the evidence of traffic and potential solutions to deal with it were examined. All the alternative suggestions I've heard, new bypasses, new bridges outside of town, inside of town, using Grays Lanes, all of these have been looked at and examined in detail. With officers, experienced experts and other March councillors, we tested, prodded and poked all of the evidence and came up with a package of schemes for March that works. The biggest concern raised by people is because they don't believe 2 lanes will work, and that the bridge, but I must remind you, the bridge only has 2 lanes, and that is not the cause of congestion. The traffic lights are. So solve the traffic lights and the 2 lanes will work. A roundabout where the fountain currently sits solves that problem of congestion. This is because a roundabout that removes all of the dead time when lights are on red, and yes, the modelling did include pedestrians crossing the road. I also mentioned this is a package because I can confirm that the new Northern Link Road, a new Pease Hill roundabout, a new junction at Hostmore, all will follow on with funding from the combined authority, removing congestion from the wider area and also relieving some additional traffic pressure in town. This new layout will work not just for now, but cope with all planned growth as well. Accepting the roundabout is the best solution. We had to ask ourselves, where should the fountain go? Stay where it is as part of a new roundabout, go in front of Iceland, the marketplace, in the park, or in a more central point on a high street. All of these were discussed and for various good reasons decided as not being as good as the location currently proposed near to Mallett's. The reasons range through the lack of visibility, diminishing the importance of the fountain, buried utilities, loss of car parking, etc. The new location, I believe, is still highly visible in the town centre, which is what we want. And with the War Memorial at the other end, it really continues to define the 2 ends of Broad Street, enhancing the look of the town. That piece of work concentrated on the road network, however, did nothing for the town except solve congestion. We're fortunate because with such a major change coming to March, it gave FDC the opportunity to bid for funding, which was successful and is the Broad Street package of measures. Money to improve the look of the pedestrianised area, the marketplace, etc. Evidence clearly shows that an attractive public realm space, such as the one proposed here, increases footfall as well as dwell time. These 2 things are vital for shops, restaurants, cafes, etc. I'm not going to promise that all of a sudden March will be full of shops, but I honestly believe instead of killing the town centre, as some believe, this is the best chance and a real opportunity to save and enhance the town I love. This committee is best placed to deal with the legal planning considerations on whether to move or not to move the fountain. In order for all of this to work, we need to move the fountain. And I believe this proposal is the base, this location is the best place for it.
You're overrunning the 5 minutes. Have you got much more?
Councillor Davis, it can
It's
eat
10
into my
shared,
5
I
minutes.
believe.
It can eat into my time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. In order for all of this to work, we need to move the fountain, and I believe the location proposed is the best place for it, as did the working group I sat on, composed of March councillors and other officers. Like everybody else here today, both for and against this proposal, we all want the best for March. No one is right or wrong, but I hope that I have done enough today to convince the planning committee and those with concerns that this future for the centre of March is well thought through. We have listened to concerns and the improvements are embraced by many. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Count? Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. But questions, you can ask questions of Councillor Count now, and then Councillor French will take up her part of the, and then you do that separately. So any questions for Councillor Count then? Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for that presentation. Can I just get something very clear in my mind? It's my view actually that we need to see the proposal here in the context of the overall. I think you would agree that. And because you did actually, in fact, mention the improvements to the public realm and so on. Now, we haven't actually seen anywhere in this application any of the detail of the scheme for the public realm to see actually how the relocation of the fountain actually sits within the area that's covered by that public realm improvement. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so the reason I answered the question in terms of the entirety of the project is, having listened to the concerns of the residents and read all the objections letters, this is the clear direction of thinking that impacted many of the objections, i.e. I object to the fountain being used because the traffic won't work. I object to the fountain being moved because I can't park here. I object to the fountain being moved because the shops will die, that sort of thing. So that's why I mentioned it in its entirety. To say that there's been no representations of the public realm, that's not actually accurate. So there's nothing in the planning application for that, because the planning application drawn up by officers of how to move this forward is to do with the physical planning application. The drawings of the public realm, etc., are well publicised and went through the consultation, etc. People had a chance to look at them. There are drawings where the fountain is located, as indicated on this line drawing, in those public realm spaces. So that is out and about there. I think a lot of the people, judging by their objections, have actually looked at those things and still objected. So it was publicised, but it doesn't form part of a formal planning application.
So because of that, we're still expected to take a decision based upon relocating the fountain somewhere within the public realm that we actually haven't got the details of. That's the thing that's, I think, concerning me, Chairman.
Councillor,
Is that right?
No, I'm afraid that's not right, Councillor Cornwall. As I tried to address at the end of the presentation, the planning committee has to decide based on planning matters. You have your planning pack in front of you. You have the slideshow that's just gone on, which showed the clear location of where the fountain is. I expanded the discussion to the wider public realm things because of concerns I read in the objections, not because there isn't a location identified in your information pack.
So that's, even though the consultation that we keep hearing about incorporated it all together, why did the planning application go down, well, in fact, 2 ways, and then presumably later another one for the public realm? So we've got, you know, another application to come on. I see. I mean, normally when we look at a planning matter, we look at the overall situation, Chairman.
well, sorry.
Is that right?
I think if we put it in simple terms, Councillor Cornwall, we're here to look at the moving of the fountain. I know it affects the broader regeneration, but that's not what's before us today. It's simply agreeing to move the fountain. That's the application.
Right, so we have to take that decision based solely on moving the fountain, or relocating the fountain then.
In
Yeah.
effect, you're only talking about
Not in relation
relocating the
to anything
fountain, not
else.
where it goes.
Right, okay.
If I may supplement that a bit. So there are things that So there are things that require planning applications and things that don't. So, for example, my understanding is the highways that owns the highways part can go ahead and do this because it doesn't require that level of planning. My understanding, and I'm not a planning expert, in fact, you sit on the committee, you probably have more knowledge of planning than I do, is that the planning applications that are necessary at this stage for this are the demolition of the toilet block, the old man's shelter, because they're in a conservation area, the relocation of the fountain because it's a listed building in a planning area. So I don't think, I may be wrong, and I think that that's a question for officers, not for me, whether the entire public realm forms any kind of a planning application, because actually the layout is set and part highways. But I can't answer the technical questions. I can only give you my understanding of the situation, which I think the chair has already said. All you can do today is decide on the planning application for the fountain. That's not me limiting it. I widened the scope because I knew the concerns of residents had, and I wanted to them to understand how I arrived at my position.
Yeah, Chairman, I asked the speaker, A, because he mentioned most of those elements, and B, because I understood that both he and councillor Count actually led the maths element of the thing. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned, I think it was you mentioned that there's going to be some parking spaces lost because of this move. How many spaces are we talking about being lost?
I don't think that's actually relevant to this application. As I've already said, the application is to look at the moving of the fountain, not any effects beyond that.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Any more questions for councillor Count? No, thank you. Thank you, councillor Count. I now call on Jan French, who will make her presentation. Jan, you've got the remainder of 5 minutes, which is 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, councillor Count. Madam Chairman, members, thank you for allowing me to speak on these applications today. Members need to be aware why we have these applications here today. Cambridge County Council started the March Area Transport Study in 2017-18. Early 2020, it went out to consultation and they received over 1,000 responses supporting the plans. Yes, I know it was in the early stages of the first lockdown of COVID, but they still got a good response. Over the years working on the plans, County Council wanted to remove the fountain altogether and proposed to either put it in the marketplace or in West End Park. Steve and I disagreed with that suggestion, as it was the people of March that paid for it and it should remain in Broad Street. Fenland roads have been neglected for years, and we were pleased that finally we were going to get investment and improvements in March. First approach was to improve Broad Street, remove the traffic lights that have for years caused many problems and install a roundabout. And more importantly, improve the air quality. County Council officers continued to do various modellings and came up with their final plan. They also had discussions with our Remembrance Parade Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Spencer. March is the biggest parade across the county. Last year, over 800 in the parade alone. The proposed site for the fountain will allow our parade to continue. Broad Street is a highway that does belong to County Council. They do not need planning permission as they have permitted development rights under section 62 of the Highways Act and Schedule 2, Part 9, Class A of the Town and Country Planning Act. In 2021, FDC received notification that they were successful in applying for funding to improve the town centre from central government and additional funding from the combined authority. City Fibre last year invested £5 million into March, upgrading our internet service. Work on the marketplace has already started. Next will be the replacement of the old gas pipes that are over 100 years old, and last year we had many gas leaks. This investment into March is one in a lifetime opportunity. The application in front of you today is to remove the fountain to safeguard it while the work is going on and replace it once the work is completed. We will endeavour to get the middle of the fountain replaced. Hopefully we'll find the funding. Members, I do ask you to support this application. It is March's future.
So are there any questions for councillor French? Councillor Sutton?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, Madam Chairman. Did I hear you right that you said you didn't support moving it originally? You didn't say that. Sorry, I misunderstood that, Chairman.
Are there any?
What I did say, that County Council wanted to remove it totally out of Broad Street. That I disagreed with.
For councillor French? No, thank you. I'd now like to invite Mrs. Jennifer Lawler, an objector, to make her presentation to committee. And I believe there are two of you to present, so you've got 5 minutes each, or is that changed? Just yourself, so in which case you have 10 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes, sorry.
5 minutes.
Yes. So you've got 10 because you're dealing with 2 applications, right? Yeah, okay. Just press.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Lawler, Chairman of the March Society. There has not been the legal requirement of statutory community involvement for this Broad Street development project under Article 15 of the Development Management Procedure Order. From conversations with hundreds of people I've had, it appears that the large proportion of the Town Council were totally unaware, and some still are, in fact I met 2 yesterday, that this major design of Broad Street had been planned. There were not the promised in-person consultations. By the time of the so-called face-to-face meetings, attendees were shown details and were informed it was too late and that the redesign had to go ahead as planned. Many people were shocked to hear that half of Broad Street would be pedestrianised and that the listed 1912 central Coronation Fountain would be moved onto the pavement in front of shops. Every household should have received a letter setting out proposals for their comments. Many are online and do not receive local newspapers. A large proportion of those who are aware are against the proposed road layout, although they do recognise the need for consultation, for modernisation. The project, including the applications to be decided today, is going ahead without the support of a large proportion of March's population, as evidenced in written comments at face-to-face meetings and comments to planning applications. People questioned the data that the proposed layout is based on, empty roads on the artist's impression, the wisdom in removing a west lane when the busiest shops are on the east side, no cycle lane when cycling is increasing, we have cycles cycling on the pavement, no disabled parking, discriminating against disabled and elderly, one main road through town. English Heritage state that, quote, conservation areas exist to manage and protect the special architectural and historic interest of a place, extra planning controls to protect the historic and architectural elements which make a place special. This is about conserving the historic environment and the setting of the listed Coronation Fountain in March Conservation Area. It's not just about moving a relatively rare, beautiful ironwork. The Coronation Fountain is an historic landmark marking an event which took place 111 years ago, January the 30th, 1912, when the people of March came together to raise money by donations to mark the occasion of King George V's coronation. They paid for the fountain and for its erection in Broad Street. Its decorations represent the local Fenland environment, March Cross, and local wildlife. Moving the fountain is comparable with moving a structure such as the Arc de Triomphe from its setting. It completely loses its impact if it's moved onto a pavement at the side of the road, in front of and close to shops. It will restrict views of and access to the shops and affect businesses and trade. There are concerns it would be vulnerable to vandalism, not a concern in its present isolated setting. Its setting is in the middle of the road where it can be seen by everyone arriving in March and is significant and important. If it has to be relocated, people would like it to be in a prominent central position in Broad Street, worthy of its listed status and heritage. A location nearer to the War Memorial is preferred. The actual power of listed status and conservation area to safeguard March historic environment is now questionable. In this development, They appear to be meaningless terms which can be overridden by planners. March people have very strong feelings about these changes. People do see the need for modernisation, but not the removal of the fountain from a central position in Broad Street to then become just another piece of street furniture. By moving the fountain, the unique character of Broad Street is changed. A location nearer to the war memorial is preferred. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mrs. Lawler? No?
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Fiona Page, the agent, and Simon Machin and Phil Hughes on behalf of the applicant to make their presentation to committee. As there are two applications, you have 10 minutes between you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Thanks for letting me speak today. My name is Fiona Page. I'm the planning agent acting on behalf of FTC for these applications. As a bit of background, I'm a qualified town planner. I'm also the heritage specialist at ELG. So I'm accredited by the Institute of Historic Building Conservation, but I haven't actually done the heritage work for the scheme, but I am the planning agent who submitted the applications on behalf of the council. Just to reiterate, what we're considering today through the applications for the fountain is only the relocation of the fountain itself. The wider highway works don't form part of the planning permission, the planning application for which consent is sought. Those works are permitted development. Crucially, the listed building consent and full planning permission is required for works to relocate the fountain. Both bring similar issues. In respect of the listed building consent, members really can only consider the impact on the listed structure itself. The planning permission brings with it other issues in respect of sort of amenity, highway issues, proximity to the shop front. The intention in relocating the fountain is to improve the setting and appreciation of this historic asset as part of the wider Broad Street public realm works. The existing siting in between lanes of traffic does very little to enhance the setting of the structure. No works are intended to the fabric of the structure, which will be very carefully dismantled and safely stored prior to it being re-erected in its new location, which will be on the new pedestrianised area in front of 32 Broad Street. The application is accompanied by a very detailed heritage impact assessment. Crucially, no concerns are raised by Historic England, who are the national advisors on heritage matters, or the council's conservation advisor in this instance. It's considered that the new location of the fountain, which will be approximately 14 metres from its current location, will allow improved appreciation of the heritage asset, whose setting has been very significantly changed since its original construction and is now very much limited in respect of how it can be appreciated by the highway junction that sits in such close proximity. There's no harm to the fabric of the fountain itself or its significance as a result of the works, and the resulting impacts on the amenities of the area and the wider conservation area are considered to be acceptable and actually indeed positive in respect of the setting of the listed fountain. Concerns are raised that the structure will be in close proximity to the shop frontage in which it will sit, but currently that existing shop front is bounded by a very narrow footpath and car parking spaces, and the relocation will create an improved public realm here, an improved setting to the shop fronts themselves, and the fountain, in my opinion, would form a focal point, bringing potential mutual benefits to those businesses. The structure will be set approximately 5 metres away from the front of the properties and will be a very open-sided structure, as you can see now, and therefore it won't hinder any views or any access to that commercial premises. No objections are raised from any statutory consultees to the application, and the police designing out crime team have no objection to the scheme. There's a very high level of natural surveillance in the area, and it's not considered that the new location would give rise to any antisocial behaviour issues over the current siting. Planning officers have recommended approval of the scheme, and we would respectfully request that members look to support the scheme in line with the recommendations of professional officers. Thank you.
Chairman, I think we'll just answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Right, so are there any questions? Oh, Don't know where that came from. Are there any questions for any of the trio there, please? Yes, please go ahead, councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, folks. Again, in the presentation, we have this crossing over between the application that's relevant here, which is to move the fountain, and the rest of the ideas and plans and so on for the whole area of Broad Street. And I will ignore the highways elements in that statement because I realise that that falls under different legislation and so on. So I'll concentrate on the western side, I suppose, that we're really talking about, a Broad Street, which was the fountain, this grandly known area as the public realm improvements, and through to the other end, because in spite of what you said, Chair, we simply cannot split this up into isolated areas because one does affect the other. So to return to the fountain, during the consultation, was there any real response on the elements of moving the fountain?
If I may start, Chair, and then Phil will no doubt add in on the consultation side. And I appreciate it's an unusual situation when you're only able to consider part of what appears to be a proposal. But that is the legislative position. The only thing that requires planning stroke list of building consent is moving the fountain itself. All of the other works in Broad Street fall within the public highway and are not something that the planning committee has an involvement in, nor FDC as planning authority. So in that sense, it is unusual. I think it's clear from the plans, I can't see behind me, but one of the plans in your committee papers shows the area of new public realm around the fountain itself. It doesn't show the full Broad Street scheme, but it clearly shows where it would move to within a paved area as part of the application submission. So in that sense, before members is an understanding of what will happen and what it will look like. And you've also got sectional plans that show it against the building from existing buildings from different angles, etc. In terms of consultation, and that's been referred to a number of times by different speakers, and I think Councillor French touched upon this, there have been, for the works in March, if we call it the wider package, and I know we're narrowly looking at the relocation of the fountain, but in real life, understanding what's happening as a consequence of that is important. There have been several rounds of public consultation through initially the growing Fenland master plan funded by the combined authority, which highlighted a number of issues, including congestion in the town centre and the need for improvement. And it's in no small part that government awarded the funding for the future High Street project on the back of the growing Fenland master plan, because what it showed was that the council had consulted very early on what the issues were in the town, and had come up with a package of measures indicatively at that stage with the artist's impressions, etc., for how those problems could be overcome. So it was a credible bid to government for the funding. So consultation through the growing Fenland master plan on what's the problem with March Town Centre, or what things does March need to address in terms of its future growth, etc. You've then got consultation on the MATS scheme, a range of highway projects necessary, essential for the future growth of the town, and these works form a very clear part of that package of MATS schemes. Without the Broad Street roundabout, if we can call it that, congestion gets worse and air pollution gets worse. So something has to be done to resolve those problems. And again, if you look at the history of consultation, the MATS package came up with these measures, not in fine detail, admittedly. You then have the future High Street works themselves and how those have evolved over the last couple of years, from bid submission to detailed design, public consultation. Admittedly, COVID didn't help. You know, the timing was something that was completely outside of our control in the way that you can engage with people during the COVID period. But subsequent to that, sessions in the library, Phil, I can't remember how many there were, the market stall, and by way of background, some members know me, some don't. I've got a growth and regen background for over 30 years, and I've been engaged by the District Council for a couple of years on a number of projects, including this one. I'm also a town planner, chartered town planner, so I've got a little bit of planning experience. I may have sat where Nick's been sitting for many years of my professional career. So there's been that history of consultation throughout. But what we have here is a scheme which does represent significant change, and there are a number of drivers behind that change, which is set out, and I think which members understand. And not everybody will agree with what's proposed as part of that wider package. And often in my experience, people fear change and the implications of change. And in many ways, it seems counterintuitive that you go from 4 lanes of traffic to 2 and it'll be better than it is today. But all of the traffic modelling demonstrates that, proven ways of demonstrating that. And this relocation of the fountain is integral to all of that work, all of that future proofing of March, all of making it less congested, less polluted, and better from both the resident and visitor perspective. But I accept that the planning committee can only look at one small part of it, albeit an important part of it. Hopefully that clarifies a few things. Thank you.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I understand the majority of that. What concerns me are the latter stages of the consultations that took place after COVID. We know that COVID was a big thorn in everybody's side, to put it mildly. But actually, once the consultation restarted, it was actually undertaken in a manner that was actually against the District Council's own consultation strategy, I understand. Would you confirm that?
I'll ask Phil to answer that question, but my fourth strand of consultation, which I omitted to, my fourth strand of consultation, which I omitted to mention, was of course consultation on these 2 applications themselves. So you not only have we been through Growing Fenland, Mats, Future High Street, there's also consultation on these 2 planning applications. And again, people have had an opportunity to make their representations known. And I can't just find the reference in the report to how many people have objected. But clearly March is quite a big town, and not everybody in March has objected to the application. Phil, do you want to comment on the District Council consultation? Maybe a reason for that.
Thank you, Mike. So in terms of the consultation, I think Simon's been through a lot, and Councillor French covered it earlier as well. There was the Growing Fenland consultation. There was March Area Transport Plan consultation. There was the consultation we did before we submitted the application to government. There's been plans out on the website, and as we mentioned earlier, we did attend the library and the marketplace and had discussions with people who came along. Now, those more recent discussions, we asked people to submit feedback, and we did get some. And in terms of fountain relocation, which is what the committee's discussing today, we had various feedback from leave it where it is, which clearly isn't possible if you want to achieve a junction at the northern end of Broad Street, which is uncongested, or move it to the marketplace, move it to West End Park, as Councillor French alluded to earlier. In assessing where it ought to be moved to, we took the decision with members to move it as small a location as possible. So it's moving about 14 metres, so it remains at the northern end of Broad Street. And as you can see from the application, Historic England agree with its relocation to as close to where it currently is. So we retain its historical impact within the town of March.
You say that that some of the feedback said leave it where it is, and do you not feel that that was a valid argument for those people who saw its position as being preferable to some of the other ideas that were being put forward at the time.
Chairman, if I may, I think we're drifting into a situation which is not about planning.
I've just taken advice from the legal, because I've said it, this is my third time of saying it. We are merely looking at the application to move the fountain. It is not about where the fountain goes, it's just the actual fact of moving it. It's also not the whole regeneration scheme that we need to be looking at. Councillor Sutton.
I don't mean to contradict you, Madam Chairman, because I have the utmost respect for you. But we have got the application in front of us to move the fountain in a specific place. And if my hearing is right, you just said it's not where it's moved, it's just a case of moving it. So I think that's not quite right.
Okay, I'll stand corrected. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, because the question I wanted to ask was, are we too far down the track to find a different place for the relocation? Because I read some of those letters as well. In fact, I think I read them all. And Mrs. Lawler in her presentation suggested further down Broad Street towards the War Memorial. Is that not a possibility? Or has it already been looked at? How many other sites have already been looked at that we are not aware of? That's my question. Thank you.
I think, again, planning is not generally about making a choice about where things should be or what they should be. It's when an application's in front of the committee, they need to determine what's in front of them. But having said that, if I may just talk more widely, it is unusual to move a listed building. There's no getting away from that. It doesn't happen very often. In this instance, it's an unusual listed building in that it's a demountable structure. Historic England, and despite the comments from Ms. Lawler, Historic England support the application, and they've clearly looked at it in a lot of detail, because again, it's unusual to move a listed building. And Fiona will confirm, I'm sure, but the starting point is, if you're going to move it, you should move it the least distance from where it currently is, because the further you move it away, the less relevance it has to where it was originally placed in terms of that setting. I think you also get to a situation where if you move it closer to the War Memorial, it may begin to conflict with the setting of the War Memorial itself. And I think where it's proposed is, firstly, the shortest distance from where it is now, and secondly, it still sits within its own distinct setting. And I think it's also important to understand that the setting and what happens around the War Memorial, sorry, the fountain, is very, very different to what happened and what it was like when it was historically put there, however many 112, 113 years ago, because it wasn't in the middle of a road with cars and lorries. It was horses and carts on a dirt road, I would suspect, and I would imagine that people were able to get close to it when it was first put there. It's probably not somewhere you'd put something like that today, in the middle of a road or in the middle of a roundabout. And again, Historic England's view is that it can be much better appreciated within an area of public realm than it can where it currently is. And it is highly unusual to get such clear support from Historic England and a conservation specialist employed by the council that it's the right thing to do to move it. And their view is clearly that where it's going to be moved to is the right location.
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm against it being moved, okay? But what I'm saying is, I think it should be looked at a different location. When you say near the War Memorial and you'll take something away from the War Memorial, I didn't think to imply that far down Broad Street, but it could go somewhere different. And that's only my opinion.
Are there any more questions? No, thank you. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you. Yeah, and I am only talking about the fountain. Right, paragraph 5, which I was earlier actually, but paragraph 5.6 refers to March Town Council and says that in effect there was no comment. Surely there was subsequent comment, because this was why some of our colleagues here today can't actually sit and hear the case. Is that right?
So 5.6 is purely.
Sorry, I can't hear, Chairman.
Sorry, 5.6, that is copied and pasted from March Town Council's comments, and they're the only comments that we've received on the actual planning application.
Can someone speak louder for Councillor Paul?
Thank you, through you, Chair. The comments that are within the report at 5.6 are the comments that were submitted by March Town Council in respect of the planning application. The discussions that March Town Council and March Town councillors may have had separately to their formal representation on the planning application, we obviously don't know about those. We can only report the comments that have come in on the application.
So they hadn't been subsequently passed on to the planning committee, or to you for the planning committee. Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. I can actually answer Councillor Cornwall's question. The application in front of you has only ever been.
I'm Chairman. Councillor French is not sitting on this committee.
I was just going to tell you why
No,
the
no.
council.
Sorry, they shouldn't be allowed. They shouldn't even be at the table.
Okay, I thought she was. I thought she was going to ask the officers a question, and she hasn't, so.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, through you. If it is of assistance, and it's not to do with the planning merits of this application, but a number of members of March Town Council who are also on this committee are unable to take part because they have had a discussion within the council on the merits of this application, and we've advised them that they are predetermined. But that's background information and not connected with the planning merits, but that's just a factual context within which those members have stepped down today, if that helps.
If I may, Madam Chairman, it is most unusual for members that declare an interest of such a predetermination or otherwise to actually sit at the table. And 9 times out of 10, and I do, if I declare an interest, I go out of the room, and I'm of the opinion that that is what should be happening today.
Having just made a mistake, I agree with you, because you just look around at the faces and you forget who's actually in attendance. Yeah, it does. So, but people haven't moved, so that's fine. Don't worry. Are there any more questions for officers? Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I've got a question for Nick. There's been a lot of talk this afternoon about consultation. Has the legal statutory consultation taken place for this application?
And through you, Chairman, during the discussion that there's been through the presentations made by the speakers today, there has been mention about consultations that have taken place in the preparation of the works to March Town Centre, which is quite distinct from the consultation in relation to these planning applications. So in relation to these planning applications, I'm satisfied that we have complied with the legislative requirements and those also set down in our statement of community involvement. Thank you, Chairman.
Are there any more questions for officers? No. Right, thank you for everyone that took part in that. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you. I'll kick it off, Chairman. Yeah, at the end of the day, I suppose any move to change a long-standing structure, shall I say, whether it be, say, the butter market at Whittlesea or the Clarkson Memorial, for example, at Wisbech and so on, is bound to cause some considerable interest, shall we say. And the fountain is, in fact, one of those. As people have said, it was provided by public subscription back 111 years ago. So it's been in that position ever since. It also, in fact, subsequently was the direction of the indicator for the War Memorial, because that came in 1922. So the actual fountain was there before the War Memorial. And relocating it now to a position which is slightly at odds, I think, with the layout of Broad Street compared to the original thing, is rather strange. It really is rather strange. And listening, in fact, to our councillor from Whittlesea there, who said that, can't we find somewhere out in the rest of Broad Street, probably in line with where it should be at the moment, would perhaps be better. So I don't think any relocation is going to be a popular place wherever it's decided to go, to be quite frank, because it's moving it away from there. I have to say that I'm confused with some of the way that this planning application has gone, and the continual reference to things that we have no control of, or in fact have no information about, that in fact go along with it, either this or in fact the next planning application as well. And I feel rather let down there, because I think if we had this application come in for a development, a new development or whatever, we would want to see the bigger picture so that we knew what we were taking decisions about. And in this case, we haven't got it, which I really find strange and slightly confusing, to say the least. But I'll now sit back and listen to the comments from everybody else that can comment.
Thank you, Councillor Cornwall. Are there any more questions? Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Councillor Cornwall has said. I feel as if we've got part of something and we don't know what the rest of it's about. And I would have preferred to have seen the whole rather than a piece.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I've been very much looking at what's been happening in March, and I'm very much of the opinion it should be down to March councillors to decide what happens in March. But I'm on the planning committee, and we've got an application in front of us which is policy compliant. And whether we want to see the information that is spread around and makes up the scenery to this application, that is not part of this application. We are here to look at policy. We are here to look at, has procedure been followed, which it has, which was my question to Nick earlier about has consultation. I would be concerned if it hadn't, but I'm pleased to be reassured it is. And we may be interested, I would be interested to see what else is happening around in March. But that's not what this application is about. This is about moving a listed building 14 metres. And if we've got from English Heritage and other historical organisations that are supporting this move, we're not qualified to go against that. And this application, to me, I think officers have got this absolutely right in terms of policy and in terms of consultation. I feel all of that has been addressed. There are certain aspects of any public realms works that is done that people will object to. There is also certain aspects of it that you think are good and are bad. and looking at the whole proposal for March, which I have done, there is an awful lot of good in this, and also to improve the air quality and to enable the traffic flow for March, because March is going to be the biggest town in Fenland before long, the way the planning is going. And that will mean more vehicles, and we have got to manage that. And it will be a question of time before, when those houses are built, people will be pointing the finger at councillors and saying, you should have done more to sort this out. This is this opportunity. There's a lot of money in this that's been given to March. This has been looked at by experts and consultees that support this. And I accept that it's not to everybody's taste. And the people of March, it is their fountain. If it was something in Chatteris, I would probably feel I don't want it moved. But there is always the greater good. And if we don't take action to allow this to happen, we are going to cause problems further down the road that will exasperate the problems in March. When I first looked at this and I thought 4 lanes into 2, that's never going to work. And I'm now getting sidetracked into the detail because this isn't part of this application. But I'm very reassured with the mapping that has been taking place that the traffic flow is right. I drove into March well, the kids were all coming out in the Neil Wade School, and that was stop-start all the way into the centre of March until we hit the bridge. When we got the other side of the bridge, it cleared. So that bridge is a pinch point. That is not going to change whether you have 4 lanes or 2. And getting rid of the traffic loads, from which I've been stuck in many times when I come into March. I come here 2 or 3 times a week. That should alleviate the traffic flow, and roundabout will help with that, help with air pollution, has been mentioned today. And coming back to the application that's in front of us, this is policy compliant. And what do we turn it down on? The fact that somebody doesn't like it, that isn't my very first planning application. I said to Councillor Laws, who sat next to me, I don't like that. And she turned on me very sharply and said, not liking something is not a reason to turn it down. And what we've got in front of us today is policy compliant. I cannot see how we can do anything other than pass this. And this will lead to the betterment of March. We're going to have more traffic in March, and we have got to do something to future-proof the centre of March. And I think this is a big step towards future-proofing the centre of March.
Thank you. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder how keen Councillor Benny would be if they had a fountain in Chatteris and they wanted to stand it up and plonk it in front of his shop. Not so keen as he is to impose it on March people, I don't think. There is plenty of reasons to be able to refuse this if that's the committee's wish. That will be quite easy, because the reason for passing it are subjective, and people might have a different opinion. Going on to the consultation, Madam Chairman. Consultation. If you look up on what a consultation should be on the government website, it gives very specific things about what a consultation should be. And from everything I've heard from, I didn't attend the consultation, so I'm not speaking firsthand, but I've heard from many other people that their views was just, not taken care of, not listened to. It's this way or the highway. That's not a consultation, Madam Chairman. That is a demonstration. That is a demonstration of what is coming. Nothing to do with consultation. And it's shameful on this council to pretend that it is. Shameful. The Localism Act states is where this consultation information comes from. The Localism Act of 2011 brought in where people, and such as this proposal, people are able to be consulted with, are listened to, and are taken notice of. My question is, what happened after this consultation? Was anything changed? No, we've not seen any results of consultation. We've not seen any change in the scheme from the consultation. So again, going back, it wasn't a consultation. It was a demonstration to the people of March, and it is just not good enough. Going on to historic England, yeah, they're Indian. They say they support, but they do mention about the consultancy and please, members of the planning team, I shed no comments about your professionalism. You've only done what you've got and what's been fed to you, like you always do from outside consultancy. So don't take it I'm criticizing you, because I'm not. But we employ a firm of consultants to give us advice. In the real world, if I wanted an answer, I would be employing somebody that was going to give me the answer I want. That's the real world, and that's what I feel has happened here. I won't go on it. I was going to go on it and read it out, but there's on the public access and all the comments and letters and objections, and you know, we talk about. I've heard it said, "Oh, well, there's only 200." Well, there may only be 200, but when you put that against the amount of support, not a single letter of support that I've seen up to yesterday when I was going through it. Not one single one. How can we possibly impose this on the town of March? It's just not good enough. It is just not good enough. How on earth did we get to a position where we've got £8.4 million to invest in the March town centre, and we get to a position where nobody's been consulted, nobody agrees with the proposal, nobody I've spoken to, the only two people I've heard to speak positive on it is the two councillors earlier on. We had two councillors speak against it, and we had two councillors speak in favour of it. All four councillors are March town councillors, but there's one real difference between them, Madam Chair. And that is Councillor Scolding and Councillor Clark have got history in this town. Both their fathers was well-respected councillors. And we should listen to them. We should listen to the businesses. We should listen to the residents. They don't want this scheme. I don't think for 1 minute we should be picking that fountain up. I'm not saying we probably shouldn't move it. I'm not very keen on it, but I could be persuaded. But to pick that up and plonk that in front of Mallett's shop is a disgrace. And it's shameful as council to even be suggesting it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much, Chairman. Just to remind committee members that the decision that you're making today is about the fountain. It's not about the wider street works scheme. So the issue of the consultation arrangements for those street works is not relevant to your decision here today on this particular application. You can't use the street works as a reason to refuse the application. This is all about whether or not the proposal is harmful or not to listed structure. That's what you've got to be focused on. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Sutton.
But also, Nick, it is not just about whether it's harmful for that structure. It's about whether it's harmful to the place it's going to go in, and harmful to that business or those businesses. That's what it's about.
Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we obviously as March councillors are concerned about this, obviously. I mean, Broad Street is the centre of the town. March is probably the most vibrant of the 4 market towns in Fenland. I mean, Wisbech, bless it, was ruined by another organisation some years ago. And if you look at March, it's always busy. Yes, it's busier during certain times of the day, and yes, you will queue, because remember that the proposal actually related to the fountain is the creation of a roundabout. And if you look at March Broad Street at the moment, the whole of Broad Street is a roundabout. So you're doing away with a big roundabout and replacing it with a little roundabout. And you can't argue about that, because that is absolute fact. When we talk about consultation, we're not actually talking about consultation relative to the planning application, I think. What we're talking about, and the thing that is upsetting most people, is in fact the failed public consultation about the whole joint schemes. And in actual fact, it does not comply with our own consultation strategy, not the planning bit, our own district council consultation strategy, which I've researched. And it says there, only consult if you are willing to make changes based on responses. Do not consult on decisions already made. Now, folks, I think that actually describes it all. We have not, as a council, complied with our own public consultation strategy. So I'll be quiet there, because, you know, we've got to move on, and we've got other items relative to the same problem that's coming up. So if we have a debate once, we're not going to have it again, are we?
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Staff, can we have a little look at the photos on the slides, please? The photos of the actual fountain. Any more? Any more of the close-ups? Is that it? Oh. Unfortunately, it doesn't show. Well, it sort of does show one, but not clear enough for me to make my point. And this is about sort of being local and about the history. Sorry, this is sort of about being local and the history of not just the fountain, but Marchtown itself. On the rightmost arch, looking at us, there's a photo there. It's a shame we haven't got the blow up of it, but it is on the net. There's a photo there, and if everybody in March that knows March went and looked at that, and you ask them what does that depict? What is that? What has that got to do with March? I'm sure that anybody that knows anything about March would say that's a depiction of the stone cross. It's not clear. It's a shame that we haven't got those other photos, but it's definitely a depiction of the stone cross of March. But this is, Madam Chairman, this is the problem we're having. People come in out of town. What have they got on there? On the photo on the net. This is how crazy this whole scheme is. What have they got on there? This is a depiction of the Tower of Babel. Madam Chairman, the Tower of Babel, what was that? When I was at school, I seem to remember skimming over it in RE. The Tower of Babel was some biblical myth. And this is what these people say that's a depiction of.
I'm finding it hard to see what point you're making because nobody's going to change anything on the fountain. The fountain is being moved in its
It's the
entirety.
principle, Madam Chairman, it's the principle of people coming in from outside the town and knowing nothing about it. And that's, you know, probably difficult for me to explain myself, but they don't know nothing about the town.
It's not a material planning issue.
Oh, yes, it is. Of course it is. So we think it's right then for these people to come in and have no history about the town. A depiction of the Tower of Babel, I ask you, you could not make it up. Anyway, we'll move on. We'll go on to the modelling. And people keep arguing that it's not a part of it.
Chairman,
It is.
It's not,
right
it's
outside of
not
the
material
agenda.
to the determination of this application.
It may not-
Members' debate has to be focused.
It may not be, Nick, but it just shows the background of it. It was all about it, and we are making a decision, I agree, about moving or not moving this fountain to the proposed position. But it has to be expanded into the bigger picture, because everybody keeps saying about this modelling, you know, you're going to get a quart pint in a quart into a pint pot, and it ain't going to make no difference. And I will just say, you know, Councillor Benny wasn't pulled up when he mentioned the modelling and going through
I think
bridge,
to be fair to Councillor Benny,
Going
he
through
asked
bridge.
a proper question
going through
and raised a
yeah,
proper point.
I will do. I'll raise a proper point. Councillor Benny said about going through over the bridge. That's not where the congestion is. It's not going south out of the town. The congestion comes going north into the town. And if you look at the modelling, it's difficult to see and get exact numbers because the two things are modelled together. And you can't really see when it first starts, and then it comes up. Anybody who's seen it, it sort of comes up into a bigger picture. I, sadly enough, counted the cars
Sorry, Councillor
going
Sutton,
north.
I'm going to have to stop you because none of what you're saying is relevant to the application.
It is.
In your opinion, it is, but in planning
All right.
regulations,
Well,
it
we'll
is.
go ahead. But what I'm saying, Madam Chairman, very briefly, is that modelling is flawed because the numbers are not right.
You've made your point. Councillor Marks.
I've sat here and listened and listened and listened. And I think it comes down to one thing. Are we going to ruin the character of Central March as a Fenland town? Do we need to move it? I don't know. If we're going to put a roundabout there, obviously we're going to need to move it. Does that help going forward? Town centres, we hear on another breath that everybody goes internet shopping, so town centres are dying anyway. So why are we going to waste our money moving it? My biggest concern is I do think by moving it just 14, 15 feet, as we saw by the photographs just now, we're being told it's in the middle of the town where nobody can get to, so it's actually protected. By moving it, we'll see takeaway signs, people eating takeaways under it. Does that not detract from what it actually is? It's a monument given 112 years ago. It's come through 112 years, and suddenly we want to move it. I still don't follow the logic unless it is hand in hand with the roundabout. Apart from that, leave alone.
Anyone else want to speak?
Sorry, let's come back on another point. Earlier, we heard that it's actually not in bad condition and can be removed fairly easily. If I misunderstood, and obviously Councillor French can't speak now, but there was comment that the base has a problem to it and needs money finding for repair. So in one breath, we've got people telling us here who are experts that the thing is fine. In another breath, we're being told there are issues with it. Which one is it? Does it need money spending on it? Is it going to take more harm by trying to move it?
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Benny.
Whether it will be harmed by moving it is not what we're looking at today. What we are looking at is this going to move 14 metres? All the rest of this is scenery and it's fluff. we're not here as a committee to look at fluff. We're here to look at policy. Are we going to move this 14 metres or not? That's what we're looking at today. And whether it can be moved or not is a technical issue, not a planning issue.
Anyone else wish to speak? See your hand, sorry, councillor.
I'm going to take Councillor Bendy to task because what his statement just said is not right. It is all about substantial harm or actually state in the papers that where less than substantial harm to the significance of the asset needs weight given to it or taken away from it. So that is strictly not true.
Are there any more members wish to speak? Does any officer have any points of clarification before I ask for a proposer?
Through you, Chairman, not a point of clarification, but just to sort of focus members' minds in that your decision needs to be based around whether or not the displacement of this heritage asset would be detrimental to it, and that's not in the context of physical damage to it whilst deconstructing it and assembling it again. That's, as Councillor Ben said, is a sort of technical issue. It's whether or not in its current location its heritage significance is so great that moving it 14 metres would irrevocably damage that quality of the heritage asset and its setting. So that's what the decision should rest on, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Sorry, could I just ask for clarification on that then? So if we move it and there is more footfall around it and it takes damage, surely that can that be taken into consideration?
So through you, if the property is demonstrably at greater risk of being damaged as a consequence of it being moved, then yes, that would be a legitimate consideration, but we don't have any evidence that that is necessarily going to be the case.
But at the moment, we don't have people walking around it in it as we would do with the footfall where it's moved to or proposed to be moved to. Would you agree?
I'm not sufficiently knowledgeable about the use of it by people in its current position, so I personally couldn't comment on it.
Could we go back to the photograph? Because I believe he's got railings around it at the present time. So at present time, it has railings round it. Just I believe you can get in and out of it, but it's less open than it would be in its new proposed position with no railings around it at all. Would we all agree?
Is that a question to officers? It'd be difficult to sort of balance whether or not in its current location it's more susceptible to damage by vehicles potentially as opposed to damage by people in either location. So I don't think we have any strong evidence either way on that particular issue. Chairman, the Highways Officer would like to say a few words.
Thank you.
My name is Shane from County Council from the Highways Development Management Team. Just in terms of the comment you made, in its current location, while I appreciate it has not happened to date, it is at greater risk from vehicle strike because it is in the middle of an active highway. Its relocation to what would be footway in public realm increases accessibility for pedestrians and members of the public, but it does decrease the risk from motorized vehicles.
So it's been there 112 years, and to the best of your knowledge, it hasn't been damaged by lorries, buses, cars, anything else. However, by moving it where pedestrians with pushchairs and other forms like trolleys, stuff like that, could it actually hit it. But what we're saying is that is not, we shouldn't take that into consideration because it hasn't been hit where it is at the present time.
No, what I'm saying is, while it has not happened historically to the best of my knowledge, and the likelihood is low, but if it is hit by a motorized vehicle, this potential for severe damage is greater than if it is hit by a pedestrian.
Are there any more questions for officers? Okay, so we will take each application separately. So I'd now like to invite members to make a proposal on the application FYR 22-1318 LB. Please do so by raising your hand. Proposer. Councillor Sutton.
Go ahead, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm going to say we go against officer's recommendation, and whilst I acknowledge, as I did earlier, that the work they've done, and I've no criticism of them at all, the criticism comes much higher than their level. I think it's the wrong place to put it, dumped in front of a long established business. As Councillor Mark said, it has the potential to get more damage, in my view, in the new location than it does as it is. If I ain't been hit for 112 years, for God's sake, that ain't, that's not an issue in my view. So that would be my reasons, Madam Chairman.
I do need proper policy reasons. No, they're not policy reasons that you've given.
Through you, Madam Chairman, can I just mention that there will be a risk, if those are the grounds for refusal, of a cost awarded against the council on any appeal, because I don't believe those are substantive enough to give planning reasons for refusal.
Thanks very much for that, Stephen. That's much appreciated. We'll say it's unlikely that the council are going to appeal against his own decision.
Chairman, can I just make a suggestion? I will second it. So can I make a suggestion?
If you're going to second it,
If it can help,
Councillor Sutton.
Right, okay, we believe that the character of that area will be substantially altered, right, by moving it, and therefore we wish it to remain in situ.
So we've got the opposite view. It said the reason here is in order to preserve the special architectural history and character of the structure in accordance with that, and we think it's going to harm that character and structure by moving it and dumping it in front of a shop. There we are, LP 18.
Thank
you. Chairman, right, if one reads the report, the Conservation Officer, for example, and English Heritage both make the point that their suggestion is made on the basis that within the overall context of the other public benefits, which we can't take into account, that there was no problem with moving it. Right, moving this building, because we can't take that into account, then to me that makes it relevant that there would be an effect on the character and layout of the area. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, well,
just so I can get some clarification, Chairman. So we're talking about the listed building consent application, and what you're saying is that in your opinion the moving of the structure would result in it being in a less appropriate position, and that would be detrimental to the character, appearance and setting of that structure. Is that the gist of it?
LP 16 and 18. You have to use your microphone. You're saying LP 16 and LP 18.
LP 16 and 18, as a Fenland local plan, seek to protect and enhance heritage assets. And we feel that wouldn't be protecting and certainly not enhancing.
But we already have a proposal and a seconder, so we will now go to the vote, please. If you support the proposal, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Chairman. In that case, then I propose we go with officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Right, we go to the vote. Those in favour of the proposal? Those against? That application has been approved. Are you ready, Nicola? Yeah. Oh, no, not yet. Sorry, I'm losing the plot here. Yeah.
Madam Chairman, do you think we could have a quick break, please?
I was proposing that we deal with this application and then have a break because there will be a number of people who will want to leave.
Okay,
Is that okay for you?
No.
Yeah. Hey? Yeah, I've lost my page here, that's what I've done. Yeah. Yeah, Nikki, are you ready?
Thank you, Chair.
Item 6, agenda item number 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 6 is a full application demolition of the toilet block in Shelton. Please be advised that the wider redevelopment of the town centre does not form part of this application. May I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated. Since this was published, a further local resident objection has been received in relation to the loss of the existing facility. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located on a prominent corner at the southern end of Broad Street. It is located on a prominent corner at the southern end of Broad Street at the junction with Grays Lane and alongside the riverbank. The site is in March Conservation Area and in the setting of a Grade 2 listed war memorial. The existing site plan, toilet block elevations and floor plans can be seen here. And existing shelter plans on this slide. The application site is shown here in the context of the wider scheme. However, the application is for the demolition of the existing structures only and not for the redevelopment of the wider site. Should the application be successful, it is recommended that a condition is imposed regarding the remediation and landscaping of the site following demolition to protect the visual amenity of the area. Top photos show the existing buildings from Broad Street and the lower photograph, the site from the southern side of the bridge. The March Future High Street project, together with the March Area Transport Study project, seek to regenerate the town centre in response to identified challenges, address existing congestion and air quality issues, and future-proof the road network for the town's planned housing and employment growth. The demolition of the toilet block and shelter and resultant opening up of the area alongside the riverbank forms part of these wider schemes. So it should be noted that only this element of the scheme can be considered as a part of this application. The Local Highways Authority have no objections to the scheme, advising that the demolition will not result in adverse highway safety impacts. And there are also no issues to address regarding flood risk or ecology in trees subject to conditions. It is recognised that the provision of well-designed, located and maintained public toilets are an essential facility, particularly for certain groups within the community, and that existing buildings encapsulate embodied carbon and reuse of existing resources is encouraged. The proposed demolition seeks to restore the historic, more open character of this former quay site, improving accessibility and allowing views beyond Broad Street, the River Nene, between Broad Street, the River Nene, and West End Park beyond. On balance, the benefits to the wider regeneration scheme are considered to outweigh the loss of the existing facility and buildings. And as such, the recommendation is to grant the application as set out on page 55 of the agenda, with a revised condition and delegated authority to finalise conditions as per the update.
Thank you, Nikki. Again, we have a number of speakers on this application. So we will begin with asking Councillor Scolding, who objects to the application, to make his presentation.
Chairman, before we start, can I just ask for clarification from you as chair, please? The executive summary and so on mentions the wider project on a number of occasions and how important this application is to that wider implication. Does that mean that this time we may mention it when we are discussing it?
Just to mention, to the extent to which it's referred to in the report, then clearly that's a matter which you can debate and take into account.
Thank you, Councillor Scolding. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you once again. I'd like to thank you for letting me talk about the toilet block. The toilet block is very necessary for March. Personally, I would like it to stay and be revamped. But if it must go, wouldn't it make more sense to build the new toilet block before knocking the other one down? And because, because if they get porta cabins like I was talking for 18 months, that's going to cost a fortune. Also, I can imagine seeing these toilet blocks going down the portaloos going down the river. And that won't be very nice either. But it's also the disabled and the elderly. Imagine them going into a portaloo. So it'd make more sense to keep them toilets where they are until the new toilets are built, so we can then close the other one down. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for councillor Spalding? No?
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite the district councillors who support the application to make their presentation. You have 5 minutes between you. And firstly, I'd like to invite councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I come at this particular application from a very different point to the other application, and I'll be quite brief on the subject. In my opinion, one of the major jewels in the crown for the town of March, not just the fountain, the war memorial and the stone cross, is our river coursing straight through the centre. We don't make enough of it, we just accept it and are used to it. Proposals to remove the toilet block and bus shelter to open up the area, provide seating to enhance the view of the river are all positives in my opinion. Unlike the others, I'm sorry, I cannot see the beauty in these buildings. I cannot see what other people see. I cannot understand why people believe residents would want to embrace a view of a toilet block and people entering and leaving over a beautiful view of our wonderful river. I just can't understand that. I can't embrace it. I can't agree with it. And it's very much a personal opinion of where I'm coming from, not a committee, not people from Manchester, not a consultee thing. This is just my personal belief of why I believe the toilet block should go. When a car or a bus or somebody who doesn't know much arrives in the centre of March, I want them to see and enjoy our beautiful river. I don't want them to see people going in and out of the toilet block. What I can understand people talking about is the need for toilets in a town centre location. Initial proposals did not have any toilets allowed for, public toilets allowed for in March. Councillor Jan French and I, amongst others, fought long and hard to have new ones included in the budget and to have them located in the town centre. I thought they would be better off in the car park because the people that use them tend to drive to City Road car park. And therefore, these are the people that do long stay car parking. But residents said otherwise. Councillor French said otherwise. We talked about listening to residents. This is one of those examples where we did listen to residents, and I had to back down on my thoughts on that area and accept that a town centre location is the best place for them. So I really support the removal of the toilet block, the removal of the old man shower, to open up that space so we can enjoy this beautiful river that we've got in March. And I think it's absolutely essential that we keep a town centre toilets, and the new location in Grays Lane is appropriate for that. So that's all I've got to say, very much a personal view, but please let us have this view of the river opened up. Thank you, Chair.
Do any members have any questions for councillor Count?
Thank you. So from your personal point of view, where do you see a new toilet block going? Because, right, as the previous speaker said, it's actually knocking a block down, but toilets are important. And maybe rather than even considering any temporary toilets, one should first of all put priority into providing the new toilet before you actually knock down the existing one. So do you have any ideas? So the current location, the location proposed for the new toilet is in Grace Lane. So just further away from the town centre, but still literally in the town centre. That's the new location. I agree with that as the best, having moved away from my original thoughts, primarily based on what the people of March want. They want a town centre location. I agree with Councillor Spalding, it'd be wonderful to have the new permanent ones built in time. That's not possible with the funding envelope, the budget, etc., because there are delivery time schedules. So there will be a period where it's not, the world isn't perfect. I accept that. You know, you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs, but there will be temporary toilets in the meantime, and then the new ones will be built, and the new ones will actually have enhanced changing facilities and disabled facilities. So a downgrades lane is the location. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any more questions for councillor Count? Councillor Marks.
Regarding relocation, obviously we've got a lorry stop, no toilets there. So I could think, well, what's already happening where lorry drivers at night who are overnighting there are using toilets. Would it not make more sensibility to put a facility there?
So, councillor Marks, in answer to your question, that was where I said my preferred location was at the start. However, the people of March, and I really respect their views and have come around to a different way of thinking, have said it's much more important to have those that are maybe frailer, less able to go larger distances, have it right in the town centre. So that's where the proposal is, for it to still to be right in the town centre. We've had a lorry park for as long as I've lived in March, the last 40, 50 years. And that's I'm not aware of any significant issues with having the lorry park and the toilets located further away. We used to have a second set of toilets by West End, which they could use, but no problem arrived after those toilet blocks went. So either they are using places like pubs and cafes, or they're using the town centre toilets, of which the new ones will be pretty much in the same location, just out of that, just stopping themselves from blocking the view of the river.
Are there any more questions for councillor Count?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have a speech on this. I think Councillor Count did enough, but I can possibly answer some of Councillor Cornwall's questions. But I will say the plan is to demolish them and rebuild new ones. We haven't got a design of the new ones yet, but part of, I believe all the roof tiles are going to be reused on the new ones, so they'll go further up. So we have to demolish first, put the temporary ones in, and as Councillor kind of alluded to, we have got, I think it's something like £160,000 for changing places, and that is to supply a disability, adult changing disability facilities, which includes a hoist. So the toilets will be, and at the moment, I think there's only one toilet working. They keep breaking down, we can't get parts. That's it.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, is there any real reason why the new ones cannot be prepared now? Because the rest of the high street project that we're not allowed to talk about, in actual fact, will not depend upon the demolition of the old toilets, will it?
No, you're absolutely right. Officers, obviously the first stage is to get the application approved today for demolishing, and then the officers through the consultants will hopefully very quickly come up with an actual planning application. And bear in mind what you said, they want to use the tiles and possibly, I'm not an architect, possibly use the turret or something.
But I mean, we had, right, the other application that we spent some time on was actually to take it down and in fact put something up itself in that case. So I'm a bit disappointed that this application doesn't include the new toilet block as well.
I think the answer is we need to get this application approved to demolish, then for the architects, if it was refused, they can't do it, then for the architects to prepare a new plan, including possibly the turret and the old tiles.
So will the new plan include the retention or the replacement of the trees and the grass and so on that will have to be
will all come
removed?
within the planning application.
Right, thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor French, I'm not quite sure why an architect.
Councillor Sutton, can you
Oh,
bring
sorry,
the
yeah,
microphone closer to you, and then we might not have a problem.
I do stand corrected, Madam Chairman. I don't understand your comments that an architect has got to wait for a demolition before designing a new toilet. Where do you get that? I'm sure we've got architects in
Councillor Sutton, why would this council waste money on an architect to supply drawings for a new toilet if this application is refused? we wouldn't.
Seems to, I better keep quiet.
Are there any more questions for councillor French? Thank you.
Yeah. Again, there hasn't been the legal requirement of statutory community involvement for the Broad Street project under Article 15 of the Development Management Procedure Order. In conversations with hundreds of people when raising the petition to prevent the demolition of this toilet block, it appears again that the large proportion of the town council, of the town population were totally unaware of this major design of the town. No promised in-person consultations, and people at the face-to-face meetings were shown details and learnt it was too late and plans would go ahead, including demolition of the toilet block. People were shocked to hear that the toilets, the shelter and trees on the riverbank would be cleared to expose a less attractive view of the river. Many reasons were given against demolition, the main being the loss of amenities. Fenland has said, Fenland has statistically significantly fewer people reporting good or very good health compared with England as a whole. Many people with medical conditions say they need the security of knowing that easily accessible toilets are there in the town centre and the shelter is available for both the need to rest and inclement weather. To remove both is to discriminate against people with disabilities who are unable to come into town without the security of knowing that the facility is available near the shops. The toilets are a lifeline for people. The preferred option is for them, is for the toilets to be modernised and restored with a new facade. There must be provision for new toilets before any demolition occurs. This application is for demolition and not for rebuilding. We're told there'd be a time without toilets when people can use them in shops, but that's unacceptable. The Thames Women's Guild are quoted as saying they were concerned at the decline in the number of free-to-access public toilets is a threat to citizens' hygiene, health, mobility, dignity and equality. Available high street toilets are essential in the town centre for an ageing population and increasing percentage of older residents, those with medical concerns and visitors. Families, especially at town events in the area, use these. These are the only public toilets in March. Conveniences belong in the town centre, and the present building is in full view and visible for visitors. The shelter is a sound, protected, well-frequented seating area and meeting place for various age groups. It offers shelter in all weathers. Contrary to rumours of unwelcome users, I've spoken with many townspeople who use it and need the facility to rest while in town and do not want to lose it. Environmental concerns. The toilet building has been a prominent landmark on this site for nearly 100 years, is a familiar, well-liked building, adding character to Broad Street. Demolition of these buildings offers changes of character to the town centre, leaves an empty space. It's disturbing that when conservationists are calling for buildings to be refurbished rather than demolished, there's an application to demolish a sound building in order to build a replacement just a few metres away. If it's not required as toilets, the building should be given an alternative use. Opening an area on the steep riverbank with proposed seating facing old buildings does not open up an attractive view. There are far more attractive views of the river. The proposed replacement toilet building would be near the riverside grounds and the play area of listed Bank House. There are concerns about nighttime vandalism, antisocial behaviour in this more secluded area. The present site is ideal as open to high street view. Mindful of climate change and the beneficial effects of trees on health and well-being, adding beauty and improving air quality in the urban environment, trees must be retained on the bank, adding character to the area and, importantly, supporting the banks. The tree report recommends retaining trees and new planting to benefit wildlife and biodiversity. Demolishing sound buildings to obtain a view, and not an attractive one, sets a disturbing precedence for removing buildings which are not recognised as being important, raises concerns for other March buildings. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mrs Lorna? Councillor Meakins.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned both in the previous application and this one that I don't want to, I hope I'm not going to misquote you. You said something along the lines of hundreds of conversations took place.
I have spoken to masses of people for months.
Okay.
I'm involved in many groups in March, and people contact me as well, and I'm on social media.
Okay, so did you actually do a survey, or was it just people talking to you? And have you actually got any results? Because in the planning application, the March Society hasn't put anything in there about the hundreds of people that these conversations took place with. I mean, I would have thought if I was campaigning for something and hundreds of conversations had taken place with the vast majority of them either for or against it, I produced some statistics to back my argument up, and the March Society doesn't do that in here. And I just wonder where the facts and figures are to back up that statement.
Yes, I'm sorry, I omitted putting that because I was just giving our objections rather than actually mentioning it. We handed in a petition of over 500 names, and because I'm so busy, we were all busy, we didn't go all out to have a campaign. It was because we were requested to have a petition, and that's what we did. In fact, people have approached us since the closing date to say, could they sign up?
Are there any more questions for Mrs Lawler? Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mrs Lawler, I didn't quite hear the number of signatures to the petition. Did you say 500?
I haven't heard the actual figure. There were actually 515, I think. I'm not sure if they were all counted, but they should be over 500.
I did look at it on the website, and there's many pages. So I didn't count them individually, I have to say, but
Right.
I just wanted confirmation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Meakins.
It does say, sorry, later on I've just found it says a 318 signature petition was submitted. Names, signatures and addresses have not been checked.
Yes, but we had an online petition as well. As though the two added together came to over 500.
Okay.
It was on the Fenland website, FDC.
Are there any more questions for Mrs Lawler? No.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks planning permission for demolition of the existing toilet block and shelter. The works do form part of the wider scheme of the funding works through the March Future High Street Fund, which is intended to address the challenges and assist in the regeneration of the centre of March. The demolition of the structures is intended to open up views of the riverbank and create an area of improved public realm within the vicinity. Crucially, permission for demolition is only required by virtue of the buildings being located within the conservation area. If they're out with the conservation area, the council could demolish those without consent. Therefore, whilst not forming part of the consideration of the current application, new toilet facilities as already been discussed, will be provided. There is the commitment from the council already to do this, with £250,000 worth of funding already allocated to provide these facilities, which are approximately 12 metres away from the existing facilities. Therefore, the new toilets will be conveniently located near to the existing centre. The new and improved facilities, as one of the councillors has already mentioned, will be built to modern standards and meet more specialist needs than the current facilities, which cannot be provided within the confines of the existing building. If there is indeed any crossover between the demolition of the current provision and the creation of the new facilities, temporary facilities will be provided. And to clarify, no trees are to be removed through the current application. It doesn't form part of this application. Whilst a number of objections have been received as a result of the public consultation, a number of these concerns in respect to the proposals relate to the wider Broad Street scheme, loss of car parking, highway implications, etc. These works are not part of the current application for demolition of the toilet or shelter. The proposal is policy compliant, is not considered to crucially harm the character and appearance of the conservation area, which is the one reason why the building needs consent for demolition in the first place. There are no objections raised in respect to the application from statutory or internal consultees. Several conditions are requested by consultees in respect of trees and ecology due to the location of the works in close proximity to the river and the existing trees on the riverbank. And we're more than happy to accept those conditions that have been requested by officers. The planning officer has worked really proactively with us through the course of the application, and we're pleased to secure an officer's recommendation for approval of the current application. And we respectfully request that members look to support the scheme in line with the professional officer's advice. Thank you.
Anyone else going to speak, or are you happy just to take questions? So are there any questions? Councillor Cool?
You knew there was only one, didn't you? Yeah, yeah. Right, okay, so the application is for the demolition and presumably the temporary reinstatement by the look of things. In fact, has a scheme been drawn up yet to what the final product will look like?
Again, that scheme in terms of the public realm that would go back would be permitted development works through the highway works with the rest of the pedestrianised scheme. But there is an indicative scheme as part of the application, yes.
Right, so at the moment it's a secret. Okay. Yeah, okay. What sort of safety provisions, sorry about that. What sort of safety provisions are you thinking of? Because the rest of the town, you know, where the river comes through, it's our main feature, of course. As you rightly say, there's post and fence on two sides, on the eastern side. Right opposite, there's protection on the southern bank, and later it's a natural protection, in fact. But this is the old quay, I believe, of the old port, going back to days when the barges operated and so on. Are we going to have a sort of quay type structure down the bottom? Yeah, is there going to be any protection at all from the Saturday night crowd? Otherwise, we know what's going to happen, don't we? Mind you, that won't come up on the crime figures, will it, at the moment? You know, overall, what sort of scheme are we looking for, which is going to sort of improve that? We can talk about this because it's been mentioned a number of times, Chairman, so I'm within, yeah. I've stuck to your ruling, so we're okay.
Okay, in terms of the detail of the public realm scheme that will replace the toilets, that is a combination of hard surfacing, landscaping and seating. And clearly there will need to be some demarcation to the edge of the relatively steep bank. But it's probably worth bearing in mind that little Johnny or big Johnny could wander around the back of the existing toilet block and fall in the river in any event. And I'm not aware that that happens on a regular basis, but it may or it may not do. But any works that we are doing within the public realm, particularly where those involve public highway, are subject to risk assessment. So that will happen. And in terms of, if I may, Chair, in an ideal world, we would have had the planning application
for the new toilet block alongside the application to demolish the existing ones. However, where new toilets should go or whether we should refurbish the existing toilets has been round the houses a number of times in terms of discussion and engagement with March Town Council in particular. So we've exercised that issue from councillor Count's view that they should be in the City Road car park to should they be better provision in the leisure centre to should it be refurbed. Grays Lane we had on the table earlier took it off and it's now back on again. So that planning application, Phil, will be, you can probably advise on how long away we are from that.
Subject to today, obviously, we should have an architect's design in the next 2 months and then a planning application to follow that. Just like to emphasise what's been said previously, the council has £250,000 put aside to develop brand new toilets in a central town location. Those toilets would consist of 2 fully accessible toilets and 1 changing place toilet to modern standards. And they would be the best standard toilet in all of Fenland, I believe.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Just to make this clear, what you're saying is we have to demolish those toilets because to put in proper standard, proper disability toilet, there isn't, you can't reconstruct inside, you need it slightly bigger, I'm assuming.
It would be quite a big space and it would be taller than the existing one as well. In terms of the phasing, the wider Broad Street works and changing the riverbank requires the demolition initially.
Councillor Marks.
Sorry, I've tried looking it up. What age are these toilets?
So they date from the 1920s. So they are 100 years old.
Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Chairman. They're cutting me off. Right, can you confirm that a working pump out facility will remain in the quay, please?
As the councillor may be aware, we've just replaced it at a cost of 12 to 13,000 to the council. We're also refurbishing the building itself, improving the lighting and the water, fresh water supply and what have you. So that pump out station for boat users is being improved at the moment, ready for the summer. Thank you.
Are there any more questions for the panel here? No, thank you very much. So I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you've got a question, could you please raise your hand? Any?
Yeah, thank you. Question for Nick. I'm fairly sure I know the answer to this, but we've got an application for demolition without a rebuilding. I'm fairly sure that we wouldn't want to see it demolished and then the money falls away and we end up with nothing. I'm sure this can be dealt with by way of condition that we approve the application for demolition. Would there be some way of safeguarding the demolition if a plan doesn't come forward with rebuilding in that scheme, so we don't end up in that place where we have it demolished and then end up with nothing?
Through you, Chairman, I think that would be a tricky one to deliver simply because in terms of the street works, that's something that doesn't need consent. And we're not necessarily sort of directly in control of from a planning perspective. And there's a due legal process to be gone through in terms of the application to construct the new block. Thinking aloud, Stephen, I don't think we could have a Grampian condition. We certainly couldn't have an Arsenal condition, could we? No.
No, the best you could possibly do would be a 106 obligation, but the council is a landowner, so.
Well, we can't enter into 106 with ourselves as we're the authority, planning authority as well as the applicant. So I think that given that the council is the applicant, the decision would be made in good faith with regard to the demolition of the existing toilet block, and those works wouldn't commence unless there was a surety about the implementation of the street works and the wider scheme for the replacement toilet block.
Thank you very much. We'll take that vote of a good faith there and hope that comes through.
Councillor Mayor.
No one's mentioned that it is not a statutory duty to provide toilets in towns, have they? So, you know, it could be knocked down and not rebuilt, as far as I understand things, because it is not a statutory duty to provide toilets in towns.
Through you, Chairman, yeah, as it was explained by the agent, consent's required for the demolition of the toilet block as a consequence of it being within the conservation area, and it's part of our wider duty to consider the equality issue in respect of the loss of the toilets. Would that be detrimental to a certain section of the community if there wasn't going to be a replacement? But there is the promise of a replacement, so that issue of equality is resolved.
Yeah, sound is a bit poor, not helped by somebody who's just arrived in the sky above. As usual, we all seem to get it on planning meetings, don't we? So are we actually saying that in giving approval for the demolition, we're linking that to a replacement of the thing? I couldn't hear the question and answer earlier to Councillor Benny. So are we linking the two together, that there has to be a replacement?
Through you, Chairman, no, there is not going to be any condition or legal agreement attached to the planning permission for the demolition, if that is what is resolved by the committee today, that insists on the replacement toilets being provided. Given that we're the authority that's behind both the demolition and the replacement toilets, I would say that that's a fairly good covenant to say that those replacements will be provided.
Yeah, we don't really want an option though, do we? We want a very clear, okay, we give permission for one on the condition that we get another. I think isn't that what we're saying?
Madam Chair, I was just going to add that, as Nick has pointed out, because it's a council scheme, then the conventional way of approaching these things is that the members of the planning committee will entrust that will happen when they're assured that it will happen by the people who are promoting the scheme elsewhere within the council, if that makes sense.
But surely, Chairman, we don't deal with the application any differently, whether it's a private individual company or the council.
No, but perforce we have
not
to deal with it
undertaken our
differently.
statutory function, which is, etc.
Correct, but perforce we cannot require the council to enter a 106 obligation with itself.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In Councillor French's presentation, she said that they didn't want to waste money on architects' fees for new drawings, but in Mrs. Bage's presentation, she indicated, I think I'm right in saying, that there was indicative drawings. So my question to officers, have they been seen? If they have been seen, should we not have had them in front of us? And if they are available, why they're not here? Why they're not put an indicative drawing in front of us so they can say, yeah, we could live with that. It just seems rather incomplete application if we're going back to previous committees. Thank you, Chairman.
Through you, Chairman, the replacement toilets, we have no planning application for that. The application we have before us is for the demolition. So we've heard today from the speakers that there is funding included within the project to provide for the replacements. And given that this is an FDC scheme, you know, we're accepting that in good faith, which doesn't seem to me to be unreasonable. So we will get an application in due course for the new toilets, and I'm sure those will probably come before planning committee if past record is anything to go by. But I don't think that we could criticise the applicant for not including the replacement scheme. As Mr. Machin has indicated, there has been more toing and froing and discussions in order to get the scheme right for the replacement toilets, and that has set back the work programme slightly. I think otherwise we might have got both applications together on any other day, but given the context, it wasn't possible.
Are there any further questions for officers? No? Relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Mayor.
Personally, I would have preferred to have seen an application come forward for demolition and rebuild. But we've got what we've got, and you know, we've listened to everything, and I'm mindful that this is what we've got in front of us, and this is what we've got to make a decision on.
Anyone else wish to comment? Okay, thank you. Any more points of clarification for the officers? I don't assume there will be because we've had quite a debate. No, thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, go with the officer's recommendation to approve.
Do I have a seconder for that proposal? Ian Benny. We will now go to the vote then. If you support the application, please raise your hand. If you are against the application, please raise your hand. 2. That application has been approved. Right. The public that have attended, you're very welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you'd like to. But obviously now is the time for you to make your departure if you're going to, and we will have a 10-minute comfort break for everyone else. Thank you.
Could we make sure that we're back to the table promptly after 10 minutes, because the highways officer has to be away round about 4 o'clock, so we're up against the wire.
Thank you, councillors, for coming back so promptly. Thank you, councillor Davies, for chairing the last two applications. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Graham Smith. He's the Development Officer here at Fenland to present agenda item number 7, FYR 22/0226F. Graham, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a full application for the erection of 63 dwellings on the north side of Gosmore Lane in Elm, in the village of Elm. It's before committee because of the numbers of representations and the parish council comments contrary to the officer recommendation. Slide, please. This shows the site location aerial plan, existing buildings on site which have to be demolished. And you can see the relationship with the rears of properties on Gosmore Lane, and then open countryside to the north and to the south. And on the left-hand slide, you can see Oldfield Avenue to the southwest. Next slide, please. The proposal, this is the proposed layout. It's for 63 dwellings. They are 100% affordable dwellings. The proposed layout with access from Gosmore Lane, which requires the removal of trees at the front and buildings to be demolished. The layout includes an attenuation area on the northern boundary and an underground pumping station alongside. Next slide, please. We brought this slide because this is the indicative layout from the previously permitted 50 dwellings. I like that part of that proposal included land for a school car park, which you can see in the north or west corner of the site. This layout has similar relationships on the boundary with the existing housing. So from the southern side and the western corner to the proposal. It also provides, you can see on the right-hand side, a proposed access and footpath improvements on the southern side of Gosmore Lane. We'll come on to that, but that's very similar to the application in front of us. Next slide, please. That is the access strategy, which you can see includes the footpath on the southern side of Gosmore Lane. That actually requires realignment of the ditch in that area. And I think in the late items that you've got before you, the IDB have suggested that they're okay with the principle of that. And then onto the eastern side, you can see proposed gateway improvements on entry to the village. And whilst I'm on this slide, looking at it in greater scale, it also shows the 2 pairs of semi-detached houses, which are part of the scheme, have been set back further into the site than the earlier iteration of the development, and they've been handed so that the parking spaces separate those dwellings from the existing dwellings next door. So we've had an improvement, as it were, from the amendments of the scheme for those 2 properties. Next slide, please. Site photos, you can see number 31 Gosmore Lane at the top left-hand corner. And that's how it relates to the proposed 2 semi-detached properties that we've just seen. You've got the rears of properties on Gosmore Lane on the centre. Got a view of Gosmore Lane itself going away from the access to the west. And then again, rear, that's the number 31 at the bottom there on the left-hand side with the balcony. And then the right-hand slide is a view across the site to the west. Thank you. Next slide. The bottom slide there is the trees that and the buildings that have got to be removed to provide the access into the site. And the top montage shows a view across the north of the site. And again, you can see some of the buildings to be demolished. Next slide, please.
These are street scenes provided by the applicant, the top being Gosmore Lane with number 31 and number 29 shown in grey, and the lower being the view from the attenuation open space area looking back into the site. Next slide, please. This is a 3D presentation that the applicants submitted as part of this scheme. The one thing to say there is that the two properties that shows at the front on Gosmore Lane at the very top of the site, that's before that was amended. So, but I thought it was a useful slide to get a feel for the actual character of the development itself. Next slide, please. Just a quick one. This is on the materials to show a combination of materials being proposed, and that relates to one of the house types. Next slide, please. Just some of the house types. This is type K with 4 bedrooms. Next one, please. This is a 2-bedroom semi. Next slide, please. And these are bungalows. There are some bungalows in the scheme. And the one on the right, house type 2B, is a wheelchair-friendly unit. And it's a type which the council doesn't have a policy requirement for. Next slide, please. This is a landscaping scheme. Not very much to say about that, to be perfectly honest. The top area, again, is the attenuation area, so it does show some landscaping to be proposed in that area on the northern edge, which would be the edge next to the open countryside. The next slide, please. I've included this. This is a modelling exercise that the flood authority insisted on the applicant producing. This is should there be a pump failure, because the scheme is to be includes a pumping station. Should there be a pumping failure at the time of an extreme period of flood, the LFA required slight tweaks to the attenuation area, which includes a bund on the very top corner, how it would deal with that flood so that the flood wouldn't go downstream and cause a flood elsewhere. So it's to store the water at time of flood, but it is only at the time of extreme occurrences and should the pumps fail. The LFA are now happy with that, that modelling. And the very top there is a section across the attenuation area. Okay, next slide. Key considerations. The principle of development was somewhat established by the previous permission granted by planning committee here for up to 50 dwellings. And that was assessed against the same planning policy, adopted planning policies that we have. And therefore the key issues are really the impact on the character of the area, the layout and the design of housing, the impact on amenity, particularly the immediate neighbours, infrastructure provision, highway safety, flood risk and other issues. I should say that from the point of view of flood risk, we do have appropriate planning conditions attached. The main report considers these in more detail. However, given the similarities between the applications, i.e. the permitted scheme and this scheme, it's perhaps prudent to consider what the differences are and what exists. In highway terms, the local highway authority advises the transport assessment robustly considers highway impact and concludes there are no reasons on which to refuse. If you're looking at the differences between the two schemes, it would be a case of, with the additional 13 dwellings that this site proposes to the 50 previously permitted, would that lead to a severe impact upon the highway network? The previous scheme was not refused for inadequate pedestrian links into the village, and this includes a similar link to the south side of Gosmore Lane. As regards residential amenity, whilst the previous scheme was indicative, the current proposal provides similar or indeed better relationships with the existing neighbours. Therefore, as the scheme results in acceptable separation in that regard, there really isn't a reason to refuse. As regards infrastructure, the council's SPD on developer contributions advises that no infrastructure requirements are required for 100% affordable housing, which is why there were none proposed. The previous market scheme, interestingly, only included off-site open space contribution and waste, which is no longer required. It didn't provide any education or NHS contributions. As regards flood risk, Anglian Water and the LFA confirm they no longer object and consider the proposal acceptable in flood risk terms. However, some concerns in the report do exist as regards overall layout, in terms of it being a cramped layout, in terms of a lack of open space, in terms of the streets being dominated by front of plot parking, somewhat standard housing, which is obviously relatively subjective, but its officers' views that it is, lacking distinctiveness or interest, overall resulting possibly in inappropriate development to be on this edge of village settlement and rural location, resulting therefore in some harm to the character of the area. However, this identified harm should be judged against the benefit of much needed provision of 100% affordable housing and compliance with the other above policies. The issue is therefore to consider the harm against the benefits provided. Given the harm ought only to be that created over and above the position previously permitted, which is relatively limited, it is not considered the degree of harm significantly outweighs the benefit, which are significant. Therefore, on balance, the recommendation is to approve, subject to the signing of a Section 106 agreement regarding the provision of 100% affordable housing and the attached planning conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to move out of protocol now. Members asked for a highway officer to attend this planning committee meeting, but unfortunately he has to leave shortly. So with members' agreement, I'll ask if members have any questions or clarifications for him before he actually departs. So members' questions to highways and only highways. Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I believe when we went on our site visit, we were concerned about where the footpath is on this application, because it's actually on the opposite side of the road to the development, which means when you've got these affordable houses, you've got children, they've got to cross the road to get to school, they've got to across the road to get to the village. And we felt that it was possibly better to have the footpath link on the same side as the development. So can you enlighten us further on that, please?
Yeah, so in engineering feasibility terms and in light of the constraints, i.e. the width of highway available and the number and nature of direct frontages and their individual accesses on the north side, a footway on that side of the road is not feasible. It does not fit within the available space and it would create visibility conflicts to those driveways. So instead of providing or attempting to provide a footway in the north side, which would be substandard, the applicant is proposing a crossing point from the access to a widened and extended footway on the south side of the road. In context of MPPF and highway safety, a footway on the south side of the road, inclusive of a suitable crossing point, is acceptable. It is safe in highway terms.
Any other follow-on question, Councillor Mayor? You're looking puzzled. Yeah, she does. But would you like to carry on? Okay, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is the same concern. Not a lot is going on. There can be a result quite hard. When you say a crossing point, are we talking about a dedicated crossing point or
We're talking about a uncontrolled crossing, so a drop curb. Based on the nature of the road and the volume of usage, we would deem a controlled crossing, so something with signals or a zebra or similar, to actually be more unsafe because of the infrequency at which it would be used. So drivers who drive regularly on the road become used to it not being used as a crossing point, and on the occasion it is used, it takes them by surprise. So a controlled crossing needs to have a certain volume of usage for it to be considered safe. A dedicated, uncontrolled pedestrian crossing. Yeah, a drop curb with flat paving.
Anybody else? No. So all I can say is thank you very, very much for attending to answer those couple of questions. So now we'll move on to speakers. So we have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Mark Hourigan. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. When you're seated, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Corrigan. I'm the applicant's agent. I'm also a chartered town planner. Council, this is a site that has long been identified for residential development. It had the benefit of an outline permission until as recently as the 1st of May 2021. It's also a site that's proposed to be allocated for new homes in your emerging local plan. Although to be fair, that is at a very early stage of its preparation. As your officers note, the principle of residential development here is considered acceptable in planning terms. Some of you may be wondering why a scheme didn't come forward under the provisions of the permissions for housing and the new school car park. Just to give a little bit of information on that. In respect of housing, I'm instructed it's because the site is a little too big for local developers and it's a bit on the small side for national house builders. In terms of the school car park, we did consult with the diocese at the pre-application stage, and the outcome of that consultation was there was no commitment forthcoming for that car park, and obviously it never came forward under the terms of the previous permissions. In contrast to that history, our client's Boswell Developments, in partnership with Longhurst Group, a well-known and respected housing association, are proposing to deliver a 100% affordable housing scheme here. That's the key difference between this scheme and the previous scheme. The previous scheme was an open market scheme. This is a 100% affordable housing scheme. Now, I'm reliably informed by your officers that 100% affordable schemes are quite rare in Fenland because of the viability issues associated with delivering development here. Moreover, the evidence we've presented in the application shows there's an acute need for affordable homes in Fenland, and this scheme will go some significant way to help addressing that need. In that respect, you can be assured that if you support this scheme, it will be delivered promptly. The scheme also contains some specialist housing. In that respect, plots 60 to 63, which are the 4 large homes in the northwest corner of the site, are specially designed homes for people with disabilities. Again, there is an acute need for these homes in this district. Within the scheme, there's a broad range of house types and sizes from 1 to 4 beds, catering for a broad cross-section of needs. And as you heard from Mr. Smith's presentation, the scheme also includes bungalows, and some of those are adaptable for disabled access. Just turning to energy, as we all know, the cost of living crisis and the climate crisis and the need to reduce energy consumption is affecting people all across the land. This scheme will need to adhere to the more stringent building regulations that came into force last year, which compared to the previous regulations require a 30% improvement in terms of energy efficiency. Turning then to some of the issues that have been raised by objectors. Just in terms of drainage, we've worked really hard with the County Council and the middle level commissioners and Anglian Water to devise an appropriate surface water scheme for this site. Consequently, there are no objections from these agencies. I would also add that it's intended that all surface water infrastructure will be adopted, and as a consequence, it's expected that all roads will be adopted on this site also. We've heard obviously from the County Highways officer delivering a new footpath connection to the village, as well as the highway gateway feature on Gosmore Lane to help reduce vehicle speeds. County is satisfied with the proposals from a capacity and safety perspective, and they raise no objections to the scheme. In fact, that highway scheme is very similar to what this authority has approved previously in respect to the outline. Just on design, as far as we're concerned, this is a well-designed scheme. It will fit comfortably within its surroundings. It's right and fair to acknowledge that the outlook for some of the existing residents will change, but that's not a reason to resist the scheme. And notably, the scheme will not result in any amenity issues for neighbouring residents, as the homes have been sited appropriate distance away from existing properties. The scheme does include open space along the northern boundary with the countryside beyond. This will be a usable open space. It will only ever be used to store surface water in the most extreme of events. It's important at that point just to acknowledge that the open space on the site lie in flood zone 1. What that means in lay terms is that it has less than a 0.1 chance of flooding each year. Just in terms of open space, Elm Park is also within about 300 metres of the site, and the footpath improvements that my clients would deliver would facilitate safe access to this children's play area. Just a few points to make about social infrastructure. The resolved position of this authority is obviously not to require contributions for 100% affordable schemes. That's an entirely reasonable position for the authority to take on planning balance. But I would say the consultation responses we've seen simply do not adequately evidence need with regards to social infrastructure with regard to the SIL test. So in summary, this is a much needed affordable housing scheme. It will deliver a high quality development. We've addressed all the technical issues, and therefore I respectfully ask you to resolve to grant full permission in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Houlihan. Members, questions, clarifications, Mr. Houlihan, please. Councillor Meakins.
Yeah, while I acknowledge the need for more housing, this does seem to have an act in. Is one point. I mean, the previous the previous permission, I believe, was for 50. This is for 63. I can't see any provision on here for any sort of play area or anything within the estate. And knowing Elm fairly well, I believe the only playground in Elm is opposite the school, where children, and let's face it, these are, a lot of them are houses that are going to be for new families and things where there will be children. The children would then have to go up that road and then cross the road to get to any play area. And I'd have just thought a play area on the site would have enhanced it somewhat to, yeah, families who wouldn't want the kids to be going up the road, crossing the road. And it's quite a busy road at times. You know, would enhance it to potential purchases.
If I could just come back on some of those points. You mentioned the outline permission was for 50. When we started this project, I spoke to the previous architect who was involved with the scheme and asked, was there a reason why 50 was the figure given in the application? And the answer I was given was there was no technical reason why it was 50. That's just the number they came up with. The second point on that is that this application site is slightly larger than the previous residential application site, because when you consider the proposals previously as a council, you had the housing, I think Mr. Smith put the slide up, you had the housing, and then you had an area in the northwest corner, which was going to be a school car park, which clearly isn't needed. So we're looking to develop that for housing now. Just in terms of the open space, the scheme does include open space along the northern part of the site. And that is, we followed the principles that were established in that outline illustrative scheme. Now that, as I said earlier, that will also be a dual purpose storage facility for surface water in the most extreme of events. But say the site's in flood zone 1, 0.01% risk of flooding. So for almost all of the time, it will be usable open space. I acknowledge there isn't children's play equipment within it, but Elm Park is only 300 metres away. And we've heard from the Highways Authority that the access to the site, and there will be a continuous footway from the site to Elm Park. It's, you know, it's satisfactory in highway terms as far as I'm aware.
Could go 300 yards or meters, whatever, to a playground on potentially a busy road. Myself, and so is that area where it says suds attenuation pond, is that the, so it's going to be grassed over? Yeah.
Councillor Cornwall, we've got Councillor.
Okay, I'll let Councillor Cornwall, then Councillor Purser, then I'd like to come in next. So Councillor Cornwall, the floor is yours, followed by Councillor Purser. Thank you.
Well, I can't too much, Chairman. Thank you.
Very kind.
Yeah, I too was a bit concerned about the play aspect. I mean, I know that yeah, there is the suds, and yeah, it serves two purposes. I'm well aware of that, but I'm also aware that we are most likely going to have quite a lot of young families here, and it seems to me that some kind of small play facility, not a sort of teenage one, but you know, a small one for the smaller children, somewhere around that suds would be far safer and far more accessible to the families that are going to live there in that estate. It's an enclosed area in effect, and if there was something there, I think it would be far more suitable for the younger families especially, rather than going down across the road opposite, up to the main road, across that, and then across that to actually get to the main play area in the village. I'm not decrying that play area. It looks a lovely play area, that, but it seems to me that there perhaps is a demand here for a younger child type play facility down very safely at the bottom of the development.
Yeah, would you like to answer that, please? Thank you.
Well, I think I answered it in the previous answer. If to be fair, I think everything I said was covered there. Your officers have deemed that on balance it's acceptable. The Highways Authority have said it's acceptable in terms of its accessibility and safety. It's no different from all of the other residents who live on the estate opposite. If they want, their children want to go to the park, they go down the road, past the shop, across the road opposite the school. And we have, it's not like there isn't any open space. You know, we've got, let me just get the figure. Yeah, it's like 1,355 square meters of open land for people to use.
Yes, I think you're being a little bit disingenuous here somewhere along the line. I realise perhaps why, because there's a cost involved, but it just seems to me that in a development such as this, the more one can provide for the families in a safer aspect is better than it is and sort of in effect requiring the youngsters to go out into the big world from the end of the estate. Now, we're talking about smaller children here. We're not talking about the older ones, which is where the main facility in Elm comes in, because it is a good play area. I mean, you know, it's there, it's extremely good, I think. But I'm talking about a different aspect of that, that's all. Now, whether the officers feel that way or not, as far as I'm concerned, is irrelevant. You know, this is us speaking.
Just to come back on that, obviously talking about young children, chances are they're going to be accompanied anyway by parents. And so if it's a safety concern that we're talking about, then those young children would not ordinarily be accompanied by a parent or a grandparent or what have you, you know, to the existing equipped play area in Elm, which is only 300 meters away. It's within acceptable walking distance. But you know, I take your point, you know, but in contrast, we are providing open space on site. To provide what you're talking about, we would have to reduce the amount of affordable housing on the site.
I'm sure we'll agree to disagree.
Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we talked about children's safety and the players, that sort of, want to go on slightly from a different angle on that. But looking at it, we're noticing the fact that when they come out of the school and they got across the busy roads and go around the houses basically to get back to the housing estates there, they're saying previously that there was application for 55, have is now 63. With some houses there pushed into that corner there. Is there no space there? Is there no provision there
to put some sort of gate there so the children can actually go through from the school play area straight onto that estate, which would be a lot safer for them rather than crossing streets and roads and things. I think it'd be a lot safer just having a small gate there for them to go through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just pull the plan. Yeah, that part of the site is where we have the specialist housing for disabled occupants. If we had a gate there, I'm not sure how we would plan it, but we'd also need the agreement of the school to facilitate that. And I think on the other side of that fence, I think it's undeveloped land. I think it's part of the playing fields. It would need a path and what have you. And we simply don't have that agreement with the school.
So, do you want to come back, Councillor Purser?
Yes, if I may.
Yeah, please, carry on.
Surely with that in effect, you say need the agreement of the school, that sort of thing. And I'm being very careful how I put this. A little bit of common sense from the school would say yes, for the adequate the safety of the children, which is what they're there for all the time. They'll probably say we will find a way to actually get Renistat to agree to it.
Yeah, just to come back on that, the car park that was proposed previously had that link in, and when we engaged with the diocese and the school, there really wasn't any appetite for providing that car park. And I can only assume therefore they didn't want people coming through that part of the school, but that would just be an assumption. We did engage with the school and the diocese, and we haven't received anything back from them like that. I wanted it. I'm sure they would have told us, yeah, can you put a link in from your development, please, to the school. To say it's circa 300 meters to walk down to the school along the footpath, which is wide, you know.
I have to say I'm quite surprised by that, to be honest with you.
You're surprised that the school didn't come back to us. I can't make them.
That's of your control, but I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, you know, everything that we did on a pre-application basis is reported in our statement of community involvement submitted with the application on a completely transparent basis.
I think I'm just going to come in there. I'm not happy with the answers you gave Councillor Meekins and Councillor Cornwall regarding the play area. Most of that has been taken up by the attenuation pond for a start. That probably will have some sort of water in it. Maybe it won't, but it's certainly got that for that purpose for doing that. The second thing, I do note that at the moment, Elm School hasn't got any vacancies at all. So, what we're going to do further along the field when children have got to be bussed off to school or something like that. Okay, so that's another thing. Trouble further along the line. I attended a parents' meeting the other day because the little girl couldn't get into school where there was 30, and because there was 33 in the class, and luckily we won that one. But I can see problems further down the line if there's no places for school places. So that's another thing. So we'll carry on. Would you like to answer that first? Or do you want to? Okay, so another thing is, I know Councillor French will agree with me on this, or I hope she does, because we seem to get most of the aggravation. I can see in the management plan, you've got wheel cleansing facilities, and I applaud that because that's a big thing. But I would like, and I'm sure she'll agree with these houses, 63 houses, that we want a road sweeper available at all times. That'll will hopefully alleviate most of the problems going on Gosmore Lane through mud and debris, which is absolutely imperative in my mind, and I'm sure Councillor French is. And also, I know we can't enforce this, but I would like a cast iron guarantee sitting here now that we have a pre-commencement, that we put a sweeper in there at all times, because again, when you're taking mud away, everything away, stone in, whatever, in inclement conditions, there will be mud on the road. So I would like a cast iron guarantee from you that will happen. I know we can't enforce it, the pre-commencement condition. I'm well aware of that. I've been planning a long time now, but officers will tell you I'm a pain in the backside for these things. So that is what I would like to, that's what I'd like to undertaking from you.
Okay, if I just deal with the points in reverse order. Firstly, the cast iron guarantee. I've just taken instructions. You can have that cast iron guarantee. Okay.
I shall be on to you.
Yeah.
If not, you can, if I get many more calls, with that, you know, I'm not going to mention the other sites, it's not fair, but I can guarantee you I shall be on to you. So thank you for that.
Okay, the second point was with regard to the public open space, and you mentioned about it having water in. My instructions are that it won't, only in the most extreme flood events, and that would be after the pumps have failed, because we've got a pump system. We've got a backup pump. The pump system features an alarm system, so all of that would have to fail before there would be water in that dual purpose facility. School places, as I mentioned in my presentation, I see it's an issue. Your resolved position as a council is not to request contributions towards education for 100% affordable schemes, which we've got here. I also acknowledge that there is parental choice. Not all people who live here will want to send their children to that school. Some will send them elsewhere. We've simply just followed what the council's resolved position is on developer contributions with regard to education. I've seen the responses on education. They don't go into much detail on what I would consider would be required to justify a contribution under the SIL regs, but that's not the position in this authority. As I understand it, it's your resolved position that you take a balance with regards to affordable housing schemes, which are 100% affordable housing schemes, and you don't require those contributions in those cases, because that is a balance between providing affordable housing, which is always difficult from a viability point of view, and not having those contributions, and that's written into your SPD. So we've simply followed that, but I do acknowledge the point that you make.
Well, I can't say I'm overly happy with it, but that's there are your answers, and I thank you for those. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, you did mention the Mutton Road. I'm fed up to the back teeth with developments. We've got 2 big ones in March, and we're constantly county council calling out to clean drains, etc. So I'm glad that you have agreed to that, and I certainly will be watching it, because that is part of my county council division. So I will be keeping a clear eye on that. With regard to education, county council do have a statutory duty to supply education, but we don't have a statutory duty to enforce section 106s.
Right. Still, Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Hurricane. Yeah. You mentioned in your original presentation that it's unusual for 100% affordable housing to be in Fenland, and you are right, it is. But you are aware that it's not unusual in Elm itself. Well, we've only just had 27 at the bottom of Grove Gardens, and that 27 in the 106 agreement supplied 43,000. I'm not sure of the oddments, but around about 500, 600, 43,600, 42,600, somewhere 40 plus anyway, to go towards either the proposed new village hall, or the more likely scenario is to make some major alterations to the church so that becomes a community facility. Now, if we pro-rata that 42,000 to your scheme, that comes to about 100,000, 40 quid, something like that. Could we expect that through the 106?
Well, the position we have with this application is that there aren't any contributions. That's how it's been put forward. We haven't been asked to provide anything, and it would have to be SIL compliant anyway. And I would just go back to my previous answer about the resolved position in your SPD is that you don't ask for infrastructure contributions on affordable schemes. So that's how this application has come before you. You know,
Chairman, I don't think it was asked for on the 27 scheme, but the developers and the housing association wanted to give something back to the village.
Yeah.
And that was what's come up. So you know, it don't have to be still compliant for you to be able to offer it. You can do that unilaterally.
Finished, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Mayor, thank you.
I would just like to ask you about the bungalows. There's only 4 and 2 of them are disabled. Yeah. And then you go on to these 4 properties, 60, 61, 62 and 63. Those 4, I'm concerned that they're right up in that back corner. If there are 4 disabled people, I think they should be nearer to the entrance to the estate, or even more bungalows, I have to say. I'm delighted you've actually put 4 in because people don't bother these days. But it is what it is. And I just think, is there any possibility that those other properties that are for disabled people can be nearer to the, you know, move it around a bit and have a look? And I applaud the fact that you've got 4 bungalows and 2 of them are for disabled people.
The issue with those types of units is they're very land hungry because they are very large units. And so that's why we find them in the northwest corner of the site. Obviously the land is flat, so from an accessibility point of view, that shouldn't be a problem. But
it just seems as if it's right the furthest point from the main entrance to the estate.
Yeah, no, I acknowledge that.
Okay, Councillor Sutton, you'd like another bite of the cherry?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as some members will be aware, I am on the council's rep on the 100 Wisbech Internal Drainage Board. And I am also, as part of that, on a subcommittee called the Works Committee. Now, the Works Committee have input into all sorts of things from planning applications to works that need doing, as implied by the name, to bylaw breaches and all sorts. Now, I usually don't attend a Works Committee if it's solely about a planning application for obvious reasons, but I am always copied in to any correspondence. And I was going to leave this until the open debate, but I think in all fairness to the speaker, I must read this email that I was copied into just a few days ago. It says a bit on there which is irrelevant, but it says the case officer confirmed that the officer recommendation for this development is to grant subject to prior section 106, but please note that the issues concerning the piping and or filling of the site open water courses has not, underlined, been resolved. As discussed previously, the piping and or filling of long lengths of open water course is contrary to national, local and the board's policy, and the applicant has been advised that my recommendation for a section 23 application based on the current proposals would be refused in capital letters. There are many issues unresolved, involved with this which need to be resolved, and whilst it is not accepted that the development provides much needed, while it is accepted that the development provides social housing, the board are reminded that the Water Level and Flood Risk Management Authority, which may be considered negligent if it is approved the application.
Councillor Sutton, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm not sure the applicant agent can ask that. Perhaps that needs to be echoed to officers,
Well,
or you can bring that into.
I take your point, but I didn't want to get into debate and then somebody say, well.
Yeah, I mean, if the agent applicant, he can answer that, that's absolutely fine, but we need to crack on. And if you can't, obviously you may bring it into officers or bring it into debate. So can you answer or any Councillor Sutton's concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've not seen that email. I've not been party to that email. Councillor is saying he is part of the IDB. I don't know whether that has implications for the determinant of this application with that councillor having an interest in the IDB. I don't know. That's a matter for the committee and legal services to advise you on. But I just feel like I'm being shanghaied here a bit because I've no knowledge of what the council is talking about and what the resolved IDB.
And that is with respect why I had the stop Councillor Sutton, because those questions probably you had no knowledge of and couldn't answer them anyway. And perhaps, as I said, the council won't reiterate, that needs to go on further on the agenda with someone else. But anybody else got any more questions at all?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just did want to just finish my response.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you had finished. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. There is, of course, a condition proposed on the Commission to require drainage consent for the scheme. So we will have to go through the separate permitting process of getting drainage consent.
Yes, fair enough. Councillor Meakins.
Yes, I'm also on the 100 of Wisbech IDB. I'm not on the same subcommittee as Councillor Sutton. Do I need to declare an interest as well?
My own opinion is I don't think you do, because you're not sitting on the committee. You can't help what information you're given or given, provide you open with an open mind. I'm quite happy, but I will take advice on that.
Yeah, unless Councillor Meakins is saying that he's been involved in this application in that role, then I see no conflict.
No conflict. And same with Councillor Sutton, just for clarification. That was my absolute thoughts, but there we go. So members, questions, clarifications to officers? Anybody?
Chairman, in anticipation, I'm going to be asked a question.
I'm sure.
We've touched on it briefly in relation to Councillor Sutton's question to the agent. The planning system can't duplicate matters which are covered by other legislation, and the IDB side of things, the consenting, is a completely separate legal process. Notwithstanding that, we completely get that there is an intermeshing of planning and drainage consent, but for the purposes of decision making, they have to be kept separate. If at the end of the day, planning consent is given by your good selves to this application, that does not give them automatic rights to get drainage consent via the IDB. The IDB is under no obligation to smooth the application through their process. They are two distinct processes. Secondly, in relation to equipped play areas, our adopted plan policy is such that where you've got a site of under 2 hectares, which this is, there's no requirement for on-site equipped play to be provided. And as you've heard from the case officer and also from the speaker there, to all intents and purposes, the SUDS feature is going to be dry, 99% of the time. So I think we all agree that having the embankments down into the bowl means that it's not going to be accessible to all. There will still be an area of open space which will be accessible by most. Looking at the previous consented scheme, that did make a section 106 contribution of, bear with me a moment, £38,500 towards off-site play space improvement. But obviously I'm mindful of the fact that this is an affordable housing scheme, so that maybe have to be sort of factored into your deliberations. But if during the debate you might want to make a request of the agent to come back and see if he'd be willing to match what was previously agreed on the original refusal. So that was sort of £38,500 contribution. That's all I'll finish on. Oh, final thing, Chairman, sorry. On the education side of things, and I'm sure the case officer will alert me if I'm going astray, is that my reading of the education authority's response is that they don't object to the application. They have said it would be nice to have a contribution to provide additional spaces, and they do comment that the school is currently full and doesn't have any spare places, but they didn't outright object to the scheme. Is that right, Graham?
Yes, and I believe they clarified the fact that if the school was full, it is the county council's responsibility to find places where they will be.
Not ideal, is it? Anyway, any members, questions still for officers? Can't see any burning desire, so we close that. So we're looking for, we're in debate, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. So who'd like to kick it off? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
I'll kick it off, Chairman, as the local member, and I can probably bring some history for members to take into account when they make their decision one way or the other. I think members might even remember back a few years the application coming before us. It came as a dual application, one for the 50 houses and one for the car park, which was agreed on the day. If I remember rightly, members was a bit concerned about there being 50 houses there in a small village, but the feeling was that the benefit to the school, and we all know what every school there is in Fenland, what it's like at opening time and closing time. It is chock-a-block through there, and I know the previous agent and the one of the late owners, Mr. Ayres, who I know fairly well, quite well, or did know quite well, withdrew the first application because they couldn't gain support from the parish council or the local population, and they came up with this scheme whereby they was going to put in the car park, and I know the head teachers has now changed. It's not the same head teacher now that it was back then, so I don't know her views, but I know everybody involved was very pleased, and I know the late Mr. Ayres was very pleased to be able to help his village remediate some of the parking problems and what have you. I know that for a fact because he spoke to me about it. I just think that there's just too many dwellings. The squashing, we've lost the reason for passing the 50 in the first place. It's only just a couple of months ago where we've got Doddington as a growth village. We agreed that, I forget how many was on there, 48, 47. We agreed that that was too many in terms of numbers for a growth village. So to be consistent, how can we now say that 63 is okay for a limited growth village? I'm not quite sure how we can do that. I think there's lots of things that is beneficial to the thing, but I think that is outweighed by the disadvantages, i.e. schooling. And if we move on to the highway, and notwithstanding what the highways officer said in his professional opinion, we mustn't lose sight of the risk on that road. There's already been 2 fatalities at the top of that road, only just a few hundred yards up the road. So we need to be very careful what we do here. And the other thing, of course, which is very, very prominent in the case officer's report, that it doesn't fit in with the surrounding area. Only the balance, because it's affordable housing, that sort of outweighs the character issues of the area. Well, all those houses down there have like got good sized gardens and, you know, a variety of things. And I don't know if we had it on the thing, but the street scene there, it doesn't fit in with that area at all. As I said to the speaker, over the last few years, Elm has had 27 affordable housing. Previous to that, on the old Dale site, I think there was 33 maybe, I can't remember exactly. So, members, chairman, Elm Village has contributed, I would guess, more in percentage terms to social housing than almost any other area in Fenland. And that's not a reason not to have some more, but I think this is just not the right scheme. It just takes away everything that we agreed on back in the day, takes away the car parking, takes away the 38 grand for the off-site thing, going on to the issues that members raised about the play area. That is a lovely play area, and I had some involvement in managing to get that for the village. But it's not a big area. You know, you would want something that size on that site, in my view. So I'm going to listen to what members say, but I'm going to struggle to be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton, for the history lesson and some pertinent points. We're still in debate, obviously, after this. Please carry on. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, having, obviously, I know that Councillor Sutton is very passionate about Elm, but I'm just reading the bit on the education. The council confirms that education contribution is, would be required. I'm really disappointed that County Council are not certainly reading what's in there. I mean, if it's full, it's full. 63 dwellings is going to bring at least, I would say, 100 children. Where on earth are they going to go? This is part of my county division, and I will be asking the education department what is going on. I just don't think it's satisfactory.
I think that is an absolutely great question to ask, and I still think, in my infinite wisdom, I don't think they'd have a job to answer it, Councillor French. Debate. Councillor Meekins.
I mean, looking up the road a little way, all these new potential children coming into Elm are eventually going to go to secondary school, and the Thomas Clarkson in Wisbech is chock-a-block as well. You know, that the county have withdrawn the funding from the new secondary school in Wisbech, so you know, it's just a problem that's getting worse and worse in Wisbech, and you know, schemes like this will just exacerbate it, in my view.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else? We're in debate still. Thank you. No one else? Oh, Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm taking consideration as well. Councillor French and Councillor Meekins said about schools and overdevelopments. I think it's a problem we're actually having, not just in that area, not just in Fenland, but absolutely everywhere at the moment. Everywhere seems to be getting sort of oversubscribed and what have you. I'm worrying, I'm somewhat concerned about the overdevelopment of the site in itself. I think it's far too many on the site. But also, as I said before, with the school children there, I'm actually quite concerned with the highways safety and the school children's safety coming in, literally going around the villages to get sort of like 50 yards and all the lights. And I think there's going to be some avoidable fatalities there with school children and mothers taken in the prams and that sort of thing. And I think something could be looked at and should be looked at before that sort of thing even happens. And I think it's something we maybe could take into consideration. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Anybody else at all? Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. We need the housing. undoubtedly we need the housing, but we also need the infrastructure to go with the housing. And this is always our problem when we look at March. I mean, you know, God, what have we about 3,900 houses or something coming along and all the rest of it. You know, we desperately, desperately need not just junior schools, we need secondary schools as well. And, you know, the county has got to wake up, because with the extra money that they get from the developments that we approval, they get council tax. And that council tax is extra council tax for them, and they should be using that money to provide their elements of the infrastructure. Anyway, at the end of the day, yeah, I suppose as far as I'm concerned, the provision of the social housing and the disabled facilities and units and so on actually outweighs that, because we can't do anything about the other. So I suppose on balance, yeah, I'll support this.
Just to remind members still in debate, anybody like to add to that? You carry on.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So you've heard from the highways officer earlier today, and he's got no objection to the scheme from a highway safety perspective. He's explained why the footpath is taking the particular side of the road. It's basically that there isn't enough space on the other side of the road to put a footway in, so that seems entirely logical. And that would have been the case with the previous application that was approved. In terms of the school, we wrote to the school asking for comments. We didn't receive any. You've heard from the agent, and they've been in touch with the school. So there's been no request for direct access between this proposed development and the primary school. We've got to remember that any access that's created over and above existing would have to be managed by that school and go through the usual risk assessments and what have you. And that might well be one of the reasons why they don't wish to have a second access. In terms of distance, we are talking a distance of 400 meters, which I don't think is an unreasonable distance for people to walk to school. Yes, there may have been some incidents, road accidents in the past, but there's nothing that's come from the highways officer to indicate that the route to and from the school is of such a risk to users that it warrants intervention, because if that were the case, they would have identified those interventions. Finally, in terms of infrastructure, I've highlighted to you the council's policy within the local plan. There's no requirement for on-site provision of an equipped play area. I have made a suggestion to you, and it's up to committee members as to whether or not they wish to bring back the agents to ask that question on whether or not a contribution could be made towards further upgrades to the existing play area on the site. But when it comes to the school places, you've got to remember that we have the strategic viability assessment that was undertaken in respect of the emerging local plan. And from that, we've adopted a new approach in respect of section 106 contributions. So putting it very simply, north of the A47, we won't be asking for developer contributions on anything. So we're always going to be in that position whereby development's going to potentially generate the need for additional school places, but we're accepting of the fact that the development will take place without those contributions towards that infrastructure provision. Because if we had it any other way, then all development would be stymied and we wouldn't be fulfilling our requirement to grant planning consents to fulfill our housing requirement. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I will ask the applicant to come back and see if we can get this £38,000, because I think it's very important that we do so, and it'd be rather remiss if I didn't ask, wouldn't it? But before that, I'm going to take Councillor Scolding and then Councillor Purser. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm still a little bit concerned about this little reservoir. Although you said there's not going to be a floodplain, with children up that end and little tots, I'm always concerned about drowning and water in there. So that's my biggest concern at the moment. It's going to be a play park 1 minute and then it could be flooded the next minute.
Certainly hope that isn't the case, but of course, we will never know with global warming, do we? Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very a small thing that's actually occurred to us. It's not a small thing, it's a small thing. I don't know obviously who's actually responsible for such things, but could it not be whichever authority is responsible for such things as far as children's safety of the road is concerned, to actually make sure they employ a lollipop patrol or something like that, really, yeah, 2 lollipop patrols to make sure the children do cross the road safely. It's just a small thing in that situation, but it could make a lot of difference. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's quite a pertinent point, Councillor Purser. Councillor French?
Yeah, I'd just like to come back on Councillor Purser. We would love to do it. Unfortunately, the days of your lollipops, they're trying to get rid of all the ones we've already got. So you're certainly not going to get new ones. We've fought to keep the ones in March and we've still got them.
Although it is a great idea. Councillor Marks, thank you.
To be fair, we have just got one for Maney, but we had to fight for it. So, and we
Good
are
luck.
paying towards it as well as a contribution.
There you are.
That's-
Okay.
Yeah, on a separate issue, we're saying 38,000. That was based on 50 houses. Surely we should be asking for a bit more money because we're now at 63.
Oh,
Through you, Chairman, we have got a fully affordable housing scheme this
That's-
time, and we didn't have that before.
yeah, there is a rather large.
But at the end of the day, more houses, more profit along the way to build them and sell them on, whatever. I know it's affordable, but it's still, I think we could come up with a little more money.
My Vice Chairman, Councillor Davis, would like to ask a question. Oh,
No, I just want to throw
Bring it
this,
to the
throw this
debate.
into a pot. It's all very well asking for a play area and for a contribution towards it, but who's going to maintain it moving forward?
You, Chairman, the money, if obviously the applicant were to agree to make a contribution, then that money would be held by FDC and distributed to whoever manages that existing play area to facilitate improvements to it if they so wish. And if there's no desire to do that, then eventually the money would be returned to the applicant as in the normal way.
okay, so really good question there, Councillor Davis. I'm pleased with you with that one. Councillor Murphy, let's hope yours is just as good.
No, it's not. You won't like this. You won't like this at all.
Try me.
Well, I've sat here years and years now saying that we don't want any more play areas for us to look after. If that play area goes in there, or they get round the person to let a play area in there, it should be done by a management company that runs it. FDC do not run any playgrounds now. They've got enough playgrounds. They cost a fortune to keep up, and we don't ask for any of us ourselves. It's run by a management company.
Through you, Chairman, there wouldn't be an equipped play area on this development site. It would be a sum of money that would be made available, I assume, to the parish council that operates the play area that's at Abington Grove.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Yeah, you can indeed. Before I come in, thank you.
Not so much on that one, but I think we're getting bogged down by getting worried about children running and falling into a pit. I've seen these pits. They're dry as dry can be. They actually do play in them. I've seen kids play in them all over the place. They are dry. It would take a deluge in a class 1 area for it to fill up. It would be an absolute deluge. They can play in there as safe as they want to. Well, we try these days to mollycoddle these children too much. They're grown up, like most of them, they know what they're doing. And the other thing is, when we were saying about it's 300 yards to go to a play area or go to the school, where I live in Chatteris, the kids they walk about a mile to the school from one end of our town to the other end of our town, and with no problems whatsoever. You've got to give these children a bit more common sense than what we think they got. And they really do. I mean, the young ones have the mothers and fathers with them going down there, but the rest of them just walk down there on their own day in, day out.
Just going to throw this into the debate now. I suppose you're all going to think, well, she shut up, but I'm going to say this. Okay, it says on 10.12, regarding landscape and necessary attenuation areas, it says softening planting strips in trees. Some hedges, trees on the boundary are retained, but most plant is within the plots to be managed by the future occupiers. So where's the money going to come from if the occupiers don't do it? Are we going to have a management company? We've got to have one. We've got to have someone look after the attenuation ponds, haven't we? That's got to be kept in good order. So,
through you, Chairman, the what I'll call the public spaces as opposed to the private spaces will be maintained by Longhurst.
So, who are Longhurst then?
Yeah,
They're the developer.
Longhurst are the developer. That's good then. So, okay, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Councillor Marks.
On Charbon, we have a pumping station which has contribution by everybody within the first, so it has a management company there. This has a pumping station as well. So who's going to be looking after the pumping station?
Longhurst.
So can Longhurst look after any play area?
Your policy doesn't require an on-site play area to be provided.
Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to make well, a response, I suppose, to Councillor Murphy's a couple of issues that me and Councillor Murphy don't differ that much on the way we think, but the one way I do differ, and I've raised this before, is that Fenland don't want to take on any more open space, which is fine, but you then come into a two-tier system whereby one group pays their council tax and they get open space, and another group pays their council tax, which is exactly the same, and they don't get any. They don't get it looked after. You've got a two-tier system, and I don't agree with that. And that's one of the few things I don't agree with Councillor Murphy on. But the other thing I'd just like to raise is that he talks about a deluge and it will never happen. Well, let me remind members that on the 14th of August 2014, Councillor Cornwall and I stood near that door and watched the deluge come up above the tyres in the car park, and it came up to about 6 inches. Number 12 Birch Grove and number 11 very nearly, but number 12 Birch Grove, which is just across the road, was flooded. How do I know that? Because I got called out and walked in there with my low shoes on and got wet feet. Also, over the period of December 2020, the Christmas period there, number 12 was flooded again. And how do I know that? Because I went to Sorris 3 times. Then once more, there was a heavy rainfall and I got called out. The man don't live there now, but his name was Mr. Bray. And I went to what was the CCTV office and got some sandbags for them to stop any more going in. So on 3 occasions, to my knowledge, a bungalow only a stone's throw away from this site was flooded. And the problems we've had on Birch Grove with flooding, as Councillor French probably is aware, but terrible issues there with flood water. So, you know, that deluge, Councillor Murphy, does come, believe me.
Chairman, in terms of the surface water, this has a specifically designed system that directs the water in a certain way and into a contained and managed system. And we've got that surface water pond area, and that will be used and is specifically designed in the event of an extreme flood event, as well as the pumps failing. So there's everything that's humanly possible to do to prevent the properties getting wet in an extreme flood event.
I don't know, Nick, with the greatest respect, I don't know whether you've got that quite right. The attenuation pond only comes in the event of a pump failure. Is my understanding of it.
Yes, so the pond area is designed to store water and is of sufficient volume in the event of the pump failure. Yes.
Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm very interested in flooding. I remember these floods of 2014, 2020. But I will tell you, since the 2020 flooding, Cambridge County Council, as the lead local flood authority, have worked certainly very hard on this, and they have recognised a lot of errors in the past. So I am pleased that they're happy with this, because there is an awful lot of work going on behind the scenes with regard to flooding. So, you know, I think the flooding issue will be okay on this one.
Still in debate, and Councillor Cornwall's next.
Yeah, we certainly need things like this, right? We do get these peculiar downpours or deluges now. In fact, we seem to get more and more. Right, one thing to make this area safe, can't we plant thorned plants in it? It would keep the children off, wouldn't it? Sorry, make it safe.
Right. All right. Okay, we're still in debate. Anybody want to add to this debate? I think we've nearly done it to death. We've all had a good opinion of it, various degrees. All finished? Right, I'm going to bring back the agent and ask him the dreaded question.
Oh, God.
And we shan't take no, and we won't certainly take no for an answer.
Think you
Does
know what
that
the
give you a
answer is,
clue? Right, so it's been talked about this £38,000 and it's for play equipment contribution. Can we have that £38,000 or not?
Yes, you can, Mr. Chairman.
Righty ho, we'll relieve you so you can go back to your comfy seat. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
You've come in at various degrees. You haven't got any, David? No, not in said. So, right, so I'm looking for a proposer on this scheme. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I'm reluctantly, Chairman, I'm going to propose we go against officer's recommendation because I think it's too big. It doesn't fit with the LP 3 or 12, whereby small extensions to villages will be approved. There is no way on earth this could be described as small, no more than the Doddington one could be. And furthermore, LP 16, it doesn't fit in with the area according to LP 16, and that's acknowledged at 10.10 in the officer's report. So those two things is what I would suggest. It doesn't comply with our policy on play equipment on site. So there's that as well.
Has been reviews that once that's been long, so we need another proposal. Sorry,
We haven't voted.
we're going to vote against, yeah. Okay.
I'd like to propose we move the officer's recommendations.
We haven't done the vote the other way, have we?
So it's those that want to vote against Councillor Sutton's proposal to refuse planning permission. Hands up.
No. So,
Chairman, you voted twice.
no, I'm putting my hand down now. I'll put my hand down now. Okay, that's what, so we're looking for another proposal now. Councillor French.
Yeah, I propose we go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay,
And that's with the developer contribution.
Yeah.
that's Councillor French. Proposed, seconded by Councillor Mayor, yeah? I think, okay, well, you both put your hands up though, didn't you?
Before we go to the vote, Mr. Chairman, can we have the?
We can't really do any more now, Councillor Sutton.
No, but
We've got a proposal.
Can we have the section 106 worded so that it can be used for other things than?
What we can do, we can give the officers, if this goes through now, we can ask officers to liaise with the developer, the agent, to see what can be done. We can't go back now. We've got to go forward.
Yeah,
I think that's fair enough. Okay, I'm sorry.
They can't apply that amongst other schemes.
Okay, that's fine. So that's no then. That's the answer, no. So anyway, we've got a proposal to go with Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Murphy, to go with this, to recommend approval for this application. Could we have a show of hands, please? Those against? That application has been approved. Thank you. Which these people go. Just for the record, Councillor Davis is just sitting back from this application. Now, I'd just like to hand over to Graham to present application F/YR 220784.
Chairman. It was going to go to.
We were going to go to C.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell us what we're doing now?
What's that?
French, hang on a minute. Well, right. So we're moving because we've had a request by Councillor Sutton to move 16 agenda item 16 up the ladder, and I'm happy to do that. The officers are happy to do that, so we'll do that. Wow. So because somebody's got a bad back and they can't, because it's right down there, and he'd like to get this done first. So I'm quite happy with that.
I think we've all got bad backs now.
Yeah. Well, anyway. I always like to help people if I can. I know what it's like. So now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR 22-12390, agenda item number 16. So David, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application to erect a single dwelling with matters committed in respect of access land west of Lowlands, Colletsbridge Lane at Elm. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits on the western side of Colletsbridge Lane at the edge of Colletsbridge and other village in the local plan. Members may well recall a refusal of permission for a dwelling on the site at the planning committee meeting last April. In addition to that refusal, there's also been a previous refusal on the site dismissed at appeal in 2014, with the inspector concluding that the development did not represent infilling due to the sporadic nature of development and was therefore contrary to LP3. So the application is in outline with access committed. The submitted plan shows how the development could be accommodated within the site and includes an area for vehicular turning and also a tracking plan as well. So this is a new element which was not included within the previous application. Within the officer report, the local highway authority indicated that they would not adopt this turning head, and there would be no wider highway benefits to this. In addition, the council's refuse collection team have also indicated the turning head would not benefit them. So move on to some photos of the site and nearby properties. This shows the current nature of the site and its surroundings. So to move on to summarise, the planning history on this site has been consistent with the council resisting development going back to the late 1980s. Of particular note is the 2014 application, which was dismissed at appeal, and also the refusal from last year. The application suggests the provision of a turning facility within the site, which would be adopted and would, and to quote from the design and access statement, create a planning gain for the area and residents. However, both the Highway Authority and the Council's refuge team have indicated that this would be unnecessary and would not be adopted. As such, it is considered that this cannot carry any significant weight, and there would be no justification to come to a different conclusion to the refusal of permission from April last year, on the basis of the development being contrary to the settlement hierarchy, in that it does not represent infilling on College Bridge Lane as required by LP3, and the detrimental impact on the character and appearance of the area. A point to note as well for members is that the Highway Authority objects to this application. However, given that recent refusal did not contain a highway reason for refusal, given there was no objection at the time from the Highway Authority, it is not now considered reasonable to include this within the recommendation to members. Consequently, the recommendation is therefore to refuse as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. We have two speakers on this application. I'd just like to ask the objector to come forward, please. Thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you. Well, no, it's not.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. When you're ready to start and you're happy to do so. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, councillors. We're here for more than 1/3 of the properties on the adopted highway who wrote to oppose this application. Importantly, despite appearances, this isn't NIMBYism. This is our local community asking the council to uphold the local plan, the MPPF, and the previous application and appeal decisions. I appreciate it's been a long afternoon already, and we're very grateful for the agenda change. We won't repeat the officer's report, which addressed the application robustly. We want to cover 4 key points to show the strength of the planning-based objections from neighbours. So moving on to those points. In April 22, you unanimously rejected the previous application on multiple grounds. The applicant has tried to make this application different by including the turning head, where the LHA has said it does not benefit for the LHA to adopt this turning head. So any supposed benefit falls away and the application becomes identical to the one you rejected in April. Refusal, I think, is therefore inevitable. Last year, your decision notice made it clear that no modification of the application could overcome the fundamental planning-based problems. That informative is on the screen right now, hopefully. With or without the turning head, the application still fails to comply with the local plan and therefore must be refused. We note that supporters' comments do not address the planning problems in the application, but to answer their main topics. It is wrong for a site to gain a planning benefit because owners have let it become an eyesore and apparently used it to start dumping building waste. This would encourage eyesores across the district. Given that this plot was previously a wildlife haven with trees fronted by an ancient hedge, it would be particularly egregious for it to gain a planning benefit, now having weighed laced by multiple owners. We note with interest that half the supporters live outside the hamlet, and not one of the remaining supporters lives on the adopted highway in the vicinity of the plot. The emerging local plan is irrelevant, but in any case, this application lies outside the proposed settlement boundary in that plan, and therefore invite automatic refusal. Perceptions. Like recollections, they differ. Living here is very different from driving through it, as I'll discuss next. A few weeks ago in December, I had to thump a vehicle trailer twice and shout at the driver to prevent it reversing into me as I was stood on my driveway. Even more recently, a resident who lives opposite the site had to take urgent avoiding action to prevent a collision while entering the lane, as a car was travelling too fast around the blind corner. Although the other car then took avoiding action, it only narrowly avoided striking the property opposite. These close shaves are not uncommon. A further property roughly opposite would increase its hazard level substantially. The quote in bullet 2 is from the report, and additionally we note that the refuse team would not gain from this turning head, and the head itself could be detrimental to the immediate residents and represent a loss of privacy, safety and security. Highway's position on bullet 3 is very clear, but the report and the planning officer today noted that it was a variance with the 2015 appeal position. However, much has changed since 2015. The LHA installed these signs to minimise unintended entry to the lane. We now have many small to large vans delivering along the lane. Indeed, as Amazon and Every appear daily twice. And supermarkets are sending larger vans to make home deliveries, a recent innovation especially since the pandemic. We regard Highway's revised opinion as accurate as it reflects our experience of the lane. Indeed, there's no public space on the lane for cars, bikes, or people to escape oncoming traffic. The sign says it all, no passing places. In April, committee members said, amongst other things, you take your life into your own hands, whether you're on foot or bicycle, which is very narrow. It should not be at the expense of making the road more dangerous. And lastly, this is an inappropriate location. It is a dangerous road. So in conclusion, as with all previous applications under the local plan, this application fails to meet many LPs, the M3, the MPPF, but particularly LP3. We're pleased Highways now object in line with residents' lived experience. And development has never been considered acceptable by the council for this plot. Both the committee and the appeal inspector have previously confirmed that development is contrary to the local plan and should be rejected. Finally, you voted unanimously to refuse last time. Nothing has changed since then. We urge you to do the same again today. And we also would like to ask you to add the highway safety as an additional reason for refusal, as per the comments I made just a moment ago. Thank you very much for your time. We look forward to your questions and deliberations.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Bryant. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Bryant, please. Councillor French.
Did I hear you say that the owners of the land have actually started dumping rubbish on it?
There has been one instance of some rubble and broken up paving slabs placed behind the fences that are on the site that you probably saw on your site visit.
Okay, I'm quite sure the officers know the section 215 and that can be dealt with.
Quite right. Right, any more questions for Mr. Bryant? Can't see any. Thank you very much. So we'll move quickly on. Now I'd like to invite James Burton, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation. Admittedly, when you're seated, Mr. Bryant, you also have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of this application. As you know, this is an outline application with all matters reserved, offering the opportunity to deliver high quality housing within the district. The application is before you today due to the amount of local representation received, both supporting and objecting. 9 letters of objection from 8 households have been received. A prominent point in residents' objections is the road, in particular lack of turning, with vehicles using private drives to turn and pass, which we have sought to address through the introduction of a turning head. 8 letters of support have been received, with a number from the immediate vicinity around Colletts Bridge, confirming the lane is safe, there's no issues with access, turning head would improve this, there is street lighting with one outside the plot, and accidents recorded are on the A1101. As noted in the officer's report, there have been a number of refusals on this site, and during the previous debate, members made comment that there was no turning along the road. The applicant has reflected on this issue, and the key difference in this application is the inclusion of the turning head to provide the option for turning 3/4 of the way along Colletts Bridge, as well as providing a safe passing place without using the verges or residents' driveway. The intention is to provide a betterment to residents and improve safety. With regards to highways, we agree with officers that a highway reason for refusal would not be appropriate, and would note that highways have previously offered no objection to development of this site, including their response only last year. And the inspector also considered the access was acceptable. Local residents have also informed us that oil tankers and sewage lorries attempt to turn when using the lane and use the land adjacent to Hazels. However, there is a no turning sign on this access. We're also led to believe that the turning head has been requested in the area. The turning head proposed is of sufficient dimensions to allow a car to pull over and act as a passing place. As well as a turning head for large vehicles, it also widens the road at this point to over 5.5 metres for a distance of 13 metres, which is wide enough for a lorry and a car to pass and is the width of new housing estate roads. As such, we consider this provides a benefit to the wider community and other services, including refuse, oil deliveries, sewage and fire appliances. We're happy to accept a condition which states that the turning head must be of a design sufficient to act as a passing place as well as a turning head. There are two reasons for refusal proposed, which can be summarised as the development is not infill and the enclosure and encroachment onto the open countryside, setting a precedent for future development of this side of Collett's Bridge. I have a slide that I sent in to be shown. Is it possible it could be loaded? Brilliant, thank you. With regard to reason 1, as noted in the officer's report, the site is located between 2 dwellings, which are both 2-storey, and we consider this application to be an infill between this. This is the same situation as the application shown on screen south of Collett's Bridge with the green line. This is an elsewhere location, it's not part of Collett's Bridge, and this was approved by this committee within the last 12 months and requires removal of some large hedging to the front. During the debate for this application, it was noted that the site is infill as it has a house on either side. No footpath and street lighting can be a positive thing. It's a plot that will enable quality housing to support and grow the economy, which should be supported, and noted that the area is rural and that people will use a car for travel as a fact of life in rural locations. In our opinion, these points are also relevant and supportive of this application. With regard to reason 2, the application would not include this side of Collett's Bridge and will maintain separation between properties and views through to the open countryside, which can be secured at reserved matter stage. In addition, we do not consider approval of this application would set a precedent for development along this side of the road, as there are no other sites that could reasonably be considered as infill. We also note that the emerging local plan has allocated a site on this side of the road for 10 dwellings and as can be seen on the slide. We agree the emerging local plan carries limited weight at this stage. However, we consider it demonstrates the direction of travel and would note that at present, Fenland FDC have indicated a parcel of land to the west, the same side of this application, opposite the majority of development of up to 10 houses. It should be noted that the majority of the hedgerow in this area has also been removed. We believe this demonstrates that FDC consider this to be a suitable location for development and that it's acceptable in sustainability and highways terms. We'd also note that a scheme improved in April in the vicinity was located between 2 dwellings and considered as infill, the same as this proposal. As such, we believe our scheme is consistent with recent approvals within the village and is also consistent with a number of recent approvals within Fenland to deliver quality development. Thank you. In addition, we believe the proposal is infill, not open countryside, will provide a planning gain with the introduction of a turning head, complies with policy, will result in a high quality development without causing harm to the form and character of the area or residential amenity. As such, we respectfully request that you please support the proposal with the conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions to Mr. Burton, please, if you have any. Looking round, can't see any. Thank you very much for that. Members, questions to officers? Can't see any of those either, so we're moving very quickly now. So now members, I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and somebody's going to kick it off from Councillor Benny. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I remember this coming to us last year. I can't really see what's changed. I don't think this turning head makes any difference to this whatsoever. I think the site history of refusals on this, I think officers have got this one absolutely right. So, you know, we keep bringing things back and back and back when the committee keeps refusing it. I think this is probably unfair on the applicant in some ways. And I really think officers got this one absolutely spot on today, and I'll be going with officers' recommendation to refuse it.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. Councillor French.
I'll just see it ditto.
Ditto is a good comeback. Anybody else at all? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I tend to agree with the previous two councillors. You know, it's come back to us, and in all fairness to the agent and the applicant, you know, they've thought they've added some value to their application, but you know, it just hasn't added any value because delivery lorries do a loop, the refuse lorry does a loop, so there's absolutely no need for that turning head. And anyway, the county council won't adopt it. So if it's not adopted, it could be gated off at any time. You know, oh no, you're not going to turn here anymore. It's just and he would be perfectly within his right. The one thing I do have a problem with, and that is we now have a highways objection, and I can't quite get my head around why that isn't included in the reason for refusal. We've always been told before that we can't use highways as a refusal if we haven't got highways permission, for want of a better word. I'm starting to get croaky. But here we've got, and I mean, if this goes to appeal, we can quite comfortably use that highways reason for refusal, and we could quite expect highways to come and defend that. So I really think we should put that on as a third reason for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Purser, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it occurred to me, the first thing that occurred to me in actual fact was when they said, oh, this has been brought before this committee before. I personally wasn't on this committee before, so it's completely new to me. So I'm looking at a new objective. Having said that, as we went down this road with the planning bus to have a look and what have you, I have to say, although I understand that the road goes down in a loop with various different things, I certainly would not take my car down there at all. And the road was far too bad for that, and it was far too narrow, and not just for destruction, that sort of thing, but my big concern really was for things like ambulances, fire engines, and that sort of thing going in from one end to the other, and it could put lives at risk in that sort of thing, because the road was just far too narrow and far too dangerous for it. And I basically feel even on that I couldn't support this. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Purser. We're still in debate. Anybody else want to add to it? No? Okay, right, officers. Have you got any more things to add to it? David is nodding profusely.
I'll share, but I'll try and answer Councillor Sutton's point. I think the issue with the proposed sort of highway safety reason for refusal, clearly it's the member's gift to put that on if you choose to do so. The difficulty would be, though, that only a year ago, or just less than a year ago, the council refused planning permission without a highway safety reason for refusal. Consequently, a further application has come forward on the site, and should a refusal now be appealed, then the applicant, as he is now, appellant as he would be, would potentially have grounds to make a cost claim against the council on the grounds of unreasonable behaviour for introducing a new reason for refusal, sort of which, if that reason for refusal had been incorporated on the first application, may have dissuaded them from making a second application.
And just to confirm what David said, I have been on the end of such a judgment from an inspector. We added in a refusal reason for highways, following a long history of refusals where highways wasn't a reason for refusal. And at the appeal, the inspector actually said, yes, there is a highways issue, but you introduced it a bit late and we haven't awarded costs against us.
Oh dear. We don't want that, do we? So does that satisfy your concerns, Councillor?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't, because we're only going on what we're advised by the highways. And if we use that as a third reason for refusal, and that is challenged, then that's highways that should be paying that cost, not us. We're only going with what we're advised. Well, I take on board exactly what the officer is saying, but that's my take of it. You know, he will have to be there and defend his decision. We're only transposing his decision.
At the end of the day, we're the planning authority, Chairman, and the inspector, in dealing with an appeal, will look at the representations made by the objectors, as well as the reasons for refusal, and the inspector can take it upon themselves to observe what highway authority has said, plus the representations from members of the public, and reach their own conclusion on whether or not the application is acceptable in highway terms or not.
Mr. Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, whether we add this in or not, LP3 has been through the appeals process and that is reason. Well, you can't change it. If that is building the open countryside, you can't get round that. That is reason enough in itself.
That's a question to officers, is it?
Yeah. Well, very good. But I mean,
Because we're still there.
yeah. We've got enough reasons to refuse this. Tom is getting on with 5:30 today, and we've still got a lot of agenda to do. I mean, I think we really should be looking for a recommendation to get this.
We shall be.
Get this sorted out.
Everybody needs to have their say, Councillor Benny, don't they? But I'm quite happy with it. I've got a little steer where this is going. So you're finished. You'll sum it up. Right. I'm looking for a proposer then on this application. Councillor Benny, what are you doing? What do you want to do?
Propose we go with officers'
So we've got
recommendation.
Councillor French next door to you.
Refuse the application.
Okay, so we've got to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Shall we have a show of hands on that recommendation? That looks unanimous. That application has been refused. Thank you. So now taking Councillor Benny's thoughts into consideration, I'll quickly hand over to Graham Smith to present application F/YR 22078 for RM agenda item number 8. Well, let's do this one. Come on, compromise, and then we'll crack on. Then we'll have a cup of tea. Go on. Well, I have bought biscuits. Let's crack on then, Graham, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Crack on. Graham's want to do his presentation, then we'll have the break.
Thank you, Chair. This is a reserve matters application on Bridge, land south of Bridge Lane, Wimbledon. Outline planning permission was granted for up to 88 dwellings, and this is the reserve matters. It's for the details of appearance, layout, scale, and landscaping, and that's all that is being determined. Next slide, please. Site location and aerial plans. Note the location of number 40 March Road and a recently developed Matthews Home site to the south. Members will have seen the main report, so I'll draw out just some of the key elements. And before I forget, I should highlight the late items element and a reference to letters which I believe has been, or emails which has been sent to all members of the planning committee relating to this, so you'll be aware of those issues. I think we received the comments too late to include in the updates. This is the layout, the proposed layout. The accommodation includes 25% affordable housing, which is 22 units. Access in the southwest corner of off March Road. Open space to the north near Bridge Lane with play facilities. Attenuation in the southeastern corner with an easement strip abutting the existing ditch. Amendments were achieved with the applicant's agreement on how the houses faced onto March Road. They've been set slightly further back. There was increased planting, there's an improved boundary treatment, and bay windows inserted on those houses so that we do get some active frontage onto March Road. Highlight the relationship of number 40 March Road with the nearby units. The concerns which were originally raised in the report from the occupier of number 40, particularly related to the numbers of windows facing that property. I don't know if you can see the very bottom of the slide. There's like a rectangle just outside the site. That is number 40. And so it's a relationship of that property with the new units, new plots that run along the southern perimeter of the site. The separation distances from the nearest plots and number 40 is addressed in the main report, sections 3.6 and in the assessment paragraphs 10.3 to 10.7. The report concludes these relationships are not untypical in residential developments, and consideration regarding the impact of the nearest windows from the nearest dwellings is addressed. Next slide. Site photos, the photo on the right, that is number 40 with its two side windows, and that ditch and the hedge is the separation between the two sides. The lower slide is also showing the same thing, number 40, but from March Road, and you can see kind of the separation in terms of width to give you some rationale. Next photo. More photos, the entrance to Bridge Lane at the top. Bottom left views across to Bridge Lane, and views towards number 40 showing its position in relation to the Matthew Holmes development, because obviously that property is to some degree has now been engulfed or would be engulfed once this development is approved, with properties all around it. Next slide, please. Landscaping proposals, because it's landscaping that's being determined. But just quoting from this, the landscaping plans, 141 trees are to be planted, along with over 2,000 shrubs and 216 native hedgerow plants. And these include some additional planting, which the developer has provided actually on the southern boundary. Next slide, please. 3D view from the developer. This is the housing that's facing over the open space, looking towards Bridge Lane. Next slide, please. Street scenes, showing some of the mixtures of materials. Next slide, please. Some of the house types. And again, please. More house types, and with some variety of front gables. And the next slide, please. Okay, in summary, the outline permission granted for 88 dwellings, including 22 affordable. This application is just for the layout, scale, appearance and landscaping. Critical concerns include impact upon the immediate neighbours to the south. The report goes into some detail regarding separation distances. The impact when seen from March Road, which is now improved. Drainage and consideration accepted by the LFA and Anglian Water, and land levels. I didn't mention the fact that the developer has amended the scheme at officer's request, because the previous iteration included significant raising of the land by including a small packet pump station, which serves just 12 of the properties. They've been able to remove that raising of the lands, and we were concerned of the impact on the southern boundary. So now there is no perceptible changes to land levels on that boundary. And then the issues of overall design in this instance is considered to be good. The report considers layout, scale, appearance and landscaping to be acceptable. And the recommendation is to approve as per page 98 of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. We have one speaker on this application. Now I'd like to invite Adam Conchi. He's the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes when you feel able to start. Thank you. Sorry, oh, you still want to make a comment?
Yeah,
sorry,
Chairman. I think from transparency, I ought to declare that my nephew now works for Bellway. I didn't realise until I saw it on the screen, because I very rarely take any notice who the applicants are. Didn't realise that it was Bellway Homes, and my nephew now works for them, did work locally for various agents and for himself. So I just thought from transparency, I ought to just let everybody know that. But obviously it won't make any difference to the way I vote.
Just for the record, then you're just happy to continue, take part in the debate and vote when the time comes. Okay, so if you can sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I am a bit concerned, Councillor Sutton, that you have that relationship with the company that promoted this application. I think I would prefer if you didn't take part in the discussion. and vote.
That's not always been the advice I've been given, Stephen. In fact, I've sat in on, I think, almost all Adam's applications previously. But if you're telling me that I shouldn't, then maybe I won't.
Of course, you don't have to take any knowledge of any notice of what the solicitor says, but it's up to you. You can sit there and ignore it.
He's my nephew. You know, I very rarely see him. I very rarely socialise with him, and certainly wouldn't. I voted in favour of his applications before, and I voted against them. So
it's your call, and you need to call it. Okay.
If I may explain, it is a relatively direct relationship, and with no one suggesting that you are biased in any way, but it's the appearance that has to be observed.
Okay.
I'm sorry if someone said something different to you.
That's fine. So can you please make that in the declarations when you're printing those out, please, Elaine? Okay, so sorry about that. So would you finally carry on with your presentation, please? Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the committee this afternoon. Bellway Homes, or a five-star house builder that prides itself on delivering high quality contemporary developments that our customers are proud to live in. We understand that every site is unique and we design our scheme accordingly. The site in Wimbledon is no different. The development has been designed to draw on the traditional Fenland vernacular using a simple palette of high quality materials that includes a variation of facing bricks, roof tiles, weatherboarding and render with detailed fenestration and roofscapes. The scheme seeks to define a distinct character that responds sensitively to its location and connects the lower and high density areas along March Road. The exceptional landscaping plays an integral role in defining the appearance of the scheme, with tree-lined streets marking the main routes connecting to the new trees in the fantastic area of public open space to the north of the site, which includes an equipped play space. The hard and soft landscaping creates a setting for the buildings and features a number of tree species, shrub planting, species-rich grassland throughout. The existing arable field margins are retained to ensure the development delivers a biodiversity net gain. The scheme has been designed to be sustainable and energy efficient, and electric car charging points will be installed to every property. Throughout the determination of the application, we've worked collaboratively with planning officers to make amendments to the scheme to improve its design, as well as respond to comments from local residents. Changes to the scheme include significantly setting back the homes that front onto March Road that enable additional tree and shrub planting to be incorporated. Windows have been inserted to the side elevation of these plots to address the public highway and provide a well-designed scheme that reflects the existing character along March Road. In relation to the layout of the scheme, number 40, March Road, the site contains a number of constraints which the scheme has been designed around, such as a 6 metre wide surface water sewer easement that runs from the northwest corner of the site to the eastern boundary, and a 9 metre wide maintenance access strip run along the eastern boundary. This has enabled us to deliver a generous amount of public open space to the north of the site, which incorporates the sewer easement, provides a green buffer to the existing homes to the northern side of Bridge Lane, expanding the front-to-front relationship between properties, as well as maintaining a semi-rural setting to the existing street. The open space is visible from Bridge Lane and March Road, encouraging existing local residents to use it. In addition to the Suds Basin, which is located to in the lowest part of the site to the southeastern corner, the rest of the site is developed to deliver the 88 new homes. Thought has been given to the location of these homes, which have been offset from the southern boundary by a significant distance, as well as being staggered from number 40 and the newly constructed homes within the Matthew Homes development, all of which are side on to this southern boundary. The proposed layout plus additional tree planting to the southern boundary at the request of officers provides an additional green buffer and protects the residential amenity of the existing occupants to number 40 and the other families residing in the Matthew Homes development. Bellway are well aware of the previous discussions at Planning Committee when the outline was discussed in relation to flood risk and drainage matters. Bellway want to ensure this development does not have or does not suffer from any flooding or drainage issues whatsoever. A detailed drainage strategy report has been prepared to accompany the reserve matters application, and the report demonstrates that infiltration is not possible due to the clay-rich soil. Therefore, an appropriately sized attenuation basin has been provided to the southeast corner of the site. in addition to the provision of underground storage crates to deal with any worst case storm events. The controlled release of the stored surface water is then discharged at greenfield runoff rates into the existing ditch in the southeast corner. The foul and surface water drainage strategy have been reviewed and approved by Cambridgeshire County Council and Anglian Water. And in addition to this, condition 11 to the outline planning permission requires an independent survey of the surface water drainage to be undertaken once it's been constructed to ensure that it's been built in accordance with the approved drainage scheme before it's adopted. Enhancements to the bus stops were agreed as part of the outline application, and conditions 18 and 19 to the outline consent require these details to be submitted and approved separately. Bellway are really excited to provide a beautiful development for families to enjoy and thrive, and I hope you concur with the case officer's recommendation and resolve to approve the application, as Bellway are keen to deliver 88 much needed new sustainable homes in Fenland, 22 of which are affordable.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Conchi. Members, questions, clarifications, and it's Councillor Cornwall first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, while we have you in the hot seat, can I just clear something, please? Is there a dike along the main road?
There's a ditch along the.
There is a ditch, right?
Road, yeah.
Whose responsibility is it?
That falls into public highway land.
That's on a highway, is it? Right, okay. What about the southern boundary? It says a dike along there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's along the southern boundary, there's a drainage ditch, and that is the responsibility of us as the landowner, Bellway Homes.
So each of those properties along whose gardens along there,
yep.
They will be made aware of their riparian responsibilities.
Yeah,
will they?
It would be covered by the management company, and there's a 3-metre easement along that southern boundary to provide access.
Well, whatever the management company does with each householder is up to them, of course, but as long as somebody takes responsibility for it. The one on the western side I know is a drainage board ditch, and I see there is the usual strip and all the rest of it there. So my concern was really the southern dike there. We have some rather difficult experiences with development in that area, haven't we? And right, I want to make sure that.
Right, anybody else before I come in? No, so right, I'm going to kick off then. So, right, the parish council are rightly concerned about the positioning of the bus stop because the driver refuses to stop there. He considers it too dangerous, but he does stop further up the road so he can obviously pick up school children and ordinary travellers to go where they need to go. So I suppose the question I'm going to ask you is, would you liaise with the parish council to not putting the bus stop there and putting it wherever it's convenient for the parish council and yourselves to put it, so passengers can alight a lot more safely? So that's the question I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, that is absolutely fine. Within the section 106 with the outline, there's a financial contribution there of £30,000, and conditions, I think it's 18 and 19, requires us to agree and discharge details of the northbound bus stop as well as the southbound bus stop. So we're happy to put it wherever it is. We just want to agree those details.
Yep, that's absolutely fine, and thank you for that. So the second thing is, and it'd be rather remiss of me not to mention this again, as with the last application for the 63, mud on the road. I'm not going to mention Councillor Davis because she's not in this thing, but Councillor French again, I'm going to mention her. She's my mate on this. Not much else, but she's my mate on this. Anyway, so I'm looking for a wheel wash, and I haven't got it on here, and also a sweeper at all times during construction and reconstruction. So I'm looking for your gold-plated word, not silver-plated, gold-plated word that will happen, because there's some, as you know, absolutely right, there's nasty bends there, and the last thing we want is skidding and vehicles coming off the road. So what's the answer, please?
Yeah, well, we are a considerate contractor, and we do have a construction environmental management plan And we are more than happy to ensure that vehicles are wheel washed and that the roads are maintained in a safe manner.
Wheel wash and the sweeper.
And sweep, but that's absolutely fine, yeah.
Yeah, so, right, that's good then. So, yeah, well, there we go. Thank you. Anybody else? Because questions for? No. Thank you very much. Please note that. Also now members' questions to officers. Councillor French has one.
Yes, yeah, I am a member of 6 drainage board, so and I do know that there was problems with drainage on another development on there. There is no mention of the drainage boards within this application. I'm assuming that they haven't responded as per normal.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, any more questions for officers? No burning desires? No, right, so we're going to open it up for debate now. Who wants to kick this debate off? Councillor French?
I think we'll probably know where we're going. I think I would like with officers' recommendations.
I'll take that if nobody else. Oh, Councillor Purser.
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of the debating side.
We are still, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 concerns about it, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay, yeah, carry on, please. Yeah, please.
My first concern was the fact that I felt it was massively overdeveloped. And we've spoken about this before with the oversubscribed doctors, schools and dentists, which this doesn't really help. But also one of the big things, and I say when I was a lad, in those sort of days, what have you, Wilmington bends were very, very dangerous. It was basically like a racetrack down there. Everybody was basically seeing if they could actually get around there on 2 wheels, etc. And with the entrance where it is, I'm actually quite concerned that with having 66 more dwellings coming out there onto that quite a blind, dangerous little bend there, there could be quite an nasty accident waiting to happen. That's my concern.
There's 88, but 66, who cares?
Mr. Chairman, this is a reserved matter application. We cannot go back to the past.
Let Councillor Purser say his little bit because, that's the way it is. So we're still, thank you for that anyway. Anybody else got any more before I bring in this debate? No? No? Okay, officers, would you like to contribute any more? Anything? So I'm looking for a proposal on it, please. We've got one. Councillor French is going to propose it. Who's going to second it? Councillor Mayor. So we've got a proposal to go with officers' recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Can we have a show of hands on that, please? With my gold-plated promises as well, thank you. Right, so thank you very much for that. So we will have 10 minutes now, thank you. So Councillor French can have a cup of coffee. Thanks very much.
My mum's in QE hospital at the moment and I really need to get off so I can see her before closing time.
Please, yeah, feel free. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Back promptly, I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke. She's the Senior Development Officer here at Fenland to present application FYR 22/1148F, agenda item number 9. So when you're ready, Danielle, please.
Good evening, members. Thank you, Chair. So agenda item 9 seeks approval for the erection of 7 two-storey, 2-bed dwellings with bin and cycle stores on land east of 36 High Street, March. The application is before members today owing to a town council objection contrary to officer recommendation. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site is located in March Town Centre to the rear of number 36 High Street, access between numbers 34 and 36, which also provides access to a private car park associated with the Griffin Hotel. The site abuts March Conservation Area with numbers 30 to 38 on the east side of High Street being Grade 2 listed buildings. The site is surrounded by both residential and commercial development, as can be seen on the aerial photo. The application proposes the erection of 7 residential dwellings with bin and cycle stores, as can be seen here on the site plan. A separate bin store compound is proposed to the west of the site. The site benefits from extant approval for a similar scheme, which has been implemented on site. But the reason for the current application is as a result of design changes from an earlier approved scheme to a scheme preferred by the applicant, using semi-detached pairs with 1 single dwelling, as opposed to the approved linked detached arrangement. The majority of the other design features approved have been retained in the new scheme. The site proposes no car parking, and these arrangements are the same as the earlier approved scheme. These plans briefly show the proposed floor layouts of the intended dwellings in their respective blocks. Again, this plan shows the proposed elevations of the individual blocks within the scheme. Photos of the site are now shown. The top left image is a view from High Street down the existing access road to be utilised by the development. Top right shows the boundary wall to the site which is to remain. The bin store area will be located on the right-hand side just beyond the beech tree that is also to remain. The photos bottom left and right are views to the east and west of the site respectively. And as you can see, groundworks for the extant permission have been begun. So to summarise, the application seeks full plan permission for 7 two-storey dwellings with bin and cycle stores. It benefits from extant permission for a similar scheme and the works have begun. The proposal is considered acceptable as there are no material planning considerations to justify its refusal, subject to the imposition of conditions, and therefore officer recommendation is to grant the application.
Yep, thank you, Danielle. Danielle, we have 1 speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Peter Humphreys. He's the agent to make his presentation committee. Of course, you know the score. You've got 5 minutes, Peter. Thank you.
I don't need 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I'm in fact going with the officer's report and really just here in case anyone's got any questions.
Yep, thanks for that. Any members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Humphrey then, please? Doesn't seem to be any. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? Right. No questions to officers at all? Okay. Right, members, let's debate the application then, please. Who wants to kick this off? Go on, Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, I do know this site well. I know there's nothing we can do about it. There's no parking on the site. I'll just be interested to see what happens when eventually we bring in civil parking.
Very pertinent point. Anybody else want to add to this debate? No. Does anybody else want to add to the debate? Can't see any hands. No. Okay. We've all had time. Did you want to say anything, Councillor Cornwall?
No, I was just thinking, as there's no parking, it would just add more to the Fenland District Council offers, won't it? And they use the public car park.
Okay. Right. Anybody else? Debate's finished. Officers, would you like to come in there at all? No. Looking for a proposal on the application, Councillor French.
I'll move the officer's recommendations.
Okay, so I've got Councillor French once again is and I've seen Councillor Davis. She's proposed to second it, so we go with office recommendation to approve this application. Councillor French is proposing, Councillor Davies is seconding it. Let's have a show of hands on that. Looks unanimous to me that application has been approved.
Quickest application of the day.
Yep. So again, we'll shoot on to 11. Sorry,
10.
Where's 10 then?
10.
Try 10, try 10. Where is 10?
Variation of condition 36 High Street.
Oh, yeah, variations of conditions 36 High Street. Daniel again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 10 seeks approval for a variation of condition for numbers 4, 5, 7, 8, 11 and 12 of planning submission FYR 15-01760, owing to amendments to materials, and it seeks rewording of these conditions to be in accordance with submitted details. The site is the same as the previous item on land east of 36 High Street, March, and as with item 9, the application is before members due to a town council objection. Again, same as the previous item, it is outlined here in red, members. This slide shows the two street scene arrangements. The top street scene is that of the approved scheme under the earlier outline, and the bottom shows the proposed street scheme in respect of the variation of condition. Again, this slide shows the earlier approved site plan with bin and cycle stores for the dwellings and the main bin compound to the west. This was the approved plan. And the following slide shows the proposed site plan in respect to this application, again with bin and cycle stores to the rear of each unit and the separate bin compound to the west. So as before, this site benefits from extant permission, and this application seeks amendments to various conditions in respect of that. When considered individually and cumulatively, the proposed amendments are minor in the context of the overall approved scheme, and as such, it's recommended that members approve the application.
Yep, thanks again, Danielle. Peter, again, the agent would like to speak. Okay, questions to Mr. Humphrey? No. It's like musical chairs, isn't it? Right. Questions to officers? No. Debate the application, please. Yeah, again. Have we got a second to Councillor Davis again? I'll second you again.
I didn't even put my hand.
No, no. I need your mind. You look guilty.
Oh,
So
okay.
anyway, so we've got a proposed, you didn't want to come in with anything, did you? No. Let's move on then. To go with officer recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Davis. On that, could we have a show of hands on that application, please? That application is unanimous and has been approved. So lovely for that. So now we'll move on. We will move on to number 11 application now. Application F/YR 220935/0, agenda item number 11. And Danielle again, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline planning application for the erection of up to 3 dwellings with matters committed in respect of access only at land east of Shalon, Cats Lane, Tid St Giles. May I initially draw members' attention to the update report circulated in respect to this application that includes a letter from the applicant's planning consultants with regard to the matter of the sequential test. The outcome of this update is of no consequence to the officer recommendation. This application is before members today owing to the number of representations contrary to officer recommendation. The application site is outlined in red and shown on the location plan and aerial photos. The site is accessed from Cats Lane that forms the northern boundary of the site. It's within an area of undeveloped paddock lands to the north of the built form of Tid St Giles. The site is divorced from the main settlement and within an area of open countryside with sporadic residential development. The site also partly falls within flood zones 2 and 3. This application is outlined with matters committed in respect of access only. The access is intended as a shared arrangement serving the dwellings from a central access point off Cats Lane, as shown on this indicative site plan. The following slide shows the position of the site in respect to the flood zone boundaries. Flood zone 2 is the light blue colour and 3 is obviously the dark blue. As you can see, the site falls partly within both of these flood zones. These photos are shown. The top left photo of the site is as you look southeast towards St Giles village from the northern boundary of the site. Top right is again looking due south along the western boundary of the site. Bottom left shows Cats Lane looking along the site's northern boundary. And bottom right shows a wider view of the site facing west, taken from the opposite side of Cats Lane. The scheme is an outline proposal for the erection of up to 3 dwellings with matters committed in respect of access. The site is undeveloped historical paddock land, divorced from the main settlement of St Giles in the open countryside. In a recent planning appeal decision, the planning inspector considered that Cats Lane marked a transition point between St Giles village and the open countryside beyond. Thus, development here would erode that existing rural character. The site partly falls within flood zones 2 and 3, and matters of flood risk were not satisfactorily investigated within the submitted sequential test. Therefore, given the encroachment of the proposal into the open countryside and the lack of sufficient evidence with respect to flood risk, the application is recommended for refusal.
Yep. Thank you once again, Danielle. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Peter Humphrey, of course, he's the agent, and Mr. Granger, he's the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you, so obviously split the time as you feel fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few more words this time. If I can start off by the current local plan, I know there's quite a few members here who were part of the initiation and said that you'll have freedom when this new local plan comes out. There are no village boundaries, and I spoke to 1 or 2, and probably a few more councillors as to see how we would get on with it. The idea of the new local plan was to give freedom, a bit more tolerance, a bit more allowance for discretion of members and agents. Unfortunately, officers of, with all respect, probably a bit more stringent than members and agents. So if I can start with that, that then leads this site to being the perfect site as the local plan was written for in 2014. It's a perfect edge of village development site. It's got the main drain, county drain opposite, which in my opinion, when you ride down there, is clearly the not only the county boundary, but the boundary for the village. So there are houses beyond this site, and our sequential test we carried out was for village-wide only. Unfortunately, there is no specific guidance on the sequential test, so the discretion, it's up to the discretion of the planning officer whether it's a district-wide or indeed a village-wide sequential test. The application site is within flood zones 1, 2, and 3 for a very flat site. It's quite ironic, but that's the way the Environment Agency put it. It's noted from Parish Council correspondence, they are looking for up to 7 more houses within the village, and this could offer 2 or 3. I'm pleased to advise you that all highway issues have been agreed with highways. I would also suggest that the site is adjacent to the built form of the village. And when you look at the site plan that the planning officer put up, you'll see it's adjacent to an existing bungalow. There have been footpath walkways that my client owns, linking these plots to the middle of the village, which is within comfortable walking distance to the church, the shop, and more importantly, the public house. Golf course is also within walking distance in the other direction. So they are more accessible to most village amenities than most of the village. I'll conclude by adding that the description for this application is for the erection of up to 3 houses. So we could go for 2. We have shown that we can get 3 on there, and I would therefore request that members consider this application in accordance with the spirit of the 2014 local plan when that was first written.
Would you like to add anything to that, Mr. Granger?
How long have we got left?
Go for it.
I just want to say that the view that you saw when you approached Cat's Lane, that wasn't a view that used to be there. It was just literally overgrown mess, dumping site, and it was a real mess. So the work that what you've seen when you turned up was work that we've done as a family. So that's all I really want to say, because he's pretty much addressed most of it in his time's getting on.
Right, thank you very much, members. Any questions for Mr. Humphries or Mr. Granger, please say who you want to by. Councillor French, then Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Humphries, did you say the parish council supported this?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, they've listed, they want 7 new dwellings for the village.
Yeah, with what I'm reading here, they don't think it's sustainable. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Sutton, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Humphries, you said in your presentation that there wasn't any guidance in terms of this sequential test. I'm going to have to question you on that. You either didn't get it or something went wrong somewhere, because I'm pretty well sure, and when I was portfolio holder, the sequential test guidance went out, and elsewhere locations, which is what officers are saying this is, elsewhere locations would have to go to the whole of Fenland. But if it was a village location within the village form, then it would be village wide. I guess Nick will, I'm pretty well sure that went out.
I understand that, but what we're saying here is we believe that these 3 plots are within the village form. So it is a matter of discretion and interpretation. That's okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Anybody else got any more questions at all for Mr. Granger or Mr. Humphrey? No, thank you very much. Questions to officers, members?
Sorry.
Councillor Davis, you have one.
Yeah, can you just clarify then the situation about the sequential test?
Sorry, through you, Chairman. So the view of officers is that this is not a site within the built form of the village, because therefore it doesn't comply with the settlement hierarchy. Tid St Giles is a small village where infill sort of within the existing built form would be acceptable rather than an extension. Consequently, the sequential test as set out in the adopted guidance of Fenland District Council, I think Councillor Sutton was alluding to, would require the sequential test to be district wide rather than village based.
Thank you for that, Councillor Davis. Any more questions to officers before opening up for debate? No, right, open up for debate. Who wants to kick this off then, please? Don't all put your hands up at once.
Wow.
Councillor Sutton, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I think the issue is we've had many times before is to whether we feel this is an elsewhere location. The officers don't, or you know, whether we do or whether we don't. We've several places around, we've disagreed with officers on that very fact, particularly on the end of a village where it's built up. My own view of this particular one is that perhaps officers have got this one right. I don't think it could be regarded as being within what we would call the village boundary. But I'm I'm open to being convinced that that isn't so.
Councillor Sutton, Councillor Davis. Thank
Yeah, I just think that we need to take into account the fact that whilst the parish council is saying, look, we need 7 houses in this village, they've actually said not here because they don't think it's sustainable, and I think we should take that into account.
It's fine. Anybody else want to continue with this debate? No, can't see anybody else at all. Okay, officers, please. Nothing. So we've debated it. Officers said they don't want to add anything to it. So we're looking for a proposal on this now.
Okay.
Councillor Davis.
Go with officer recommendation.
Okay. Have we got a second for that? Sutton. That's Sutton. So we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Sutton. Can we have a show of hands on that one, please? Those against? Those against? No one. Can we have a re-show again?
I'm abstaining.
No, we need a show again, don't we? Because it won't. Right. So let's just do it again, just for clarification. Proposed by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Sutton. All those in favour of going with officer recommendation, put your hands up clearly. Those against? Those who abstain? 2. So the application has been refused. Thank you. That's cleared that one up. Okay. Again, so Daniel's having a very, very busy afternoon. So hopefully your agenda should have enough puff in her for agenda item number 12. It's a TPO. Please, Daniel, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So agenda item 12 is to advise members of the current situation in respect of confirmation of a tree preservation order proposed at Shalon, Cats Lane, St Giles. This application is before members today owing to an objection received in respect to the proposed TPO. May I draw members' attention to the recent update in which a full copy of the received objection was circulated to members. The trees in respect to the proposed TPO are circled in red on the shown plan. The tree shown to the centre of the plan is known as T1, a Norway maple, and the tree to the top of the plan is T2, which is an oak. This is an aerial photo of the location of the trees for context. As you can see, they are positioned on the eastern boundary of the dwelling of Shalon. The left-hand photograph shows the Norway maple on the boundary of Shalon in the foreground of the photo. To make this more clear, I have outlined the tree in question in red. And Molly, if you could just click on for me. Apologies for the, no, that's perfect. Apologies for the dodgy drawing, but I was just trying to highlight the tree in question. The right-hand photograph shows the young oak tree located to the front of the site. So in conclusion, confirmation of a TPO is normally dealt with under delegated powers. However, owing to the objection received on this matter, it has been referred to members. So the 2 trees of the Norway maple and oak are considered to be in good health and will contribute to the overall amenity of the area, as is the opinion of Fenland's arboricultural officer. And therefore it's recommended that the TPO be confirmed by members today.
Yep, thank you very much, Daniel there. We have no speakers on this item, so I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you want to ask a question, you know what to do. So questions to officers. Councillor Marks, then Councillor Scolding.
Sorry, so we've got 2 trees, different breeds, Norway, whatever, so it's not native to the UK, and then an oak. Are we able to split the TPO so they have, we would go with 1 and not 2?
It's quite unusual, I'll be honest, but I would have thought that if members wanted to effectively make different decisions on the different trees, then potentially they could do that, yes.
Because I can understand protecting an oak, but a Norway, whatever, I don't actually see why we're protecting that. It's not a native species.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Councillor Scolding.
Chairman, if
Sorry.
if I can come back on that, the TPO legislation doesn't make any distinction between native and non-native species. It's all about what the condition and life expectancy is of a tree and whether or not that tree is beneficial to public amenity. So the issue of breed is neither here nor there.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. Did you want to come back, Councillor Marks, before I bring in Councillor Scolding? No, okay, Councillor Scolding, your turn, floor's yours.
Just asking about the one what's closest to the house. Is there any problem with the roots and the foundations of the house?
Through you, Chairman, the request for the tree preservation order has come from the owners of the property, firstly. Secondly, when assessing the potential for a tree preservation order, the arboricultural officer will look at issues such as potential future implications on the roots, on foundations, etc. Clearly, the arboricultural officer's recommendation is that the tree is protected.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
yep, thank you. Any more questions, clarifications to officers? Before we open this up for debate? No burning desire, so we're open up for debate. Who wants to kick this off? If no one wants to, I will, I suppose. Okay, so obviously the officer thinks these trees are worthy of a TPO. I think it'd be absolutely, in my view, silly if we didn't take his advice. So I'm happy to propose that we go with officer's recommendation to put this TPO on these trees. Right, okay, that's good then. So, sorry. Well, Councillor Scolding's, you're a little bit too late, Councillor Murphy, on this occasion. Shucks. So there we go. So we've got a proposal from myself, seconded by Councillor Scolding, to go with officer recommendation to put a TPO on these trees. Can we have a show of hands on that, please? Those against? Those abstaining? That application has been approved. Thank you. So now we'll quickly go to application number 13. Rowan's going to present this linked application, FYR 220768F and FYR 220769 LB, agenda item number 13. So David, when you're ready, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So these are a planning application and an application for list of building consents for the change of use from retail and offices to 2 commercial units and 33 flats and the associated alterations, etc. At 1 to 3 Bridge Street in Wisbech. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It's located in Wisbech Town Centre at the junction of Bridge Street and Post Office Lane, opposite the Clarkson Memorial, with Alexandra Road running to the rear of the premises. The building is the Grade 2 listed former post office and telephone exchange, and the site is within Wisbech Conservation Area. The bottom right-hand image is an extract from the Environment Agency flood maps, showing the site as being largely just outside flood zone 3, but with a very small section just within this. So the application proposes to convert the building from a mix of retail and offices to create 2 commercial units at ground floor level and then 33 one-bedroom flats. No car parking is proposed as part of the application, and there is currently no parking provision at the premises. The main sort of external physical change is sort of indicated on the block plan, which is the removal of the glazed area, which is shown in black. So the sort of the black hatched area in the middle of the right hand drawing. And then we've got on the screen now the proposed site plan, and as you can see that sort of black area has been removed. So existing and proposed elevations are shown for comparison. The bottom images in particular show the glazed canopy to be removed. And then further elevations are shown for comparison, showing the main external views of the building, and these will largely remain unaltered. Existing floor layouts are shown for members' benefit. That glazed canopy again is shown on the right hand image with the sort of hatched area. And then just moving on to the existing layouts of the upper floors. So to move on to the proposed plans, so the middle image shows the ground floor with the 2 commercial units sited at the front facing onto Bridge Street. To the rear of the building, so at the bottom of that middle image is the location of the bin store. The lower left image shows the basement to the building, which is proposed to accommodate cycle storage. And then moving on to the first floor drawing, and the residential layout is now shown. And also you've got some interior photos sort of around that. And then moving on to show the upper floors in this layout alongside a 3-dimensional view of the development as well. These plans show the sort of demolition or removal within the building in red, and all floors are shown. As you can see, there is some internal work to remove some features within the building, albeit that's relatively limited, particularly on the upper floors. And then moving on to show the photos of the building. So the upper left image shows the front of the building to Bridge Street. Effectively, there are two halves to this, as you can see, which would each be a commercial unit at ground floor level, with the flats then above. The upper right image shows the view down Post Office Lane at the side of the building. And then the lower image shows the view of the corner of Alexandra Road and Post Office Lane. So to move on and summarise the applications, it is acknowledged that some of the proposed units fall short of the national space standards. However, this is considered to be outweighed by the benefits of bringing this listed building, which formed a prominent site within the town centre and the conservation area, into a long-term use. It is not considered that the overall amount of development would be unacceptable in its own right. There are no outstanding objections from any technical consultees. The works to the listed building are not considered to compromise the historic or architectural fabric of the building, and it is considered that the proposal accords with the relevant local and national policies. The office recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission and listed building consent as set out within the agenda. Chair.
Yep, thank you, David. We have one speaker on these applications. I would now like to invite Richard Garnett. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. As there are 2 applications, you do have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Chairman, councillors, thank you for giving me the chance to speak on behalf of my client in support of his planning application. I would also like to thank your planning and conservation team officers for working proactively with us to achieve a scheme which is recommended for approval, and where we have been able to address in full all technical planning matters that have been raised by consultees. As you have heard from your planning officer, it's a prominent site location in the heart of the town centre and Wisbech conservation area. The former post office is Grade 2 listed, and the former telephone exchange have been vacant for some years, some parts since 2009. And this proposal represents an opportunity to bring them back into beneficial use. As members of the committee will know, there's an increasing number of vacant buildings in central Wisbech, reflecting low property values and the economic impacts since the COVID-19 pandemic. My client specialises in the refurbishment and conversion of historic buildings, and this project represents a substantial investment in the town. It will contribute to the vitality and viability of the town centre through the retained commercial element and increasing the number of people living in the town centre and relying on the local services. The key planning issues are clearly set out in the officer report, namely the principle of development, impact on heritage assets, residential amenity, parking, highways and flood risk. This is a brownfield site in one of Fenland's main towns where your local plan seeks to focus housing development and to achieve the efficient use of land. As your officers conclude, the change of use is thus acceptable as a matter of principle. There would be no harm to the listed building or conservation area, as evidenced by the comprehensive comments by your conservation specialist, who notes the public benefits of the scheme. We've addressed a number of detailed points raised by the Wisbech Society about the historic fabric of the building. Your planning officers conclude that the levels of residential amenity will be acceptable for future residents. We note some consultative comments about the preference for 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, but the economic reality is that such a scheme would not be financially viable when resultant values are compared to the cost of conversion. Importantly, the council does not have any minimum space standards in either its existing or emerging local plan, and indeed in paragraph 13.37 of your recently published draft local plan, it states there is strong evidence to indicate that the viability of development would be compromised if such standards were imposed on development. The scheme will provide good quality accommodation delivered through a high quality £3 million conversion scheme. And my client has asked me to stress that the development will be well managed through a resident on-site manager to allay any fears in this regard. This will assist the maintenance of the building as well as helping residents with any issues. Turning to parking provision, the officers conclude that given the very sustainable town centre location, this is not required and there are no objections on flood risk grounds. In summary, Chairman, this is a scheme which is fully policy compliant and recommended for approval by your officers. It will bring a vacant and neglected building back into use, helping the much needed regeneration of Wisbech town centre. I ask the committee to approve the scheme. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garnett. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to Mr. Garnett. If you know what to do, if you'd like to, Councillor French.
Thank you. Mr. Garnett, the proposal is to turn this into 2 commercial units, use class E. Have you any idea what that might be?
Well, it's very flexible now since the use classes have changed. So, but no, we've got no one in line to take those units on.
Any more questions at all from Mr. Garnett before we let him go? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
2 officers, please. Anything to say at all?
No, thank you.
No. No. So right. So we're going to members to debate the application now. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Mayor. Okay.
Speaker.
I thought I understood that some of the units are going to be below minimal size. Do you know how many? I mean, I could look at the plans until I'm blue in the face and I won't understand them. So I just wondered, you know, if for argument's sake, 20 of them are below minimal size, then out of 30 odd flats, that's a high proportion. If it's only 1 or 2, then carry on. Sorry.
Through you, Chairman. Yeah, it's set out at page 159 of the agenda, paragraph 3.4. So the space standard would be 37 square metres. So 10 units out of the 33 would be under 37, but obviously the remaining 23 would be over 37.
Councillor French.
Thank you. I, like Councillor May, think it's a bit tight, but this is agreed to a listed building. It's been empty for many years, and I think it's good that somebody's actually wanted to come along and invest in Wisbech. So I will be supporting it.
Okay. Any more quick, oh, councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, yeah. I totally agree.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was, sorry.
No, questions to officers? Oh, we might be in debate then. Oh, okay. I thought it was questions to officers, but we can go in debate now. Anybody want to start this off? And councillor Murphy, please.
Carrying on from what Councillor French said, I totally agree with him, and I personally would like to congratulate the applicant for keeping the building as it is. It's a wonderful building, and when you look at the back of it, and they're going to keep it as it is. And also, they've got a very large bin store there, which may normally put in a very, very small tight space, but it's a very large bin store for the big building it is. And also the Sobel store to get the Sobels off the road. I'd just like to say congratulations again. I think it's a terrific application, Smith. And
Yep.
I will agree with and I will approve.
Yeah, thank you. Those comments, councillor Murphy. Still in debate. Anybody else? Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yes, I agree, actually. At the end of the day, it's been an empty property for too long. It brings it back into use. Hopefully it serves a purpose. At least it's not an HMC anyway, that's something. But they're all individuals, even though some are slightly smaller, but at the end of the day, yeah, I think the applicant's done a damn good job, to be quite honest, to get this sorted out. I congratulate them.
Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with what members are saying. You know, it's nice to see that somebody's coming along to, you know, make good that building, rather than wait for them to fall down and then, you know, it's an uphill battle. I just would like to make comment about the parking. I'm surprised that hasn't risen its head. But I used to go in that building when I was a member of a group called Fenland Links several years ago. And I would guess those two buildings would have quite considerably more than 33 people working in them. So in terms of parking, it's probably less than it would be if it was a commercial building with an office. So that would just be my comments, and I fully support it.
Thank you, councillor Sutton. Anybody else at all in the debate? No, we've finished the debate. Officers, would you like to comment to anything? You haven't got anything. So I'm looking for a proposal on the first application. I'm going to take councillor Murphy to propose it, then councillor Scolding to second it. That's councillor Murphy. Scolding. Thank you. So we're going to take a proposal on each application. So on the first application, FYR 220768F, we've got a proposal by councillor Murphy, seconded by councillor Scott, to go with officers' recommendation to approve this application. So could we have a hand show on who agrees with that? It's unanimous, thank you. So we'll quickly go to who's going to make a proposal on application FYR 220769LB? Yeah, okay. We'll do the same again. Councillor Murphy and Councillor Scolding to go with officer recommendation to approve this as well. Again, that's looks to me that's so the application has been approved as well. So thank you very much for that. So without further ado, we'll hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 220705F, agenda item number 14. So David, when you're ready, thank you. Oh, Councillor Scolding, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Please, can you note that, Elaine, please? Councillor Scolding's leaving the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full planning application to erect 6 dwellings with garages and associated access and surface water attenuation pond, land south of 85 to 89 Upwell Road in March. Initially just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits on a greenfield site to the rear of properties fronting Upwell Road and is accessed via a track sort of between the existing properties. Members may recall the planning history on the site. So the council refused outline permission for up to 4 dwellings in 2017. The subsequent appeal was dismissed. Then a further outline application for up to 6 was granted by the committee in 2021. The current an area outside that 2021 application site, and as such is submitted as a full application rather than an application for reserved matters. So the site layout is shown on the larger right-hand image. So the access road is from Upwell Road, with then 3 houses shown either side of the access road, kind of where it's entered the body of the site. There's a shared turning area to the side of plot 6 and to the rear of 89. So that's sort of the uppermost proposed dwelling on the plan there. The attenuation pond proposed to the south of the site, which is sort of the blue swirled area, shall we call it, and that accounts for the difference to the previously approved red line boundary. So just to run through the house type drawings. So this is plot 1, which is immediately to the rear of 87 Upwell Road. This has a ridge height of approximately 9.1 metres. The ridge height of the garage to the side is approximately 6.8 metres. Plot 3 is one of the rearmost plots adjacent to the open countryside beyond, while plot 5 is set in the middle of the site. Again, the ridge height of this house type is also 9.1 metres. And then plot 6, which sits to the rear of 89 Upwell Road, and again is 9.1 metres to the ridge. The ridge height of the detached garage is approximately 5.5 metres. So to move on to photos of the site. So the upper photo shows the access between the bungalows of 87 and 89 Upwell Road. The lower images show how the site opens out at the end of the access road and effectively sort of wraps around the rear of the properties fronting onto Upwell Road. And then just to show some sort of wider street view images of the Upwell Road frontage. As you can see, the bungalows sort of either side and sort of running along Upwell Road in that position. As you can see, they're also relatively low bungalows in their sort of character. So number 89, which is to the left of the access in the upper image, is approximately 4.9 metres in height. So to reiterate for comparison, the ridge heights of the proposed dwellings are 9.1 metres, so almost twice the height, give or take. So in summary, whilst there remain concerns as to whether the principle of development accords with policy, there is an extant outline planning permission in place. However, the scale, mass and design of the dwellings does not respect the landscape character of the adjacent countryside or the built form of Upwell Road along the frontage, to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area. The level of activity which will be generated adjacent to existing properties, combined with that visual dominance of the dwellings, is considered to have a detrimental impact upon the amenity of the residents of the neighbouring dwellings. And in addition, the lead local flood authority have objected to the application on the grounds of insufficient information having been submitted to allow assessment of the impacts of the development. As such, the details of this scheme are considered to result in a form of development which will be contrary to the relevant policies of the local plan in terms of character, visual impact, residential amenity and flood risk. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission as set out within the agenda. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite David Harrison and Malcolm Gray, they're both objectors, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Yeah, well, you've got 5 minutes then, haven't you? Thank you.
Anyway, I live at 89 Upwell Road, so this concerns me more than most people, really. And I don't know whether you know Upwell Road, but from the Cadbury roundabout to go there, the majority of these properties down Upwell Road are bungalows. On the south side, there are 20, and on the north side, there are 16. And then there is Upwell Park, which is also at the back of some other bungalows. They are all bungalows. So how they can think that they can have houses behind bungalows, I don't know. And all I can say is it's going to affect my wife and myself for the rest of my life if these properties are allowed to be built. Because if we look out of our back windows, all we're going to, or in our garden, all we're going to see is basically nearly a 25-foot brick wall, which can oversee the neighbours' gardens as well as mine, and also the property opposite, which was plot 1. They'll be able to look into my garden, so I'll have no privacy at all. And this is why I'm against it. Surely, with all the surrounding bungalows, it would be a better option to have bungalows, and I'd keep my privacy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Right, members, questions for Mr. Harrison, if you have any? Councillor Marks.
89 up the road. Yeah, and another thing I could say, when I put plans in for my property, because it's an H-shaped bungalow, the middle of the trusses roof was supposed to have been higher, so it matched the valleys the same angle. The council told me I'd got to have that the same as the outside of the roof. Okay. So mine had to be low, which now if they're putting in for houses contradictory to what I had to do.
Okay. That's point taken. Councillor Marks, did you want to come back to that? Okay, Councillor Sutton, did you want to come in there, or were you? No, okay. Members, any more questions for Mr. Harrison before we let him go? No, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Sorry, no, I've never done it before.
Okay, now I'd like to invite Peter Humphrey. Of course, he's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. As you're an old timer on this, you know you've got 5 minutes, Mr. Humphrey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this site has an existing outline planning permission granted July 21 for 6 dwellings. We put a reserved matter application in. However, it was changed during the course of the application because of the attenuation pond was outside the boundary, although it was included in the outline planning permission. So we discussed this with the planning officer and felt that the best way was to amend the application from a reserved matters to a full application, just so you understand where we're coming from. So the site has valid outline. It's in flood zone 1, town centre location, March Town Council recommend approval, highways no objection, environmental services no objection, FDC environmental health no objection, wildlife officer no objection, Natural England no objection. We have had a late letter from the LLFA on the 19th of January, which we've sent to our consultants. I think they've come back, and probably there's a letter to David today with some response from the concerns on the LLFA queries. That can be agreed by condition. So we have been discussing, my colleague Chris Wolfe has been discussing this with the planning officer, and we were led to believe it was going in the right direction, only for the last minute check, I presume, with the office manager, David, who then all of a sudden said, no, we're not going to support it. So we feel a bit aggrieved that we had been negotiating only to get this, and it was then told, we were then told, and it's going to committee with a recommendation to refuse. So we haven't had any chance to discuss or try and negotiate. So really there is an extant outline on it. We have put in for 6 houses and we would request that that is supported, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Mr. Humphries. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Humphries? No, can't see any burning desire. Thank you very much. Questions, clarifications to officers? No, can't see any there also. Right, debate the application, members. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. I know this site exceptionally well. Upwell Road in December, 23rd of December 2020 was, the whole of March was flooded, 3/4 of March was flooded. I know this site very well. Upwell Road, further down the road, there are 9 properties. There is a riparian dike that they filled in. They have got garages, they've got sheds. We've had the enforcement people out from County Council, as this is my County Council division. Unfortunately, the people who have actually put these sheds on and covered up the dike are going to be requested to remove them and dig it out. Upwell Road was badly affected, and if you read the report from the LFFA, I have to take that serious. I have been working on the flood group since December 2020. March is the only place in the whole of the county that's now actually had everything that which dikes are where, etc., etc. So I cannot support this application because it would possibly cause a problem. And the biggest problem we're finding is the owners of the dikes. They are the ones that are involved. So I'm sorry, I cannot support this application.
Indeed, you have been working extremely hard on the flood issues. Councillor French, and you need to be commended for that. So anybody else? We're still in debate after that. Anybody else? No. Off.
Councillor Person.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Purcell. Sorry, I really forgot
Thank
you
you,
there.
Chairman. No, I've basically been sort of thinking very, very deeply about this. I have to say I completely go along with what Councillor French said, and I can't support this application either. I think it's totally right. The officers refused it, and it is a bad floodplain place, and so I think they've actually got it completely right.
Okay. Anybody else before Councillor Sutton? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I take on board on what Councillor French says about the ditch, and quite rightly, that needs to be addressed one way or another. But to suggest that this is going to make that particular matter worse when there is a proposal to have a flood scheme and whatever, perhaps I'm not sure whether that will stack up. But I do take on board Mr. Harrison's point about having 2-storey dwellings at the back there when predominantly it is single story. So had that have been single story and had that have been recommended for refusal, I probably would have had a different opinion. But I think just the several factors going against it, the 2-storey, I think I'm minded to go with officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Irrespective of the flooding issues, which I sympathise with anybody that's got that issue, especially when there's a riparian drain involved, because in Whittlesea I had a similar situation. 11.3 on the papers does mention about the size of the dwellings. Yes, they've got outline planning permission, but I've also got an issue on my ward in Whittlesea where houses have been built and are overlooking into bungalow gardens, and the people can't actually be in their property because they can see in their windows. If this had come in for 6 bungalows, I may have looked at it slightly different. And I appreciate that bungalows take a bigger footprint probably than a house. So if there's only 4 bungalows, so what? In my opinion, they should be bungalows backing onto those bungalows and not houses. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yes, Chairman, I too agree that a single story properties down there, subject to suitable drainage conditions, of course, be far more acceptable than this particular plan. Presumably the current idea of the pond draining into a dike, does that drain into the same dike that is bugged up? Oh, charming. So therefore the water won't get away anyway. Oh, that puts a slightly different emphasis on it then, to be perfectly honest with you, which is why the LLFA have made that comment, presumably in the paperwork then, because they need proof. They say that blah, blah, blah. But of course, if the dike isn't a dike or not a complete dike, then how on earth is the water going to get away? I mean, it's just not going to work, is it? So, that makes me rethink things slightly. But I think even if we got around all that, then I think in all fairness, single story dwellings in that particular location to match the other single story dwellings further down and so on is a better idea.
Thank you very much. Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Just to clarify for Councillor Cornwall, FDC have a cemetery there. And last year we had to get some FDC to clean part of their dike out because that was flooding as well. And all that water goes into the same dike that doesn't drain away properly. And you know, when cemeteries get flooded, graves are left.
And we don't want to see that happen, Councillor French, at all. So, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I totally agree with what Mr. Harron said about this. I actually live in a bungalow. I've got a house behind me. They had a very, very large extension on the house behind me, and we have to shut our curtains early on in the night because people look straight out into me. I know what it feels like, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody else at all. I tell you that. Until you've actually lived like it, you don't know what it's like.
Right, with that, will Councillor Sutton.
Just very briefly, Chairman, you will note that there was some surface water flooding on the site when we visited last week, and quite a lot. So there clearly is a project. It could be compaction issue. There clearly is a drainage issue on that.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, Councillor Sutton. So you're absolutely right. So we're still in debate. No, I'm afraid you can't. No, that's not, unfortunately, that's not protocol. So anybody else while we're in debate? No, officers? No, so I'm looking for a proposer on this, please. Councillor Mayor. Okay, have we got a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Sorry,
Did you hear me?
Councillor French, because she's involved in flooding. Lovely. So I'm gonna take Councillor Red. So we've got a recommendation to go with officers' recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Mayor, seconded by Councillor French. Can we have a show of hands on that proposition, please? That's unanimous. That application has been refused. So, sorry, Councillor Benny.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to excuse myself from the meeting. I have some bits behind for personal reasons. So
Absolutely. Thank you very much for attending. It's been a long meeting and thank you. So just Councillor Benny going at application. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Benny. Thank you. Right. We'll let Councillor Benny get out the door, then we'll nip on for 16. Sorry, 15, sorry, 15. It's been half a long old day, you know. So anyway, with that, David, would you please
yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Application 15. Thank you.
Agenda item 15 is a full planning application to erect a dwelling and a detached store building, including the formation of a new vehicular access to 66 Wimbledon Road and the widening of the existing vehicular access land south of 66 Wimbledon Road in March. So the site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits within a row of dwellings fronting Wimbledon Road to the north of Lambshill Drove on the edge of March. Existing and proposed site plans are shown. So the proposed site plan to the right shows the existing garage to 66 Wimbledon Road being removed and then replaced with the dwelling. A detached store building is shown in the rear garden of this new dwelling as well. A new access point would be created for number 66, so on the sort of the grey area on the proposed site plan to the front, and then the existing site access would be widened to serve the new dwelling. So the upper images here show the elevations of the proposed dwelling, while the lower left images show the store building, and then the lower right image shows a street scene with the proposed dwelling between 66 on the left and 68 on the right. I think this illustrates sort of how crammed in the new dwelling would appear visually. Floor plans of the new dwelling are shown. As you can see, this includes a degree of living accommodation at first floor level. And then we've got photos of the site are on screen. So the upper left image shows the frontage of number 66 and the approximate point where the new access would be created. The upper right image shows a front-on view of the garage to be demolished, and therefore the site of the dwelling and the context of the existing dwellings either side. The lower right image shows a view of the rear of 66 with the application site to the left. And then the lower left image shows the application site and the side elevation of number 66. And as you can see, there are a number of windows in this elevation, some of which would only be approximately 1.5 meters from the side elevation of the new dwelling. So to summarize, whilst the principle of a new dwelling in this location would be broadly acceptable, the width of the application site and the proximity of the neighbouring dwellings is considered to result in a cramped form of development, which would adversely impact upon the character and appearance of the area. The proposed dwelling would be within approximately 1.5 meters of the side windows of number 66, and this is considered to be an unacceptable relationship in terms of loss of light and outlook from these windows and the consequent impact on residential amenity. In addition, the proposed dwelling would project beyond the rear of number 68 by approximately 6.5 meters. The lack of separation and the overall height of this projection is considered to result in a visually overbearing and dominant development to the detriment of the amenity of the residents of that property. Consequently, the officer recommendation is to refuse the application as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Ian Gower, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Gower. Thank you.
Thank you this afternoon for letting us speak. Hopefully the slide, yeah. So on this first slide, the top picture is an image of the proposed street scene. The bottom picture is taken directly opposite the entrance to the proposed site. This artist's impression matches the street scene provided within the application. The image at the bottom, taken opposite, we feel is the first reason, is opposed to the first reason given that proposing is at odds to the street scene. We feel this is not the case, as can be seen on this slide. The second slide shows the same dwellings opposite and their relationship in the aerial view. The bungalow on the left with the 3 cars parked at an angle has what appears to be a very large single-storey extension to the rear, very close to the boundary. It extends some distance past the wall of the bungalow, and although this has a flat roof, the wall height would be the same as their proposal using the chalet bungalow style we have. We also note that there's 2 chalet bungalows in this picture and very large side dormer windows with windows overlooking. We've carefully designed their proposed chalet so that these are not required. On the third slide, it indicates houses opposite, slightly further along the road, approximately 50 metres along Wimbledon Road. This shows how extremely close and large some properties are along this stretch of road. While we appreciate there are no windows affected, this does show how the street scene along this part of the road. on the final slide, the site plan on the left is shown at roof level. The right-hand side is shown at ground floor, which we feel shows a better separation between the two proposed dwellings. The officer's report refers to 1.7 metres separation. However, the dimensions shown on the right-hand side show that this is actually much more when you don't take into account the roof overhangs. We've purposely designed the dwelling to be a chalet bungalow style to avoid any large expanse of brickwork next to both neighbours. The left-hand side being owned by the applicant. The bungalow to the south has no windows in the elevation facing their proposed site, and no loss of light will be to the garden due to the orientation of north-south. Although the proposed dwelling extends beyond the existing bungalow on the right, it's on the northern side, and therefore the sun will not shade this property. The existing applicant's chalet bungalow on the left-hand side does have windows in this elevation. However, we have stepped the building to allow more light into certainly the rear window, and this bungalow has a very large rear window and front windows to the room that are affected. As the applicant currently lives in this bungalow, he could, if needed or wanted to, block those windows up without any permission. However, we feel that the separation and the chalet design of the roof will not affect these windows. In conclusion, the site is low risk of flooding, has sufficient parking and turning so cars can exit in forward gear. It has a very large garden, store at the back. There are no objections to the application. We feel the proposed design does satisfy the policies noted for refusal. Therefore, we hope the committee look favourably on this application. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Gowler. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Gowler, please? No. Oh, yes, Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Gowler, you helpfully show some images of the surrounding area. And while I guess, almost everybody would agree that they're not ideal, I would suggest to you that two wrongs don't make a right, and because they weren't, it doesn't mean. Would you agree or not?
We can't hear,
Can you, Councillor Sutton, can you bring your microphone a bit closer to you?
Getting late in the day, my voice is going. I'll ask the question again then. Given you give us some images of the surrounding area, both left and right, and whilst we would agree, I think you would agree that those are not ideal, I don't think that's a reason to support your application, because two wrongs don't make a right. Would you agree?
Thank you for the question. That may be so. The kind of the example given is to basically show that the first reason for refusal is that the proposal doesn't fit in with the street scene. But so it's kind of, well, it does, even though that might not be ideal, it does fit in with the current. Literally, the opposite side of the road is a kind of mirror image. So it's kind of to show that actually, for that particular policy and reason, we feel it does.
Yeah. Anybody? Oh, Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Gowler. Would you accept that where you do tend to get older properties, that they were traditionally built much closer together, but surely that doesn't mean that we have to replicate that under modern conditions, does it? I ask because I live in a house that's 33 centimetres from my neighbour, a position which was made worse by a planning decision only last year, but that's another story. But surely we don't have to replicate these problems, do we?
I think that's a leading question.
Unfair question.
A bit unfair, really, that
Well,
one.
it doesn't. Obviously, as an agent, and we watch the applications go through, not just the committee, but what gets approved online. Drive along the street that
you know, where a particular site is and look at the characteristics along that area when we're giving the advice to the client. And, you know, the example of that first slide is that it does match the opposite side of the road. So the kind of, whether that's two wrongs don't make a right, that's not my decision, but, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, go into that first reason of it doesn't fit the street scene. Well, it unfortunately does. Whether that's right or wrong, that was probably a decision for the 70s, unfortunately. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Anyway, any more questions for Mr. Gowler before we let him go? No, thank you very much for that anyway, for answering those questions to committee. Officers, questions to officers. No. Okay, thank you very much. Looking for somebody to debate the application. Now, who's going to kick this off? Councillor Sutton first, and then obviously Councillor Cornwall second.
I'll try to project my voice into the machine.
Excellent.
For the Vice Chairman's.
It is on.
My ears must be getting.
Right, carry on, Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I alluded to my problem with it in my question, I guess. Two wrongs never didn't make a right, and I guess we could go around the whole district and look back on decisions and think, well, how the hell did that happen? You know, and I just don't think this fits in that well with that side of the road where, you know, it has a nice spacious plot. It has its own garage. You're doing away with a garage and having two lots of parking. I just don't think it fits in very well at all, on top of being on a bit of a postage stamp as a plot to start with. So I'm going to go with the officer's recommendation.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yeah, well, I too am of the opinion that it's crammed in. It's not going to look right. It really isn't. It really is trying to get a quart into a pint pot, as far as I'm concerned. And anyway, just remember that this very thin plot is going to back up onto 1,200 houses, is it? Yeah. Where we have a public consultation starting tomorrow, and I'm going to, and I'm sure others are. You know, this doesn't fit in. I'm sorry. It's I suppose overdevelopment, is that the right word? And I'll stick to that based on personal experience.
Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you'll be quite shocked at what I've got to say now, but
I very much doubt it.
I totally agree with everything Councillor Sutton said. Thank you.
We are then. In debate, Councillor French.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Councillor Sutton, Cornwall, and ditto Councillor Murphy. You know, this is, you know, we're in the 21st century. People still need, you know, just imagine if we COVID again, people need some space, they need some fresh air, they need to, and this would just, you know, hamper it. I'm sorry, I do like to support, you know, our local agents, but this one I cannot.
Okay. Still in debate, guys. No. Okay, let's finish the debate now. Officers, would you like to come in? No, they wouldn't. So I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor French, and what would you like to propose?
Move the officer's recommendations.
So we've got. Okay, so we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation. Oh, you're about 3 minutes. You're about 3 minutes too late, Councillor Purser. Anyway, never mind. We'll go with officer's recommendation to recommend to refuse this application. We've got a Councillor French is proposing it. Councillor Davis is seconding it. All those in favour on that proposal, please? That's unanimous. That application has been refused. Before we go, everybody's all right just to carry on till the end, are we?
Oh, yeah.
Because we're on 17 now and not too much longer, hopefully. So anyway, 17. I'll now hand over to Nick Harding. He's the head of planning here to Fenland, here to present application FYR 220746 agenda item number 17. So when you're ready, Nick, thank you.
It's the far more handsome and intelligent David Rowan. It's representing the application.
Well, you've got it here as Nick Harding.
Yeah.
For you to delegate.
Thank you, Chairman. After that build up, I hope I don't let you down now. So this is a outline application to erect up to 2 dwellings, all matters reserved, land east of Allenby Farm, Broad Drove West to St Giles. So members may recall that this application was originally reported to committee in August. To refresh memories on the scheme, I will just run through the slides previously shown. So the red line boundary showing the location plan and aerial photo, located on the north side of Broad Drove West, a single track road and comprising an area of vacant grassland enclosed with planting. The site falls within flood zone 3. It's an outline application for up to 2 dwellings with all matters reserved. It's essentially the same application as refused in December 2021 due to the unsustainable location of the site, the detrimental impact on the character and appearance of the area, and failure to pass the sequential test in relation to flooding. So the existing site plan can be seen on this slide. There are 2 concrete slabs installed for the purposes of siting 2 holiday cabins previously permitted under a 2007 permission, which was obviously part of the or considered under the previous development plan. The modest cabins which were proposed have not been constructed but could still be implemented. But members should note that they're restricted to holiday accommodation only, cannot be used as a permanent dwelling. So an indicative site layout and street scene was submitted as part of this application and are shown on this slide. And views across the site can be seen on these photos. The current condition of one of the concrete slabs can then be seen in detail on this photo. So to update members on what's happened since August, the application was submitted as market dwellings with no information submitted regarding the dwellings either being self-build units or required in connection with an agricultural business. These claims were, however, put forward at the August planning committee meeting. Despite advice to the contrary, the committee resolved to grant planning permission against officer recommendation on the basis of the self-build argument and agricultural need. As set out in the officer reports as part of today's agenda, subsequent to that resolution, information was submitted to the council via Councillor Sutton, questioning that agricultural requirements and the agricultural sort of operation, shall we say, of the site. The applicant and agent have been asked to provide further information to clarify this issue, and this has resulted in it being clarified that the dwellings are not for agricultural workers and no evidence to support this requirement has been provided. Consequently, there are no special circumstances which would justify overriding the usual policy considerations. So therefore, to go back to the recommendation that was set out at the August meeting, this application is essentially the same as the application refused in December 2021, with the same reasons for refusal put forward. Namely, the proposal will result in unjustified permanent housing in an unsustainable countryside location and is considered to undermine and detract from the rural character and appearance of the area. Furthermore, the site is located in flood zone 3. National and local policy seek to steer developments to areas at the lowest risk of flooding. There are extant consents and sites reasonably available in flood zone 1 elsewhere within the district, and as such the sequential test is deemed to be failed. It is acknowledged that there is an extant permission for 2 holiday cabins, and that could still be implemented, as I indicated earlier. However, these are restricted to holiday accommodation only and cannot be used as permanent dwellings. And as such, these would not set a precedent for permanent dwellings on the site. It should also be noted that in the event of a flood event, occupants of these would not be displaced from their main residence, as would be the case for permanent dwellings. As such, it is again recommended to refuse the application as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite a representative of Swan Edwards, they're the agent, and Tony Hopkin, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of this application for the erection of 2 dwellings at land east of Allenby Farm, Broadroad West, Tid St Giles. This is an outline application with all matters reserved and follows an earlier committee decision to approve. And this further comes back to you following points made by Councillor Sutton. In essence, the application is to replace 2 holiday lets that have an extant permission as acknowledged in the report. These had no restrictions on the use other than holiday purposes, but could be occupied 365 days of the year. These were to be a single storage structure of a temporary nature in flood zone 3 and formed part of the previous owner's farm diversification. The proposal is for 2-storey dwellings, which will have sleeping accommodation on the first floor, along with safe refuge. This is not the case, obviously, with the holiday accommodation, so provides betterment. The applicant purchased the farm with the extant permission along with the agricultural land, farmhouse and buildings to expand the farming enterprise for both themselves and family, and are continually looking at various forms of additional businesses and opportunities to diversify and expand. As the report states, the applicant has 2 daughters that are solely employed in the applicant's family businesses, along with himself and his wife. One daughter, along with her husband and child, are living at Allenby Farm with the applicant. The other daughter living within Fenland, but travels to the farm daily to work on family businesses. The client's proposal is that each daughter is to be gifted a plot, each to self-build their own family homes, so they have independent living that is close to the family farm and farming enterprise, as they look to again expand this part of the business along with further diversification. As we are all aware, if we stand still in business world, we're going backwards. As stated, it is the intention for the daughters to self-build their dwellings as their principal residence, as is the case for many individual plots in the area. Due to the rise in land, labour and material costs, this is proven to be a popular choice, although from bitter experience, not necessarily the quickest option. There have been a number of points made since your early approval of the application that the report outlines various to and fro-in of communications. We do not know who has made these points, but in essence, these are dwellings to be occupied by the applicant's daughter that are an intrinsic part of the running of the applicant's businesses for now and very much for the future. They're not solely employed in agriculture, but are in the family businesses that operate largely from Allenby Farm, but have other locations in Fenland. The applicant is here with me today, should you have any points you wish to clarify on the family businesses and proposals in front of you. But to successfully run a number of businesses requires shared responsibilities, and who better than your own family to share both the highs and lows it brings. To conclude, these houses are to be the principal residence for the applicant's daughters to self-build their homes for them and their families. It provides betterment in terms of flood risk, as sleeping accommodation is to be on the first floor and it's a permanent dwelling, not temporary. It will allow the daughters to be closer to the family farm and enterprise as it expands along with other family businesses. The applicant has answered the various points raised since the last application, and we ask you to approve the application for these two dwellings, which, should you want a condition or agreement that they are to be self-built, the applicant is fine with that, as that is their intention and financially the only real option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, would you like to ask questions of Mr. Edwards or Mr. Hopkin? Please say who you would like to address the questions to. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, you make big play on family businesses. What percentage are these two children employed in agriculture compared to other businesses, and what are the other businesses?
The other businesses are utilities and construction, them type of businesses, and we do a lot of soil crush, concrete crushing and that type of stuff. So they're involved with all the day-to-day basis of that as well.
So there's no need for them to live on the farm itself?
They work with the farm as well, yeah.
And what percentage is?
Well, that varies from all various times of the year, doesn't it? Through the summer, probably 80–90% of the time. This time of year, very little, going into a busier period during the spring. Yes.
So it's not as though, do you have livestock, or do you just, is it just?
No, the plan is to bring livestock to the business. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any more questions at all? No, can't see any burning desire. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Members, questions to officers? Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Chairman, I wasn't here in August, sorry, when this was first heard, so I'm a virgin as far as this this application is concerned. Is it being said that the whole thing is hinging on are these agricultural or sorry, is there an agricultural case for these two properties, or isn't that? Is that what the top and bottom that we're trying to get to?
Yes, that's fundamental to the determination of the application.
So the question then is, has the applicant actually given enough information to prove that they meet that requirement?
No, they haven't.
For debate, Councillor Cornwall, what we should do. Any more questions to officers? Right, any more questions to officers? No, doesn't look like it. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to open it up for debate now. Who'd like to kick that off? Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you. If my memory serves me right, we spent a lot of time on this application last year, debating why it was up for recommended to be refused. But, you know, as it is our right to do so, we overturned that recommendation. And it is disappointing that it's back here because we haven't got information. Now, over the years, you know, we have supported people, you know, we've upset people. But I really feel this one, I'm not going to say we were led down the garden path, but I'm a bit cross about this.
This debate still? Anybody want to add to this debate? No? Councillor Marks, thank you.
I have to say I agree with Councillor French. We did sit here for a long time, go through it, and we went through it, We've seen other applications, one in Coates where gentlemen had cows and stuff like that. We let that through because he could actually provide the information that was required. We haven't got the information here that's required. And to me, I think the officers have got it right.
Councillor Mayor?
My memory is not always brilliant, but I I have to say, yes, we did sit here a long time. And I think one of the things we were trying to determine was what sort of agriculture and what percentage of agriculture, whether livestock or arable or whatever else sort of agriculture you want to talk about. But we did sit here for hours trying to work it out, and I don't think we got satisfactory answers then. So I'm mindful. I think the officers have got it right.
Okay,
Okay.
Councillor Davis, thank you.
Yeah, I was here for the consideration of that application. And if those other members that were here recall, actually, the two daughters living in the properties was dropped in at the actual meeting. It was not part of the original information that we had for the planning application. That's why it ensued into such a long debate. And we're back here again with the same debate now. So I think officers have got this right, and they need more information, and it needs to come back if it wants to come back.
Okay, we're still in debate. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I think it's incumbent upon me to say something, because the information came to officers from me, but that obviously came from others who wish to remain not known, and is incumbent upon us to keep that confidentiality under GDPR rules. We have to do that, and residents would expect us to do that. That's nothing unusual. I very often get complaints about one thing, and I had one just a couple of weeks ago, whereby there was some neighbour issues in my ward, and I think it's our duty to take on the concerns of residents and pass them on to the relevant officers, and to not mention who they are. In fact, by law, we have to do that. I can see that it might be, a view might be expressed that I'm predetermined, and that may or may not be so. So I think in the interest of transparency, and yes, you would vote that way because you've done this, that and the other, I think this will be my last conversation in this planning application, and I shall not vote on it, Chairman. And then I can't be accused of.
I'm just going to come in there. I think that you've made absolutely the right decision. So I thank you for that, for being honesty and transparency. Thank you for that. So we'll move on. We're still in debate. No, nobody's going to say any more. So we'll move on to officers. Have you got anything to add to that? No. So, right, I'm looking for a proposal on this. Right, so we've got Councillor Davis, and secondly, I'm going to take Councillor Marks next. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should go with officers' recommendation and refuse.
Okay. So we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Councillor Davis is proposing it. Second is Councillor Marks. Can we have a show of hands on that one, please? That application has been refused. So we've got one more left now. So that's the applications finished, but I'm going to go on now to David, who will present agenda item number 18, adoption of the planning validation requirements. So David, if you can bear with us, members, it needs to be done. So David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Keep it very brief. So agenda item 18 seeks the adoption of the local validation lists. The process involved and the changes to the list are set out within the body of the report. As members will be aware, we have to review these on a regular basis. The recommendation is that the committee agreed to adopt the updated validation requirements from the 1st of April 2023 as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thank you, David. Any members' questions members wish to raise on this validation? Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, something I know has been raised before, but at 2.1, identifying features on location plans to include a road name. Could we also have a postcode? You know, I mean, we have asked before, but just for clarity, I mean, right, whilst we were debating the last one, I went on to Google Maps to find Broad Drove West. Do you think I could find it? Not a cat in every chance. You know, there was me trying to sort of find out the location a bit to get a much better idea, because it's not one that we visited, is it? And not being involved last August, I had no idea. And, you know, I think it would help. Somebody, I think it was you, Chairman, actually asked, could we not have that on our visit sheets and so on as well? And I suppose the only way that we're going to find that is to get it right from the word go. That's all.
Yeah, I endorse, sorry, Councillor Marks, I'll take you in a minute. I absolutely endorse that. It would certainly be better for a postcode. We all use it for every other thing. So why wouldn't we use it on planning applications? Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Also 3 words, because we actually use that on the FDC website when you report fly tipping or anything else. So there, why can't we have that? Then at least we can literally put it down to within 3 meters of where we're talking. Postcode's quite a big area. That really does narrow it down.
Okay, Councillor Davies, you'd like to come in.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Marks. Many times I've driven somewhere with my sat nav and I've just put in the postcode and it says you've reached your destination and I'm about 5 miles away from it. So the postcodes can be very vast or quite, so I think the 3 words that actually marks the plot. And if you've ever gone out on your own to do a site visit and you're driving up and down because you can't find the actual plot, you just wish that someone would tell you exactly where it is.
Pardon the pun, that marks the plot. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, if members cast we respond to that.
Yeah, you can. And I'll take Councillor Sutton next.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. I fully accept that a postcode or what 3 words would sort of make identifying sites a lot easier. However, that's not something that we can ask for on a submitted location plan as part of a planning application. Basically, the plan has to be ordnance survey based. The purpose of it is to be the red line boundary to actually identify the land in question. The point of having a road name on there is to provide a little bit further clarity from the OS base almost as to exactly sort of where the site is. So issues around postcodes, what 3 words, can't really be incorporated onto a site location plan, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Sutton, then Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Well, that clarification, Dave, is good. But what I was going to say, if members cast their mind back to when Councillor Mrs. Bly was on the planning committee, she did actually ask at full council of the portfolio holder if what 3 words could be looked into, and he did say that she would look into it. But I haven't heard anything back since, so that's not a new.
I'm going to take Councillor Davies and Councillor Scolding. Thank you.
I think listening to what David Bowen has just said, I understand that it can't actually be part of the validation process. So I just sit here wondering whether when the officers draw up their reports, could they use the 3 words in that rather than on the actual validation, and that would assist members greatly.
Okay. You're going to look at it. That's best. Councillor Scolding, would you like to add anything to that?
That's what I was going to say.
That's good, Deb. Great minds think alike. So, any more debate on this, please? Bearing in mind the time. So we're finished with debate. I just want a proposer then. Who's going to propose this? Okay, Councillor Davis is going to propose it. We go with this new validation. You're going to second it, Councillor French. So all those in favour of that, please. Thank you. That's unanimous. And that just leaves me to thank the committee. Sorry, councillor. So,
Chairman, before you close the meeting, I would just like to make a bit of a statement on the resignation of Alison Hoffman, as is now. I think it'd be remiss of me not to do that. But yeah, it's fine. Alison has been in the planning department for as long as I can remember. Well respected by members, well respected by peers, well respected by agents and applicants alike. And I didn't realise at the time that she was leaving on the 31st of January. Had I known that, I would have come in and said the final goodbyes. But what I'm asking, Chairman, if the committee would agree for a letter of thanks for all the work she's done on behalf of everyone in Fenland, and to say how sorely she will be missed.
it's a nice thought, but I don't think we can do that.
Well,
Well,
shouldn't it be her employers that send something like that as opposed
sorry,
to the planning?
I'm up, I'm up to anything the committee wants to do, but can we get you around the table?
I think that's an HR problem.
I think it is, to be fair. It's a lovely thought. And
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So have we got a consensus that it's an HR as far as Fenland District Council is concerned, but anyone can do so in the as a private individual or a member of the planning committee? You're happy with that, Councillor? It's a good idea. Councillor Cornwall, are you happy with that? With anything? That's good then. What about you, Councillor Murphy, quickly? Yeah, Councillor Mayor, you're happy?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, that's a very good, again, very good, Councillor Sutton. But I'm going to close this meeting at 10 to 8 now, or 5 to 8 now. So I'd just like to say thank you very, very much, councillors. You've done a sterling job today. Well done. Thank you.